What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a Super Bowl assing. The Philadelphia Eagles win their second Lombardi Trophy in franchise history with a beatdown over the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll recap Super Bowl 59, including the halftime show, the commercials, and everything else that happened in New Orleans last night. Plus, Texas women's basketball with the win of the season in college basketball. The Horns knock off South Carolina at the Mood yesterday. What does it mean for Vic Schaefer's squad? We'll discuss that. Texas men's basketball with another disappointing loss at Vanderbilt on Saturday. What does it mean for Rodney Terry's future? We've got some NBA news. We've got some Aaron Rodgers news. We've got plenty more from around the 40 acres. And, oh, by the way, a big announcement about the future of TSU coming up in less than 10 minutes. We are locked and we are loaded and ready to go after a busy sports weekend. How are you, my man?
I'm doing good, man. Happy Super Bowl Monday, you sloths out there that aren't going to get anything done today. Moving in slow motion, that's not happening. Should be a day of reckoning today where you have off because you're not going to get anything done. It's not going to happen. I've got that. I got that. And I went to bed and I hardly even watched any of the post-game stuff. It was just such a butt whipping by the Philadelphia Eagles and physical beatdown last night. But some good stuff in the game. Good for the Eagles. Good for the defense. Good to see some defensive football work for a change. But Kansas City's got lots of work to do, BK. They got a lot of work to do. And I don't doubt that they will not get it done. I believe they'll get it done. They'll be right back at it.
Yeah, I do too. It's hard. As long as they've got that quarterback and that coach, you can't count Kansas City out. But it was pretty easy to count them out of that game last night because you could tell early on that Chiefs
24 zip, they were out. They were done.
I mean, you got turnovers by Mahomes, an uncharacteristic pick six by him. The Chiefs' offensive line couldn't block anybody. You got DeAndre Hopkins tripping over the turf monster. I mean, just about everything that could have gone wrong for Kansas City through three quarters went wrong. And that's why at one point late in the third, this game was 34-0. It was 24-zip at halftime. It got to 34-zip before the Chiefs finally threw a punch back. But obviously by that point, despite Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady trying to make it sound like it was a close game, I think everybody with a brain knew that the game was long over at that point.
Oh, yeah, it was long over after the interception for a touchdown. That's when it was over with. That kind of sealed the deal. And the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles never had to push up anybody with the four guys on the defensive line, that was it. They got pressure without bringing a blitz. They could sit back in that shell coverage and just wait for Patrick Mahomes to try to step up, which he could not. He wanted to, he's very good at stepping up in the pocket. We talk about guys can hang in the pocket, guys that can escape, but his escape hatches were closed everywhere he went. They wanted him to step up. He stepped right into Carter and the rest of Williams. They were just waiting for him to step up front. And that was tough. That was tough sailing for him. I'm pretty sure that they will spend the whole offseason fixing that offensive line and getting their run game back to where they're used to seeing it, to take the pressure off the quarterback. But this thing was falling apart during the season. This wasn't something that just happened in the Super Bowl. They had struggled all year, putting guys who are guards, great guards at tackle. That shows you that shit doesn't work in the NFL. If you can't protect the quarterback, you can't win the game.
Yeah, well, it worked to get him to the Super Bowl.
And they lost 2 games.
Yeah. They beat some really good teams to get here. They were 15-2 in the regular season, and that second loss came in Week 18 when they had all of their starters resting because they had already locked down the number 1 seed in the AFC. So they were able to find a way, but against a team as good as Philly you and I both picked the Eagles to win this game, and we said they just have the better roster from top to bottom, and they proved to have the better roster against a team as talented as the Eagles. You can't just not block anybody. And that's what happened. It's a line of scrimmage game. We all talk about quarterbacks and skill position players, and of course those guys matter, but you've got to win in the trenches. Philadelphia on the offensive and defensive line just dominated Kansas City, and the Chiefs couldn't do anything because of it.
Oh, there was just no doubt. There was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to run the football. There was nowhere to pass the football. And not only did the Chiefs have to fix their offensive line, they've got to get some more wide receivers in that offense, some other skill guys. And they really miss the kid Rice. As I said, I don't think much of Hollywood Brown except for just a guy that can run straight down the field. He never got really into the rhythm. He stayed hurt the most of the year, so they never really got in tune with him. And when you can't protect Patrick Mahomes, he can do all the running around he wants to. He's still a great quarterback. I mean, just even at the end, to score those 2 touchdowns, I just don't even believe how they scored. I was looking for my over when it was 24. I said, how are they going to score? I'm like, can this group score 14 points? Well, they got it done. Thank goodness. I don't know how, but they did. I don't know if Philadelphia let their guard down, but my goodness.
Yeah, well,
Philadelphia was just out physical. They were just a more physical and dominating on both sides of the line kind of team. And they didn't even run the ball that well. They didn't, but they protected the quarterback, and that dude can play.
Yeah.
For like 70-some yards. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts shut a lot of people up with his performance last night, didn't he? I mean, he played really well in Super Bowl 57, right? The Chiefs won that game 38-35. Jalen Hurts had that one mistake where he lost the football and it turned into a Nick Bolton scoop and score. But really, outside of that one costly turnover in the first half of that Super Bowl a couple of years ago, Jalen Hurts played just as well as Mahomes did in that game. But he lost, and when you're a quarterback, if you don't win, you're always the guy who can't win the big one.
That's
Jalen Hurts deserved MVP. Only 5 incompletions on the night, 2 passing touchdowns, a rushing touchdown. He was really, really good. He was in control of that offense. He made the right decisions. And, he was better than Mahomes last night. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, there's no doubt. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. Hopefully a bunch of you military folks got a chance to watch the Super Bowl, but I know you're right back at work, and we do appreciate it. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, sir. Before we get to our big station announcements, I've got to give you some love.
Oh, do people have some cash in pocket for the football season again?
People won money.
Yes.
From the Buck, both yesterday and over the course of the entire football season. You had 2 plays for Super Bowl 59, 50,000 units on the Philadelphia Eagles +1. I think they covered.
Yes.
55,000 units on the over 48.5.
Wow.
That took a while, but it covered. Ended up covering with ease. 62 total points scored in that game last night due to that late meaningless flurry. Well, not meaningless for some, but for the Kansas City Chiefs. So you were up 95,000 units going into the weekend. You won 105,000 units yesterday, which means on the season that is now complete, you made the people 200,000
200,000 units. There you go. There you go. Back-to-back years. That's just for you. I'll even be better next year. I'll get you. You know what? I'm going to get you people 250,000 units next year. How's that? Just 2025. You know, when I say the economy is going to change, it will change for you next year. I'm not just making promises that doesn't happen, okay? It will change for you.
How about that?
Yeah, that's right. 2025, you're going to have a great year.
Instead of just boasting about your 2024 success, you're already on the 2025.
The campaign trail. I had to hit the campaign trail. What's wrong with that? They got to stick with us.
Bill Belichick.
You don't think I wasn't scared of that over, man? I was like, damn.
Yeah.
How the hell? I was thinking Kansas City, they're going to let them score at least 1, but I don't know if they can score 2. Philly's going to have to score like 3 more touchdowns, to get this thing done. But Mahomes got it done. But that one is Xavier Worthy. Wow.
Well, congrats to Moro Ojimo, by the way, who is a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. He's the one Longhorn who will get a Super Bowl ring this year. So congrats to him. But Xavier Worthy had one of the best wide receiver performances in Super Bowl history. And of course, it's all for naught because his team got blown out. But 8 catches, 157 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the X-Man. He was awesome. Again, 2 late scores when the game was already in hand. But Xavier Worthy had a phenomenal rookie season.
He did.
And unfortunately for him, it's not capped off by a Super Bowl, but it is capped off by a tremendous performance in the Super Bowl. He showed up. Not a lot of Chiefs did last night. X showed up.
Yeah, I mean, would he? I wonder if he'd have been in the running for a rookie of the year if it wasn't for Jaden Daniels.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had Bo Nix in Denver who finished
Oh, that's
second.
true. He had a great year. Yeah, and it's always going to get to the quarterback anyway.
Yeah, the quarterbacks are going to win. But no, Xavier Worthy did a lot of great things. Of course, the Bills traded that pick to Kansas City, and then the Chiefs drafted Worthy, and then Worthy helped the Chiefs beat the Bills in the AFC Championship game. So, way to go, Buffalo, who had a chance to draft Mahomes and Xavier Worthy, and they traded both of those guys to Kansas City. It's a tough team to root for, but no, I thought X was really cool. What he did last night was fun to watch, and that deep bomb touchdown in the fourth quarter from 50 yards out was great to see. Obviously scored the Chiefs' first touchdown late in the third quarter. Again, the game was 34-0 at that point, so didn't mean a whole lot on the scoreboard, but congrats to Xavier Worthy on the culmination of a fantastic first year in the NFL.
Yes, and congratulations to the Buck on just a blowout, easy win for you people. Just take it home. If I tell you it's Easter, then dye your eggs. There you go.
Oh,
yeah, we're about to go big. We're about to go big 2025.
Hey, we've got other sports. You know, college baseball starts on Friday. March Madness is right around the corner. Like, come on. You don't have to wait till August.
I'm all with the favorites. Yeah. Oh, let me help you. March Madness comes. Don't bet on the Longhorns men's team. Don't do it. Don't waste your time, your money, or your energy. That group is not good. They are weak. That's a weak group. It's a physically weak group. It's a mentally not prepared group, and they just shit the bed on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I don't know if you'll be able to bet on Texas in the NCAA tournament.
Oh, because they may not be in it.
I'm not sure they're going to get there. So we'll get to that. We'll give the Texas women's team some serious love. Obviously, more talk about Super Bowl 59 and everything that took place in the Big Easy last night. But, Buck, we promised the people an announcement this morning, and we've got an announcement this morning, a major station announcement. This is the last ever 8 to 10 edition of Bucky and BK.
Nice.
Because we're moving up. We're moving on up. Starting tomorrow morning, the Buck and I will be live at 7 a.m.
Very nice.
So we'll be going 7 to 9. We'll be making a few other changes to our lineup as well, and we'll get to that right now. But Bucky and BK, 7 a.m. starting tomorrow. We've heard hundreds, if not thousands of you complain about us not getting up early enough. You don't start your show enough. Come on. We're in our car at 7 o'clock. We're already at work by the time 8 o'clock rolls around. We need y'all earlier. So we're listening. We are listening to the people. Bucky and BK starting at 7 a.m. And, of course, because we're moving up, some other folks are moving up as well. Chaos Theory with Wags and Rodney will move up an hour to 9 a.m. So those guys will be from 9 to 10. And we've got a new show called the Lone Star Playbook with Jordan Scruggs, Nick Harris, who covers the Cowboys for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, and Will Turboff, also works at Horns 24/7 as a recruiting insider. Those three guys will be alternating, but their show will be from 10 to 11 a.m. on TSU. Then on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, we'll have something called the Midday Mashup from 11 to 2, where we'll have all sorts of great content from Texas Longhorns creators, from DFW sports creators, from Houston sports creators. We're going to be putting some great content from guys like Steven from Fanatic Perspective, from the Longhorn Republic podcast, and a few other big-name folks who cover Texas and cover Texas sports around the state. We're going to have their content airing from 11 to 2. And then Chip and Zay will move their show from 1 to 3 to 2 to 4 p.m. I'm tweeting this all out, so you don't have to remember this. We're going to have this on our social media accounts. And then last but not least, another complaint, Buck, that we keep getting, we end too early. Why are you guys done at 4 o'clock? I don't get out of work until 4 o'clock. I don't get out of work until 5 o'clock. What am I supposed to listen to once you guys wrap up your day at 4? Well, we've got a brand new show that will launch tomorrow called Open Gym.
Nice.
Patrick Davis, Matt Galatzin, and more. We're going to have some lifetime Longhorns, some big-name former players across various sports, some guys and gals that y'all know very, very well who are going to be a big part of that 4 to 6 show that starts tomorrow. So, new lineup for TSU. Instead of 8 to 4, We're expanding our reach. We will now start at 7 and end at 6 every single day.
Sweet. Love getting up early. I'm so used to that anyway. Used to get up at 3:30 in the morning to make a 6 o'clock show. So 7 o'clock is just perfect. People are up and about in this city, hell, because most of them don't work till 4 o'clock. Most of them go home by noon anyway. So they get up early, they get their business done. So we'll catch in your cars on the app. So that's great. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, I mean, you're used to getting up at 3:30 every morning.
Yeah.
So, now what? You wake up at 6:15.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, so now I can get up at 5:15 and be ready to go 5 o'clock. So old people get up early. Old people go to bed early.
It takes you that long to get up your stairs?
Oh, it just takes me because I have to feed the animals. You have to go. You have to say hello to your wife. You have to have a little conversation, get a cup of coffee, take all my pills. I got to get my pills in my system. I got to take my little aspirin that I take every day, along with some gummies, some things to get me cranking during the course of the day. Drink a cup of coffee. Go feed the damn animals.
Yeah. Okay.
Go out there up early feet when it's 30 degrees.
Yeah, I really enjoyed my 7:05 alarm this morning.
Wasn't that nice? That is nice, though, isn't it?
I told myself last night, like, oh man, enjoy this last night of good sleep that you get. Enjoy this extra hour that you get. And look, I started my career producing Morning Drive. Obviously, produced your show for years, so I've woken up at 4:30 to do radio plenty of times, but the last couple of jobs I had in sports radio were the afternoon show from 3 to 7. So I could sleep till like 9 or 10 every day. And, obviously moved up to start this thing with you.
You got a lot of responsibilities here. You got to meet people afterwards, and people get going. By 9 o'clock, it's good. 10 o'clock it ends up being kind of weird part of the day when you get out there. People, like I said, people around here are ready to go home for the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Lunchtime, They'll have their little lunch breaks, or they'll say they've got to go to a meeting, and then they're done. Hey, I'm going to do the rest of the work from home. Okay, yeah, sure.
They're done. We've got some folks asking about Eric and Keenan in the SEC Unfiltered Hour. Those guys will be fill-ins. They'll still be a big part of what we do on our network. The SEC Unfiltered crew is going to do one final regular show from 3 to 4 today to say goodbye. Eric and Keenan.
Guys like Casey Stutter, we may end up with him on with us a couple times a week, which will be fun.
Yeah, we're going to have some guys like that. I can't officially announce any of the names yet, but that 4 to 6 p.m. show, there's going to be some former Texas players across a number of different sports. And we're not just talking like walk-ons. No, we're talking about big-name guys who y'all know and love a lot, who are going to be a big part of that new afternoon show called Open Gym. We're actually going to talk to Patrick and Matt tomorrow morning on our show and let them tell you a little bit about what that show is going to be about. But it's called Open Gym because, you go to an open gym to play pickup basketball. You never know who's going to show up. On that afternoon show, you never know who's going to show up.
Oh, by the way, speaking of open gyms, against Vandy, yes, I could have got 2 of those rebounds that were on the ground. Yes, I could have got 2 in that game. I think you even believe I may be able to get one or 2 in that game on Saturday. Yeah. I could have scrambled on the ground. I could have got more than Shedrick with his bad back. Just go ahead and stick a heating pad on that dude. He's got guys jumping. He's got guards jumping into his chest now. 5'10", 5'11" guards taking him to the rack. Really?
Yeah, that was tough. So we'll dive into that. But there's the breaking news once again. Starting tomorrow morning, Bucky and I will be from 7 to 9 instead of 8 to 10. And we are expanding our lineup, a couple of new shows, and we will be live and local with you until 6 o'clock every single weekday.
No, not that gyms, Jason. And they're not open 24/7 anymore. He's thinking of gyms. He goes, open gym? Gyms is open 24/7. No, it's not. It's not open 24/7 anymore, by the way.
Really?
No, Oak Hill Gyms is closed. They close at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. They don't stay open 24/7. Those days are over with. Since COVID, you don't get that anymore from gyms.
I was going to ask since when, but that's the since when, since COVID, huh?
Yeah.
COVID casualty?
COVID casualty. Can't get anybody to go back there in the kitchen. That's when I show up. That's right. That's when I show up and want to do the cooking. You don't want my cooking.
No, nobody wants your cooking. You don't even want your cooking.
I don't want my cooking, no.
No, we don't want any part of that. So there you go. There's the breaking TSU news. Very excited about what we've built to this point, but even more excited about the future of Texas Sports Unfiltered. There's no sports radio station or sports talk station in Central Texas that is bringing you as much live content as we are. So we say it all the time. Friends don't let friends listen to bad sports talk, and there's a lot of that in this city. If your friend is a victim of bad sports radio in Austin, don't let them be. Make sure you direct them to TSU.
Yeah, and if you've got a business and you want to be sponsored on this, just get in touch with BK. Let us know what's going on if you want to get your business cranked up. Because I'll just say this: as we get ready for spring and the new baseball coach and women's softball and maybe we know women's basketball is going somewhere. We don't know about the men's basketball, but we get ready to embark into a new 25 season of football with Arch Manning and the Manning family around this place. Win, lose, or draw, this place is going to be a buzz. So if you want your business advertised, jump on with us. We'll find a way to get you on. We got plenty of spots available for you. So it is there for you. So jump on in there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, let's dive into some Texas Longhorn sports. We'll, of course, spend more time breaking down Super Bowl 59. The game wasn't that close, so we might not spend as much time on the game as we have previous Super Bowls, but we'll still give our thoughts on what took place at the Superdome last night. But we'll start with the Texas women's basketball team. We'll get to the men and that disappointment in Nashville on Saturday. But what a win for Vic Schaefer and the Texas women, knocking off the defending champion South Carolina Gamecocks 66-62, the final score at Moody Center. Buck, history from the Texas women's basketball team. That was South Carolina's first regular season conference loss since December of 2021.
Wow.
They'd won 57 straight SEC games. They hadn't lost a conference game in more than 3 full years. And, of course, Texas went to Columbia, South Carolina a few weeks ago, and they got blown out. They lost by 17, but they were down by almost 30 at one point in that game. They were never competitive. And Vic Schaefer going into yesterday was 3-14 all time against Don Staley. I'll be honest, I didn't feel great about the Longhorns' chances yesterday. South Carolina beats everybody, and Texas isn't everybody. I thought the Longhorns were going to be going uphill yesterday, but they threw the first few punches early. They were in control for most of the first half, and when they needed to, they made some big plays down the stretch to hold on for a 4-point victory, a massive W for Vic Schaefer and the Texas women.
Yeah, I thought they did really well on the boards, offensive and defensive boards. I thought they protected the rim pretty well because that's a group at South Carolina because those dudes can get to the hoop. They get their jump shots off. Their guard is fantastic. She's special, but she also gets to the basket. I thought they protected the inside in the paint pretty well and didn't let South Carolina get to the boards or get those extra shots on the offensive side of it. And plus they protected it on defense. I thought they did a great job with their bigs in that game because I know what to expect from Rory Harmon and Booker. I know what to expect from those two. When it comes to shooting, they're going to get theirs. They're going to penetrate. They're going to find the open shooter and get it to them. But I just thought the bigs played well. Yes. I thought they were good. I thought they were good inside.
Yeah, they earned that game. They earned that game yesterday. And you're right. The bigs, Taylor Jones in the first half was awesome. And it was Kyla Oldacre, the Miami transfer, came off the bench. And it was a little surprising to see her out there on the floor in the last 5 or 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. But Vic Schaefer, I guess, went with his gut. Taylor Jones on the bench, Kyla Oldacre on the floor. She had 8 points. 8 of her 13 points came in the fourth quarter, including 2 huge buckets in the last couple of minutes. She also had a steal as well that turned into an and one for Madison Booker. So you're right. The bigs were great on the glass. I mean, you've got to hang with the physicality of South Carolina. Texas could not do that on the road, but they did. They out-rebounded them by 7, 14 points. They were plus 14 in the paint, I should say. They won the second chance points battle as well. So, yeah, they outmuscled South Carolina. They went out and took that game from them, and they did something. Obviously, you mentioned the 57-game win streak. It's pretty obvious to say they did something that most teams don't do. But the fact that they were the stronger, more physical team against a Dawn Staley group, that's something that you almost never, ever see.
There's no doubt about it. They were that physicality inside was special. It really was.
Yeah.
That's how they got that game. And it started pretty early in the game too. They hung right in there. They didn't let South Carolina get out any really big runs. They didn't have any like major runs against them. I mean, they dwarfed every one of those immediately. They didn't let them get out to a lead and stay out to a lead. That was good basketball. It was good fundamental basketball there.
Yeah. And Madison Booker was 3 of 19 at South Carolina. She was awful. Maybe the worst game of her Texas career. She bounced back, leading Texas with 20 yesterday. You mentioned Rory Harmon. She was clutch, had a couple of free throws to ice the game. Some great defense by Jordan Lee, too. This was a 2-point game. 20 seconds to go. South Carolina's got the ball with a chance to tie. Yeah. Tessa Johnson gets the switch she wants on the true freshman Jordan Lee. She plays great defense. Johnson airballs the shot. Texas gets the rebound, and they're able to put the game away at the free throw line. So awesome victory for the Texas women, and a great crowd too. Like, they deserve it. They've been awesome. Mick Schaefer's made a few deep runs in the NCAA tournament. He's been a great hire for Chris Del Conte. Hasn't made the Final Four just yet, but 3 trips to the Elite Eight, and you feel like this team has a really good shot to get over that hump and make it to the Final Four this season. They deserve big crowds. They got a big sellout crowd at the Mood yesterday, and that crowd definitely made a difference. Hopefully, more attendances like that moving forward. And now we've got a 3-way tie for first place in the SEC, Buck. It's Texas, it's South Carolina, and it's LSU.
Yeah, it's her. I saw her in her outfit the other day too. Man,
what was she wearing? I missed that one. How many hoops did she have on her?
She didn't have any hoops on. She had some sequin sparkly deal that she was wearing, like a sweater. It was pathetic, but that's all right.
Oh, pathetic?
Yeah, it wasn't good. It was not classy.
Be careful, because she comes to town.
She looked like a showgirl.
She looked like a showgirl?
Yeah, I mean, she looks like one of the dancers with the long legs. It wasn't good. It was Vegas show dancing outfit. I didn't like it.
Like go-go?
Yeah, like a go-go. Yeah, she could have been one of the Dallas cheerleaders, the ones that used to have up at the cage there at the games dancing.
I'm not gonna go see that show.
No, that's not the one you attend.
No, I'm gonna go see a different lineup of girls.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was not good.
Yeah, I didn't see the fit, but it's a huge week coming up. Like, that's a massive win for Texas women's basketball, maybe the biggest regular season win of Vic Schaefer's Longhorn tenure. And then guess what's next? You get 2 ranked teams this week. You got to go to Lexington to play 11th ranked Kentucky on Thursday. And then, Kim Mulkey and the LSU Tigers come to town on Sunday. They're ranked number 6 in America. So 2 top 12 teams on the schedule. Obviously, the new poll will come out. We'll see where Texas lands. They were number 4 before yesterday. Maybe they jump up a spot or 2 with the victory. But, no rest for the weary. The Longhorns, 2 more ranked games coming up.
Wish I could attend that game, but guess what? My wife's birthday means no, dude. She goes, you won't be seeing any other woman play, coach, do anything. That's my birthday.
Your wife doesn't want you trying to pick up other chicks on her birthday?
No, she doesn't want that. That's not acceptable.
That's hard to believe.
Really?
Yeah.
You would think she'd be willing to share, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. It's a nice birthday gift.
It doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem fair. Hey, it doesn't seem fair.
Doesn't seem fair. Yeah. So her birthday's on Sunday?
Yes.
Celebrate it on Saturday. So you could go. It's part of your job to cover the team.
Not part of the job to cover that woman.
Yeah, well, she's coaching the other team.
Well, you go over there and talk to her, then you want to cover her. You're scared of her. I forgot about that.
What, do you want me to drop a line for you?
You're afraid of her. Yeah.
You want me to bring like a giant picture of you and being.
Hey, Drake, don't be afraid.
Oh, Drake. Why are you bringing up Drake? He dealt with enough last night. Why are you bringing him up on this show?
Wow.
We got to decide what we're going to do here. This is breaking news that you won't be able to attend this Texas LSU women's basketball game on Sunday. The people were counting on you for that.
Hey, I'll have a handwritten letter. Somebody can send it to her. How's that? Somebody can hand deliver it for me.
Our guy Jay goes to a lot of the games. Jay over at Sue Patrick. We can.
We'll see him Thursday. We'll make some decisions there.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. I like that thought. So huge win for the Texas women. Congrats to Vic Schaefer. Congrats to Madison Booker and Rory Harmon and the entire team. That's beating South Carolina doesn't happen much. That's only their second loss of the season. South Carolina's first loss came to the number 1 UCLA Bruins a few months ago. But again, the Lady Cox had not lost an SEC regular season game since December of 2021. So the Longhorns in their first year in the SEC doing something that not a lot of teams in the SEC have been able to do. Big time win for the Texas women. We'll see if they can keep things rolling with, once again, a massive week coming up.
Massive week.
All right. We'll switch gears here. We'll go over to the Texas men's team. We got Super Bowl, more Super Bowl to talk about, more NFL news to talk about. Anthony Davis is already hurt in Dallas.
Oh boy, that couldn't have happened any quicker, could it?
Literally the first game he plays, he gets hurt and now is going to miss multiple weeks. So we'll.
Did he trip going up the steps or something?
He was having a great game too against the Rockets on Saturday, and then he gets hurt, and then now it sounds like he's going to miss a few weeks. So good trade, Mavs. Way to go. That one continues to look worse by the day, and also Luka Doncic will make his Lakers debut tonight. So Mavs fans will have to suffer through that. Plenty more to get to here in a moment, but first, how about a few sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, rheumatology, joint replacement, of course. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com. Do not go to get a replacement anywhere else. Head on over there, see Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton. If you're thinking about hip replacement, any joint replacement, knee replacement, get it done with that group at Texas Orthopedics.
Yes, sir. And shout out to our friends at centextickets.com as well. The Texas men, they had a disappointing loss. We're about to talk about it, but they do have a big game coming up at Moody Center tomorrow. Alabama, who's probably going to be the number 1 team in America.
Roll Tide.
We'll see what the new AP poll looks like, but number 1 and number 2 both lost on Saturday. Alabama was number 3. They won in Fayetteville, so there's a good chance Texas will be welcoming the number 1 team in men's college basketball to the Mood tomorrow night. If you want to be there, centextickets.com. Texas men's basketball, Texas women's basketball, Texas baseball, Texas everything, plus concert tickets, Broadway show tickets, comedy show tickets, whatever. If you want to be there, head over to centextickets.com and make sure to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase over there. Once again, at centextickets.com. Also, look what I got this morning.
You're getting creamed this morning? Oh, it's the root beer, the classic.
Yeah, no, not getting creamed this morning. Unfortunately, do have the classic root beer Olipop. This stuff is fantastic. No Super Bowl commercials for Olipop last night.
I was looking for them. I saw some other fizzy drink that they had up there.
Yeah, some imposters we don't need to talk about.
I've seen those in the stores too. They're getting around.
Yeah, well, they're copying Olipop, and they're a bunch of losers, so we don't need to acknowledge them at all. This is the only stuff you need. This is the only stuff you need right here. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I've got the classic root beer in hand this morning. Only 35 calories, only 2 grams of sugar in this Olipop, and every flavor of Olipop has less than 50 calories and less than 5 grams of sugar, and of course 9 grams of fiber and a bunch of ingredients that help support good digestive health. So this is an easy New Year's resolution to keep. It's already February 10th. Most of you are done with everything else. Now, stop drinking the old soda that you've been drinking. This is the soda you should be drinking. It is Olipop. Get you some wherever you buy your groceries all around the state of Texas. All right, Buck, on to the Texas men. You and I were talking a little bit before the show, and just a tough one. Just a tough one for Texas. It was a rough week for the Longhorns. 0-2 at a time where they really needed to stack up a couple of wins here. They are right on the tournament bubble. The disappointment at home against Arkansas last Wednesday, and they go on the road, and they were in that game. I mean, they jumped out to a 9-2 lead at Vanderbilt. They were up by 10 points with 14 minutes to go. They did a lot of things right, but then down the stretch, we saw the Texas offense pull a Texas offense They ended the game 1 of 10 shooting. They went 6.5 minutes without a field goal down the stretch. Vanderbilt closed the game out. Make sure I can do my math here. Texas was up 54-44. Vanderbilt closed out the game on a 42-24 run. And Texas, instead of getting a big quadrant 1 win on the road, they suffer a loss that moves them closer and closer to the NIT.
They were truly out physical. That's truly a weak bunch of men's basketball players. That's all of them. That's including superstar guard and everything else. He doesn't cover anybody. It's 5-on-4 when that guy's on the court playing defense. So you just need to know that he's not going to play great. He's not going to play average defense. He's just in the way. So that's just the way that goes. But the rest of them, this was a Vandy team that size-wise, one guy dominated the whole first half. That guy was elbowing guys. He was pushing guys down. They brought Ken in. It was embarrassing, I thought, the way that the one player, and now he did. I'm going to say this. I don't officiating. It's like the Super Bowl last night. There's those couple penalties. They didn't need to call those early in the game. Those silly ass penalties that the officials got involved with early. But there was a couple that Vandy, their big guy Carrier or whatever his name was, where he would lower his shoulder into the chest of guys and knock them the hell out of the way. I don't know. They didn't even fall back like it was an offensive foul. They just got physically moved out of the way. And that dude just had his way in the first half. And I'm like, this is not a 7-footer. This is a guy like 6'8", just taking these other 6'8" guys, 6'5" guys, and moving them wherever he wanted to. He dominated them in the first half. And that was just a sign of weakness from all of them. They look intimidated early. And then in the second half, I don't know what Rodney Terry was doing. There's a time to foul when you have to foul guys, and you need to know who to foul. And you don't need to be fouling guys that shoot 85% and 90% when you got a 60% shooter. Have somebody go there and pull his pants down like one of the Three Stooges. Just show some basketball.
Is that a basketball play?
Well, basketball IQ on that basketball team is not very good. I would expect, some of these guards that have been places that have had some success have a better IQ, but they do not. That's a team without really good basketball IQ. And part of that is on the coach. Late in the games, you got to know who to foul. Now, I'd like to say it's all the coach, but it's not. You get as a player, you get a chart of this guy shoots this percent or whatever. Here's who you need to foul. You in your mind, that's part of your deal as a basketball player. That guy shoots 60%. There's like 14 seconds to go. I need to foul him. That guy over there shoots 85, 90%. I don't need to foul him. There's the other guy. Go foul him. They're fouling the wrong guys. It's like they haven't been coached at that part of the game. It's just poor presentation at the end.
Yeah, well,
Not enough said about the coach. I'm trying to keep the coach out of it, but that the coach does.
Don't leave the coach out of it. Don't leave the coach out of it. The coach is not doing a good job. Texas started the year ranked. The Texas Longhorns started the year ranked in the top 25. I think they've got a top 20 roster in college basketball.
And that's what I would say right now. I don't think they're very good. I don't think individually they're all that good. So.
Well, I think we got to acknowledge injuries too. Like Kendall Weaver missed his 9th straight game on Saturday. That guy is a great athlete. He's a great rebounder. He's a great defender, and Texas is definitely missing him. And then Tremont Mark, who I think has been Texas's best perimeter defender this year, he also was a late scratch, like right before tip-off on Saturday. So I don't think Vanderbilt scoring 86 points if the Longhorns have those two guys who help with the things that Texas struggled with on Saturday. So injuries obviously don't help, but this team should be better than 4-7 in the SEC. This team should not be losing to teams like Arkansas and Vanderbilt back-to-back. It can't happen. And you look around the University of Texas. The Texas women's team is probably going to be ranked in the top 3 today. You look at Texas softball, they're number 1 in the country. Texas baseball is ranked in the top 20. Texas tennis, the men's team, shout out to them. They beat number 2 TCU in Austin on Friday in a national championship rematch. You just look at the other teams at Texas right now, and they're all competing for SEC titles or national titles. And the Texas basketball team, the men's basketball team, is trying to compete for a first 4 spot in Dayton. That's not the standard here. That's unacceptable.
What did you think of the physicality of this basketball team against a team that wasn't very big?
Soft. Soft. They're soft. They're weak. Caden Shedrick getting bulldozed by AJ Hogard in the
Yes.
last couple of minutes there, where he looked
All
like
up in
a
his
cannon,
chest.
literally looked like the come and take it cannon, just shot him in the chest. And that dude just gets knocked over by like a 6'1" guard. It's like, dude, and he's getting out rebounded all the time. Like Jason Kent getting out.
Just put that heating pad on his back and sit down.
And Zarek Onyema, you would think he could hang with the athletes of Vanderbilt, but
Right.
no, he can't. I mean, that guy brings you nothing off the bench for Texas. So, yeah, I mean, Texas, you look at the rebound count, it's not vastly in favor of Vanderbilt, but they had way too many second chance opportunities. And you're right, they were able to get where they wanted. A lot of easy buckets in the paint and right at the rim because of the physicality that they showed. And Texas is just not a physical enough team. Doesn't just matter in football. We talk about that all the time with Texas football. You got to be physical in the SEC to compete. Texas basketball, it's no different. You got to be physical in this league to compete. And Texas, they didn't want to match physicality with Vanderbilt.
No, it's just like they were like shying away from the contact. They didn't want anything to do with it. As I said, I thought the kid from Vandy Carey got away with a lot of dipping that shoulder into the chest of guys. But I'm like, he shouldn't be. I mean, do me a favor, at least fake it like you're getting a charge on you. But that guy was just moving those guys wherever he wanted to move them to on the boards. He just said, okay, I want to get a finger roll. Let me just get my shoulder down on you and move you about 3 feet away. And he moved him. It's like, I'm like, wait a minute, you guys are the same size as this guy. Fall down on the ground or something. Grab your knee or something like you got hurt. Maybe the refs will call it. But if you let that guy just bulldoze you, he's going to take it. He didn't do it in the second half. They got a little bit better in the second half. But the first half, BK, that dude abused those guys. Yeah,
Jalen Carey, the brother of former Duke forward Vernon Carey, who was one of the top recruits in the country a few years ago. So some good genes with Jalen Carey. That was maybe the best game of his college career. He was awesome, especially in the first half.
Late the game just took over. I'm like, can somebody cover this guy?
Yeah, well, AJ Hogard, I think, started 0 of 10 for Vanderbilt, the Michigan State transfer. And then, he got really hot down the stretch. Jason Edwards, the UNT transfer, had a big night as well. And it was the white guy, Tyler Nickel, who kind of kept Vandy in the game. He had some huge threes for them when they needed it most. And look, it was a close game. It was a close game late. Vanderbilt made winning plays. Texas didn't. But when you have a 10-point lead on the road with 14 minutes to go, you got to win. You got to win that game. You can't give that one up.
That's physically the same size as you are at best.
The team, and look, Vandy's been a great story. They're kind of right where Texas is right now, like right there squarely on the NCAA tournament bubble. But Vanderbilt was picked to finish dead last in this conference this season. You've got a 10-point lead against the team that was picked last in this league. You got to hold on to that thing. And Texas gave it up in the matter of 5 or 6 minutes. And then, you kind of knew with 2 minutes left, the game was over. Vandy ran away with it at the end. So just
they don't have great ball handlers. They don't, once again, if Trey Johnson doesn't carry you, which 15 is not going to carry your team. 25-30 is going to have you in there in the SEC possibly if somebody else comes to play with you. But if nobody else comes to play with you, 15 is not going to get it done.
No, and that's the thing. Like, we've talked about this a lot. I think Texas kind of has a big four when it comes to offense. One of the big four is Tremont Mark. He didn't play on Saturday.
But herky-jerky lefty?
Yeah, but you need at least two, if not all three, at least two, if not three of those four guys showing up on offense to feel good about your chances to win. And you had kind of Trey Johnson, and that was it. Arthur Kaluma, 3 of 11, Jordan Pope, 3 of 10. Like, that's not good.
Well, I screamed at the TV one time when Kaluma turned over one of the guards over to Shedrick. Instead of taking him and coming through, he just turned him over to him. That dude took Shedrick right to the hoop. I'm like, Kaluma, that's your guy. Don't pass that off on that sluggo of a guy. He's not foot-wise. He's not going to be able to keep up the speed. He just gave him up to the guy. I'm like, wait a minute. Keep on going. That's your guy. The guy's hot right now. You stay with him. He was like, threw his hands up in the air, turned him over. I'm like, great. It's great. It's just bad defense. It's bad physicality, and it's not knowing what to do late in the games. Not the awareness. The basketball IQ is not there.
No,
and that's where that's where I have to go to the coach. Who do we foul? When do we foul? How do we do this? When do we use the timeout? It's like, wait a minute, what is this? Like helter-skelter ball? It does. It looked like rec league stuff.
That's a bad team right now. I mean, they're 4-7 in the SEC. You are what your record says you are. Texas right now is a bottom 5 team in the conference. And I mean, we knew what was coming up this week. That's why last week felt so important, because everybody knew that Alabama and Kentucky were this week. So it's like, okay, you've got Arkansas at home. They're one of the worst teams in the league. And then you've got Vanderbilt on the road. That's the team that was picked to finish last in the conference. Get these 2 games so you don't have to feel like Alabama and Kentucky are must wins. Instead of going 2-0, you would have taken a split last week. Instead of that, you were 0-2, and now if you don't win one of these 2 games against 2 of the top 15 teams in America, that's going to be a 4-game losing streak going into late February. That's not what you want.
No.
In Texas, we keep talking about 8 wins, right? That's the magic number, I think, for Texas to feel like they are going to be in the NCAA tournament. And look, they make a run to the SEC tournament championship. Obviously, if they win the SEC tournament, get the auto bid, obviously this conversation changes. But just being realistic here, regular season, Texas needs 8 conference wins. Right now, they're at 4. They're 4-7. They have 7 regular games left.
I just don't know if you all of a sudden say we're going to be physical. I just don't know if they can. I don't know if they can do that, because Kaluma thinks he's like a big guard. I mean, and he's a big dude. He should be in there grabbing a bunch of rebounds again. I just don't know. I don't know the mindset. Can you do that? Can you change this part of the season? I mean, I think you have to, because you're not tall enough, so you got to be physical. You can't be short and not physical. You know what I mean? Can't come into these lineups being short and then you're not physical to boot. I just don't know if that works.
No, Texas, again, I think they need to go 4-3 in these last 7 games. And here's the remaining schedule. You get Alabama at home tomorrow night. You get number 14, Kentucky, at home on Saturday night. At South Carolina, who has not won an SEC game.
Oh, don't lose to them away.
You lose to them away, then it's cancel Christmas.
Yes.
I don't care that that's a road game. That team is awful right now. Then at Arkansas, you already lost to Arkansas at home, and you got kind of blown out by Arkansas at home. And then you wrap up home Georgia, at Mississippi State, home Oklahoma to end the year. So you can find 4 wins in there. You could definitely find 4 wins in there, but
I can find 3.
You could also you could also find 5 losses in there if Texas plays the way that they played last week.
Yeah.
So looking at Ken Palm right now, he has Texas going 4-3 down the stretch. He actually has the Longhorns beating Kentucky on Saturday, also beating South Carolina, Georgia, and Oklahoma to get to the 4 wins.
Well, if it was at Oklahoma, it would be for sure.
Yeah, Texas, they already did that. They already got that win in Norman, despite that giant balloon snake that they had at the Lloyd Noble Center a few weeks ago. So, these games this week aren't must wins, but the margin for error for the Longhorns is as slim as it's ever been. And you lose 2 games to those 2 teams, it's not going to help. By the way, Joe Lenardi, his latest bracket, he has Texas as a 10 seed, so he still has the Longhorns in the field of 68 right now. Jerry Palm at CBS does not have Texas in. So you ask how close the Longhorns are to missing the tournament. Those are probably the 2 most well-known bracketologists out there. One guy has Texas barely in. The other guy has Texas out at the moment. So
the way they played Saturday, I see them winning 2 games. The Georgia is one of them, and South Carolina should be, but that's on the road, so who knows? So, I mean,
you're not going to give them the OU win
at home.
They've dominated OU.
Oh, okay, maybe that's the second one. Georgia and OU. How's that?
So no more South Carolina.
No, I don't like on the road. I saw them at Vandy. South Carolina is like Vandy's the Vanderbilt story this year for basketball and football is kind of similar, you know?
Yeah, they are. Oh, it's a great story. I mean, Mark Byington, the head coach at Vanderbilt in his first year coming over from James Madison. Great job. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long he's going to stay at Vandy with the job he's done this year. Yeah, he's done great. He's going to be in the conversation for SEC Coach of the Year. Obviously, Bruce Pearl at Auburn, Nate Oates at Alabama, with what those 2 teams have done. Those guys will be in the mix for that award as well. But yeah, like football, Vanderbilt picked to finish last. They're a middle of the pack team. That's exactly what's happening with basketball right now.
Yeah, I guess Missouri woke up because A&M got a nice win on.
Yeah, nice road victory for A&M on Saturday. Wade Taylor hitting a big three late to break a tie and give the Aggies the win. Yeah, fun day of SEC basketball on Saturday. Not so fun if you're a Texas fan.
Yeah, I tell you what, I wanted to see if, in my mind, I thought early that Clemson would be able to beat Duke at Clemson. And then before the game, in my mind, I flipped it. Flag's about to have a great game, and Clemson still beat them. Clemson's got a lot of good players. They got a lot of good big men. They got like 3 big men on that Clemson team that are pretty stout on the boards and stuff. I like that team.
Yeah, big win. I think Clemson has won 5 straight games against top 5 teams.
Yeah, they're good. That's a good team.
It's just a weird thing to think about. I mean, last year they made it all the way to the Elite Eight. They kind of snuck into the tournament. They made it to the Elite Eight under Brad Brownell, and they brought most of that team back.
Yeah, I like the way he coaches. He's a good coach.
Yeah, he is. And they've got most of their team back. The big white guy, Shiflin, who's good. The guard, Chase Hunter's good. They've got that European dude, Victor Locken, who had a huge day on Saturday. It's a good team. And, they're the second best team in the ACC. The ACC is terrible this year. It's like Duke and a lot of nothing. Clemson right now, clearly the second best team in the ACC. No, that's a league that might only get 4 or 5 in the tournament. North Carolina should not make the tournament this year.
No.
They might get in because they're UNC and they're going to find every excuse they can to get them in. But North Carolina is not an NCAA tournament team right now. So it's a down year for the ACC in basketball, just like it was for football as we continue those cross-sport comparisons here. But yeah, nice win for Clemson. That was a fun game on Saturday night.
Right. So if they lose to South Carolina, that means they lose to the Lady Cocks too if they played them. No, they're not near as physical as the Lady Cocks. No.
Who would win, South Carolina women or Texas men?
I don't want to say they're that bad physically. They looked that bad on Saturday. I just couldn't believe it, BK. That one dude was dominating these guys and doing whatever he wanted to against 2 or 3 other guys that are, like I said, he wasn't a 7-footer, but he was bulky, he was big, and he was moving people wherever he wanted to. He was gobbling up all the rebound, and the guys look intimidated.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're not going to play a team that's this is the team that's your size. Don't look intimidated against them. Go get them. They just refuse. They look weak. They look physically weak to me.
Excuse me, Buck. Less than 5 weeks away from Selection Sunday. Rodney Terry's got just over a month to figure things out. Otherwise, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Over the weekend, I spent a few minutes looking up replacements for Rodney Terry. And it was made easy because Indiana announced that they're firing Mike Woodson after this season. I'm surprised they're letting him coach it out. I don't know what good that does for anybody, but he's been a disaster in Bloomington. But Indiana, like, there's a bunch of articles on the internet right now that's like potential replacements at IU. Those are the same names that Texas needs to be looking at and thinking about right now. Kind of sucks that Indiana's open because that's a big-time marquee program. They're going to be able to get a big name and potentially take somebody that Texas could be looking for.
You're right.
Hopefully the Horns can figure it out and get on a heater down the stretch and make a deep run in the tournament so we don't have to spend time talking about that. But it's hard not to think about it.
As much as I think Trey Johnson's still got a little bit of a baby in him and he's still got to grow up a little bit, he just got to be a better all-around player. I mean, like I said, if he's going to score, if you're going to give me 30, 25, 30, 40 points, okay, that's fine. That's good. So now you're a superstar. I can expect you to be not that good on defense, but you can't be a 15-point guy when you're a lottery pick and then a terrible defender. That part doesn't work. I mean, it is what it is. I can't expect him to be a defense. This guy's probably never been a defender since he was CYO guy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he's not a great defender. I can't argue against that. I don't know. Like he's still leading the SEC in scoring. So I'm not going to get too on Trey Johnson for what he's doing on offense. Like, I get it. I mean, he was 5 of 15 on Saturday. He was like 6 of 22 against Arkansas last week. So the shooting percentage has taken a little bit of a hit, but this guy is still leading the best conference in college basketball in scoring. So I'm not going to get too on him for offense, but yeah, I mean, defensively isn't great, but he's not there for his defense. You should have enough other guys.
That's right. Well, there's not. That's Rodney Terry. He knew that when he brought the kid here.
Once again, the issue is Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver are out right now. Like, you need those guys. Also, you don't have a great rim protector. So if someone is going to beat Trey Johnson off the dribble on the perimeter, it'd be nice to have somebody down low.
They brought in these sluggos that they brought in here who don't get rebounds.
They didn't. Well, they didn't bring in. They tried to bring in another big. They couldn't. There's not a lot of bigs that are available. There's not a lot of great bigs in men's college basketball right now. They're hard to find. And the guys who do hit the portal, I mean, they go for millions of dollars. So, like, Texas went after a couple of these guys. They didn't win bidding wars against other teams. And that's
right. Okay. Well, then it's not Rodney Terry's fault. Then he should stay. That's not the way that's going to work.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the way it's going to work.
Well, I mean, guys are hurt. It's not his fault. And he couldn't he's got to outbid people.
Yeah, well done. I mean, the injuries happen. I mean, that's unfortunate for Rodney Terry. It's unfortunate for everybody who roots for Texas basketball who would like to see this team succeed. But I mean, look, you're not. If Trey Johnson missed like 2 months of the season, then maybe this is a different conversation. But we're talking about a guy off the bench in Kendall Weaver who helps. Once again, he was great for Texas down the stretch last year. Like anybody who watched last year's team,
does not get physically manhandled. His size, he plays like he's 6'8", 6'9". You know, with some size on him, he plays hard. These other guys just don't. I mean, you got Pope and you got the other guy at guard. I don't know what they do.
And for the NIL argument, it's a very similar conversation with David Pierce, right? Because a lot of people who were in favor of David Pierce sticking around said that he just didn't get enough support. Like Texas wasn't playing the NIL game like LSU, like Florida, like A&M, like Tennessee. Yeah, like, the other top teams. I know I went all SEC teams, but you could just look at some of the other top teams from around college baseball. Texas wasn't spending the type of money those other schools were spending. And that wasn't because Texas didn't like David Pierce. It was because the big money donors, the boosters, didn't like David Pierce. So they weren't giving enough money for Texas to spend on those players. So part of the reason why the Longhorns, I think, felt like they needed to make a change was to get more financial supports into the program. How do you get financial support in the program? You steal A&M's coach who led them to a national title last year or to the national championship series. Y'all know what I mean?
Sure.
So like all of a sudden people are invested in Texas baseball again. Rodney Terry, the money is not, I mean, Texas ain't poor. Don't get me wrong. You don't get Trey Johnson and Kaluma and Tremont Mark if you're not spending money. So this isn't, Texas is broke, but you need the fan base, more importantly, the very rich members of this fan base, to be bought in on what you are selling. And I don't think a lot of people are bought into what Rodney Terry is selling right now, which means I don't know if Texas basketball is ever going to get to a point under Rodney Terry where they're competing for championships.
Yeah.
And that's the goal. Again, said it last week. Chris Del Conte has openly talked about since the moment he took this job, his teams needing to compete or in the top 10 and compete for national championships every season. Look around campus. Most Texas teams are doing that. Texas basketball, nowhere close to that right now. And that's why I think RT is in some serious trouble.
Well, I just went to the fundamentals of knowing what to do late in the game, or like you said, when it's you're down 4, you're down 3, and it's time to foul and who to foul and what to do. I don't even pretend to be a basketball coach, but I'm looking at, what are you doing, guys? Let's go. There's a sense of urgency. You haven't had any the whole game. Now there's a real sense of urgency, and guys are just kind of just strolling around, not knowing who to foul, not knowing when to foul, when to call timeout. That's the strategy part of it, that if you don't have the other stuff, you better have that part down.
Yeah, that's well said. That is well said. So disappointing. Texas men's basketball loses at Vanderbilt in a game that they had. Yeah, at least I felt like they had 86-78, the final score. That caps off a brutal week for Texas. Not only did they go 0-2, but they lost to 2 unranked teams, and they lost to 2 bubble teams as well. So if the NCAA tournament committee is looking at Texas and they're looking at Vanderbilt's resume and there's one slot left in the dance.
I'm going to look at that Vandy team and go, there's no way they should be in the tournament. They're still not going to win enough games. I don't care what their story is. It's like their football team. They can have a Cinderella story, but they're not real good. That's what makes that loss even worse. They're not that good.
They've got some good wins, though. I mean, they beat
They're good at
Tennessee.
home. They're okay at home now.
They are, and they've only lost one time at home all
Yeah.
season long. And they beat Tennessee at home. They beat Kentucky at home. Now they've beaten Texas at home. Like, Texas ain't the level of those other two, but yeah, they're hanging in there. They are in the mix. I think they were a last 4 team in for Joe Lunardi going into Saturday, which means they're higher than that after that performance.
Yeah, Trey Johnson brings that sizzle when they on the broadcast, because they can't stop with the comparisons to Kevin Durant, and he's the greatest shooter, SEC leading scorer and stuff. But I'm like, man, they are so far away with the other players right now, because they got, like I said, they got 2 point guards that I'm like, are they the same guy? What is it that they do that's different? I don't know. They seem to play about the same amount of time,
Yeah. Well, Julian Larry, I'll give him some credit. I thought he played a really good game on Saturday. Let me see if I can pull up the stats. I think he had 11 points in that loss, which was good to see. But yeah, I mean, he's been disappointing overall this season from Indiana State. And Jordan Pope, both of those guys started because Tremont Mark was out.
And Clark Kent, between Clark Kent and Pope John there, it's like, come on, guys.
Well, not good enough. Not good enough. And they were shorthanded on Saturday.
Sometimes they're not. They're really not good enough.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube live chats are open as well.
You saw the game. You buying that I could have got 2 rebounds in that game? No 7-footers. What?
No.
Did you see some of the scrambles on the floor? You don't think I could have got to those and got rid of the ball? Counted as a rebound for me?
No.
Oh my!
I still don't think you can run 94 feet down the floor. Like, how long would it take you to get from one end of the court to the other?
About 6-7 seconds.
You're going to be behind.
Dude, the balls, when Texas shoots, with the way the ball comes off the rim, I'll still be at half court. It could bounce back to half court. I could get the rebound. It's not like it just bounces and it's almost close to going in. When they miss, they slam the board. They hit you got to know where the rebound's going. That's a part of the deal. Know where it's coming off.
You're saying you can do that?
I get two, BK. I'm not asking for 6. I'm asking for 2 in a game. One and a half is going to come off my right way. I'm going to get it. I'm going to maybe not travel, hopefully, but get rid of it to somebody else.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you play all 40 minutes, you could get 2 rebounds.
Oh, that's right. I'd have to play all 40.
But there's no way.
I forgot about the time spent on the court.
I was going to say, you couldn't last 5 minutes total. You couldn't do 5 1-minute stretches in one of these games. You let alone play 40 minutes. So yeah, if you somehow were able to be healthy enough to play a 40-minute SEC college basketball game, then yeah, I'd give you a couple of rebounds. But your stamina, no chance. Your conditioning.
How about 26 minutes? What about 20?
No, you can't. Not enough? 26 minutes? You think you could last 26 minutes in one of these?
Dude, I'm not saying I'm covering anybody. And I'm not saying I'm not scoring. We're talking about 2 rebounds in a game.
I'm just talking about you walking up and down the floor. Forget running. You could walk up and down the floor enough times to play 26 minutes.
Without having a heart attack?
Yeah. EMS, you better have EMS on standby if you're going to try something like that.
I may have to look. Hey, I went for a 2-mile walk the other day. I made it yesterday before Super Bowl Sunday on the hard pan out here, up the hills. I made that, and in a nice pace too.
There you go. How long did that take? How long did a 2-mile walk take you?
It probably took me close to an hour.
Okay.
It was a little cold yesterday too. Remember, it was chilly in the morning.
I don't know if I'd call that a nice pace. It is a pace. I don't know if it's a nice one. It was good for you, though. Good exercise.
It was good. And that's why I'm sitting in this relaxed back chair right now, because, dude, my back was humming yesterday. After I did that, I didn't go to the regular track and thought I could get it done. I went on the streets here and up the hills. And when I got back, my back had already told me, going to be a tough Super Bowl there, guy, if you don't get in that chair. And I got into my chair, and I feel great this morning. And, folks, thank you to Relax the Back. Those folks over there do a remarkable job. And in this new year, if you had back problems, believe me, shoulder, neck, thoracic, lumbar area, hip problems, please go over to Relax the Back. If you got somebody that you really care about, send them over there. They've got all the accessories that you need: Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, unbelievable zero gravity recliners. They have got it all at Relax the Back. 2 great locations, folks, at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. I'm not going to say I'm pain-free anymore. I'd like to be pain-free, and I'm trying my best thanks to the folks at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking a TSU hat this morning. We're about to get a few new TSU rope hats for the people out there. But I love Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business or just an event coming up that needs shirts, signs, posters, hats, stickers, koozies, whatever, reach out to our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They will get you what you need, and they will get you what you need very, very quickly. You can call Adam. You can text him, 512-300-9641. You can find them on Instagram and shoot him a DM over there at Waterloo Printing.
Yeah, Jake says, not Jake, Steven says that Bucky, Kerry would have run you over. Yeah, that dude would run me over. That guy is big. Yeah, that doesn't mean that he can't trip over me and the ball accidentally comes off the rim and lands in my belly. I mean, things can happen in a way. Yeah, that guy's going to run. Or do you think I can defend? I'm not saying, have I said a word defend anybody in these conversations? I said rebound.
Now it sure sounds like you're going to stick your leg out to try to trip Kerry.
No.
You're going to take a cheap shot on him to get a rebound.
No. That guy doesn't even have to lower. He doesn't lower. If he lowers his shoulder, that means he hits the top of my head. That guy is huge.
Yeah. If he lowers his shoulder,
he was a specimen now. He was a specimen. But some of these guys, Shedrick is what, 6'11"? He's got to weigh over 200 pounds. That guy he just moved him around. Like you said, that guard jumped right into his chest, BK. He said, I'm taking this to the rack. You're not stopping me. You're not going to take your long arms and block it because I'm going to stick my shoulder into your chest and you will be underneath the backboard, which he was. Man.
Jalen Carey listed at 6'8", 265. Caden Shedrick, 6'11", 231.
Wow.
So Shedrick has the height advantage, but Carey, if you watch the game on Saturday, that guy's got the width advantage. It's a big boy right there.
Yes, I would end up in ICU, but I'd get my 2 rebounds.
No, you wouldn't.
Maybe
in the coma that Jalen Carey would put you in, you'd get your 2 boards.
With my head hitting the back of the floor?
Your head hitting the ground. Yeah, that's nighty-night for you right there, my friend.
I can take a blow to the head. Aaron Hernandez. Yes, I can.
Aaron Hernandez?
Yes, what? I can take blows to the head.
Is that a gay joke or a murder joke?
That's a head joke. Remember, he had all that. I watched that documentary on him, a bunch of it. They've got like 50 parts of that. Dude, that dude was jacked up mentally.
Yeah. Had some issues.
He had some issues.
Yeah, he did. A lot of them. Wow. Even before he got to Florida.
Oh, yeah. Way before, yeah.
They got bigger at Florida, and they got even bigger in the league, and now he's dead.
That dude's talking about how how the headaches that he has. He said they didn't like to use his head. It's going to kind of be tough to be a football player.
Yeah, it's a pretty important thing to use in that sport, I think. I don't know much, but I know that. All right, quick shout out to AV Consultations, by the way, 512-255-8678. If you had to go somewhere else to watch the Super Bowl yesterday, you're doing it wrong, because all you need to do is call AV Consultations, and you can have everybody go to your place. Or, hey, if you don't want to host a big party, you could just stay at home and watch the game by yourself or with your family with the AV Consultations TV set up. And, of course, now that football is done, we still got plenty of other great sports coming up. March Madness right around the corner. College baseball starts this weekend. College softball actually started this past weekend. Shout out to the Texas women starting the year 6-0.
Watch a little waste management golf during the weekend.
You got the PGA Tour season in full swing. You've got the NHL playoffs coming up in the not-too-distant future. The NBA playoffs coming up in the not-too-distant future. There's never a bad time to be a sports fan. Even though we don't have football in the spring, there's a lot of great things coming your way soon, which means it's a great time to call AV Consultations to get the home TV setup of your dreams. Whether it's the multi-screen man cave that I have, if you want the big 85-inch screen like the Bucks got, whatever you want, AV Consultations can make it happen indoors and outdoors. If you want a new patio TV setup, AV Consultations can hook you up out there as well. Reach out to them. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas since 1988. Give them a call, 512-255-8678, or go online to avconsultations.com.
Very nice.
I am dying this morning, dude. I was in Lake Charles over the weekend for a bachelor party. Trip? It's fun. Easy drive down I-10, about 4.5 to 5 hours. Not too bad. No
ice, no snow like they had a couple weeks ago, just kind of clear sailing.
No ice, no snow, but a ton of mosquitoes out there.
What?
And I played a round of golf on Saturday, probably the first round of golf I played in 8 months. And I bites all over the place. If you see like my arms off screen, I'm not doing anything inappropriate. I'm just, everything itches. I've got at least 15 mosquito bites on me right now.
Not messing around with the Jolly Rancher down there?
Not messing around with it's not as big as a Jolly Rancher, dude.
I mean, was the temperature like it was here Saturday? It felt like 100 degrees here, like it was in the 90s. It was like mid 80s here. Saturday was so sticky and warm here. So you didn't have that kind of temperature?
No, I mean, it was warm. It wasn't that hot. It was like low to mid 70s, but had a lot of wind, which is not great for golfing, but it is great for feeling good, not getting too hot.
Oh yeah, well, it is Louisiana, so there's probably the mosquitoes. Wherever there's piss, there's mosquitoes. So
yeah, and everyone was taking some leaks on the golf course. Instead of me taking a leak on the golf course, I went into a bathroom that they had on the course. I just pissed all over the floor.
Oh, there you go. Way to get in tune with those traditions they have there.
Everyone's like, "Really? You're going to the bathroom?" I'm like, just trust me on this. I know what I'm doing.
I mean, does that still hold true? Is it still true? BK, that's a real thing there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Why everywhere. Is that a real thing anywhere?
It's not just a New Orleans thing. It's a statewide problem.
Yes.
In Louisiana. Like I don't know, but I contributed to it. I just wanted to fit in, I wanted to be one of the locals.
When in Rome, when in Rome, be a Roman, I guess.
So I'm dying over here. But Mosquitoes, dude, they crushed me. I didn't even feel them in real time. I didn't think I got bit that bad, but it's 2 days later and I'm cooked. Did the bug spray. Didn't have the bug spray. I got sunburned too. That's
Did you play at the course right there near the casinos, that place?
Yeah, at the Gold Nugget. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was in good shape. No driving range though, which is not good.
Sand everywhere. Everything has sand around it.
Good news is we were playing a scramble, so I didn't have to deal with much sand.
Oh, okay.
There's a group of like 16 guys, so we were playing a scramble, and I was playing with a couple of guys who were way better than me, which is good. Yeah, no, it's
get some nice gaming course. Tables. How'd you do with the gaming tables?
That was okay. I think I ended up like $50, which
nothing wrong with that.
I'll take gambling. The tables I was down. I had some success betting college basketball on Saturday. Betting some Stars hockey too. That was a nice win for them in San Jose over the weekend that the cousin collected on. But the tables
winnings. Never turn your nose up at winnings.
Tables weren't great to me. The slots were not good to me at all.
Of course not. You don't ever take time to become one with the slot machine, so it's not going to ever work for you. You don't have that you don't have that feeling for the slots. You're not going to sit in a spot where somebody peed, or you're not going to put your arms around the slots. You're not going to care.
No,
you're going to let old ladies take over your machine. That's not the way to roll.
I messed up. I saw a machine. I saw a buffalo that was calling to me. Like I heard it, and I walked right by it because I was with a couple of buddies, and they're like, "We got to go over here for a second." I was like, "All right," and I marked that slot machine in my head. I'm like, I'm coming back to you. I'll see you in 5 minutes. I come back. Someone's sitting there, and they're winning big. And I'm like, all right, I'll just sit at the one next to him, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Just look over their shoulder. They eventually will tell you to go away, and you tell them, oh, no, that machine, my cousin built that machine. You lie to get on that machine.
No, I should have done it, but they stayed. I sat at the machine next to him, didn't win, and that guy was winning some good money. So tough weekend for me.
Cookies.
The Buffaloes were killing me. All right, back to Super Bowl 59, Buck. More to unpack from this game. How good are the Eagles? Like, obviously, the Chiefs are still in the middle of this dynastic run, and they lost a Super Bowl to Tampa Bay, came back a couple of years later, won
Sure.
2 in a row. I still feel like people think the Chiefs are going to be in the mix, but now we got to talk about the Eagles. They've been to 3 Super Bowls in the last 7 years. Obviously, they've now won 2 of them. That team is loaded with talent. Jalen Hurts is under contract. Saquon Barkley's under contract. Most of their offensive linemen are under contract. Their skill position guys on the outside are as well. The defense is super talented, and some of their best players were rookies this year.
Oh, yeah, they're super young. They're in it for the long haul now. I hate it because it's the Eagles, but they're in it for the long haul. They've got youth everywhere, and that secondary is really, really good. You can't make a mistake with that secondary, or the balls are going to get picked because the pressure up front. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to pressure you. They get enough pressure with their front 4 guys, so it makes it easy in the secondary for them because everybody can drop in coverage.
Yeah, that's the amazing part of last night's game is Patrick Mahomes was sacked 6 times. He was pressured 25 times, and all of that happened without the Eagles bringing 1 blitz.
Man,
they got all of that pressure with just 4 all night long.
Yeah, and they stuck with their game plan. Their game plan was they were going to have Patrick Mahomes throw the ball all night. They weren't going to run. They didn't run, and they weren't going to run. Their whole initial thing was they were going to put it on the arms of Patrick Mahomes and his wide receivers and Kelsey and everybody else. They didn't run any screens. They weren't thinking about the running backs. They just thought they could do it with their quarterback, and they found out different. And that's why I picked Philadelphia. I just thought that they just were stronger. They were a team that struggled all year long with the offensive line against just about everybody, even though they found ways to win because of that guy at quarterback. I just thought against this particular group, it's not going to happen. They can't hold them out.
Well, Vic Fangio's the real MVP, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you give it to a player, and Jalen Hurts was very deserving, don't get me wrong, but Vic Fangio came up with the perfect game plan. And, we talked about that previewing the game. I mean, Vic Fangio had more success against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes than any other defensive mind in football. And he was doing that in Denver with way less talent. He was doing that in Miami with way less talent. And now you give him all of the talent that the Eagles have on defense. I mean, that marriage worked out perfectly.
Now, could you have found at least 4 guys who could have been the MVP in that game on Philadelphia's team?
I mean, the other guy who was in the mix was Josh Sweat, who had 2.5 sacks and 6 tackles.
Well, so he was pushing the pocket in.
Yeah, if you wanted to give it to a defensive player because just of what the defense did all night, then Josh Sweat would have been the guy. Obviously, Cooper DeJean had the pick 6, which was a huge play in the first half.
Can get you an MVP. We know that.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, yeah, Josh Sweat would have been the other guy who had a legitimate argument, I think, to be Super Bowl MVP.
Oh, Smith had another great game. That was a lot of reception yards. That was a pretty good game.
Yeah, 4 catches, 69 yards, and a touchdown. That bomb, too. I mean, the game was already over.
Yes.
But the Eagles get the ball back up. What was it, 27-0?
Everybody thought they were going to run the clock out, though. They got right after it, first down.
Yeah, touchdown. Oh, yeah, right after on first down. Yeah, they threw that deep 46-yard touchdown to Devontae Smith. What a ball by Jalen Hurts. He locked up the MVP on that throw right there.
Yep.
That was a perfectly thrown ball, a great route. Kansas City wasn't expecting it. None of us were expecting it. And
he had a quiet, what was it? Was it 57 yards rushing or 72 yards rushing? That was a quiet rushing stat for Jalen Hurts.
72.
And they put it in his hands. They had a lot of design runs for him. They just, once again, I said before the game that they figured out this guy is now healthy, so he's got to be, because they loaded up to stop Barkley, just period.
Yeah. Well, I think the Chiefs executed their defensive game plan the way that they kind of wanted to. Like they wanted to put the ball in Jalen Hurts' hands. I mean, Saquon Barkley had 25 carries for 57 yards. He was a non-factor last night. And they're like, okay, we're going to stop the run, and Jalen Hurts and receivers, see if you guys can beat us. And they did.
Yes.
They did. Jalen Hurts played a great game, only 5 incompletions all night. And, and the Chiefs, they had against that Eagles team, you have to take away something. You can't take away everything.
No.
Right? You either have to use extra resources to load the box to stop the run, or you got to focus on not giving up big plays through the passing game, which can expose you in the run. Like, they have too many weapons on that side of the ball to just say, we're going to stop everybody. And the Chiefs made it a point of emphasis to stop Saquon.
Yes.
They couldn't stop everybody in the passing game.
Yeah, and once again, that's a Chiefs team that they'll get that fixed.
Yeah, I think so. But the Chiefs' problem is not on defense. The Chiefs' problem is on offense right now.
Right.
Like Mahomes didn't have a great year. That's 2 years in a row where he hasn't had like great Mahomes-like seasons. Now, last year he won the Super Bowl. This year he made it to the Super Bowl. So when it matters most, he's able to do what he needs to do. But the Chiefs' offense as a whole, like Travis Kelce has lost 2 steps. Forget a step. That guy is not the difference maker that he was.
Yeah, and Hopkins is not. I mean, that's
Hopkins ain't the same. Yeah, like Juju Smith-Schuster, Hollywood Brown, and it's like Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice, who now will be coming off of a torn LCL. Like that's not enough. They don't have enough great running backs. They don't have enough great receivers. Obviously, their offensive line isn't great. So Mahomes is going to keep you in the mix, but they've got to invest a lot in their offense at pretty much every spot.
How did they only lose 2 games? Man.
They really only lost 1.
That's true. You're right. They're all sitting on the bench that last game.
They really only lost 1 game. And that's, that defense was awesome and Mahomes is awesome. So they played a lot of 1-score games. Everybody talked about that all season long.
You're right.
They weren't blowing teams out. Their point differential wasn't great. And they just were finding ways to win. It's almost like there was a mental block with every other team in the league. Like if you're in a close game in the 4th quarter against Kansas City, you just get scared and like you give them the game.
Yeah, almost. And it looked like that's what they were trying to play for in this game.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Well, yeah. Well, they didn't have a choice.
Didn't happen in this one.
They didn't get to play the kind of game they wanted to, period.
Yeah, so, I mean, Howie Roseman, he's the real MVP. If they give out, like, I think they do give out an Executive of the Year award, but if they just give out, like, a most valuable person for this 2024-25 NFL season, it's got to be Howie Roseman, right? The Eagles GM. Yeah. I mean, last offseason, the Eagles already had a great team that made it to the Super Bowl 3 years ago. And then, like, last year, they started off hot. They collapsed down the stretch, ended up losing in the first round of the playoffs, but they already had a loaded roster. And he goes out and hires Kellner Moore as the offensive coordinator, who was great, who's probably going to get the Saints job now. Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator. They go out and draft Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Marshall, who were elite corners. They signed Zach Bond off the scrap heap. Turns out to be first-team All-Pro linebacker. They signed Mekhi Becton, who was like a total bust with the Jets and looks like a really good offensive lineman in Philadelphia. And, oh, yeah, they brought in Saquon Barkley, too. Like, that team didn't need to have a great offseason because they already had a lot of talent. They went out there and had, like, the best offseason in NFL history.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job with those guys. And like you said, they already had the makings of a good team.
They did.
That secondary can really be good. That secondary, Slay, as old as he is and as many years as he's got on his body, he's still pretty good back there when you get the pressure that they get.
Yeah. They went out and re-signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson, too, who was solid in the secondary. That was another offseason move that they made. So, yeah, it's a loaded team. Like, they're the most talented roster in football. It's why you and I both picked them to win this game. And they showed up yesterday. And if you ask me, I'll be honest, this might sound weird considering how often the Chiefs have got to this game. If you asked me which of these 2 teams that played last night has a better chance to make it to Super Bowl 60, I would say Philadelphia.
Yeah. Yeah. Why wouldn't they? Why would they not repeat? They're so young, and now they got the kind of experience. Now they got the Super Bowl experience and a win under their belt. I don't think that the quarterback's not taking a step back. They'll only get better in their passing game. Saquon Barkley's going nowhere. The offensive line, they'll just get some more little pieces for that offensive line if guys get hurt. Why wouldn't they be back? Who's going to beat them? Dallas?
No.
The Cowboys?
No. Definitely not the Cowboys. I think Detroit it's going to be in the mix. I mean, they were the 1 seed in the NFC this year. I think Washington maybe is in the mix. We'll see if San Francisco bounces back. It almost feels like the Niners and Eagles have just been trading NFC championships in recent years. So maybe next year it's San Francisco's turn to do it again. But, I don't know. The AFC's better. Like Buffalo and Baltimore are still there in the AFC. Houston is still there in the AFC. So, look, I'm not telling everyone to bet against the Chiefs. There's a very good chance that they are back in this game next year.
Right.
But with what the Eagles said, the Eagles don't have any questions. I guess they're going to lose a couple of guys to free agency, probably going to lose their offensive coordinator. But you look up and down that roster, and there's way more answers than questions. Again,
Yeah, I mean,
Kansas City has like one or two offensive players, Buck, that I feel good about right now. That's about it. That's a problem.
Well, if Philadelphia's guy can do it, the guy in Kansas City can find guys to make those changes too.
Sure.
They just got to get younger at the, they got to get more Xavier Worthies with that kind of, and Hollywood Brown, once again, I think he's not a great route runner. He's just a guy that, damn, if he gets hurt, who knows? He's a little guy, Hopkins didn't do much during the season. They never really got him into what they were trying to do because they needed speed for the kind of routes and stuff that they run, the things that they do. I don't think they were good at the screen game because I don't think the offensive line was that good. So they weren't as good as they were. Pacheco never really got healthy the whole year. They'll be back around.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they're done. They're not done.
As long as Reed and Mahomes are still there, right? I mean, you'd be silly to not count them out. And I just pulled up some odds for next year's Super Bowl. No surprise, the Eagles are at the top, plus 600. Kansas City right behind them at plus 700 right now. And you've got Buffalo and Baltimore also at plus 700. This is according to DraftKings Sportsbook. And then you've got the Lions at plus 1,000, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I didn't think that. I thought because of Kansas City's defense that they could hang in there, maybe get some interceptions, maybe force Jalen Hurts into some things. But dude, they had some, like I said, they had some design runs. And when he took off, and then I had the quarterback over in rushing. Of course, I had tails to start out. I was just happy as I could be on the tails call immediately. That got me off to a good one. But I had Patrick Mahomes in the rushing too. And I didn't realize he was only about 10 yards off. And he was sliding, and it was rightfully so. And generally in that game, he doesn't do a lot of that sliding stuff. He wants to take on guys. But those guys from Philadelphia wanted him not to slide. They were going to knock his ass out if he wouldn't. They would have taken his head off. They got him in the pocket a couple times when he stepped up, got him in the legs, hit him in the head, the whole works. They wanted him to step up in the pocket. That's where all the pressure came from outside. And when he stepped up, that's where Williams and Carter were waiting for him, right down the middle.
Yeah, he took a couple of Quinn Ewers sacks last night, didn't he? Where he literally stepped right into the line of scrimmage and got taken down.
They planned that deal.
Yeah. Oh, the first half is the worst half of football Patrick Mahomes has probably played in his life. And this was a carbon copy of Super Bowl 55, by the way. The one that Tom Brady and the Bucks beat Kansas City.
Right.
And the Chiefs actually didn't score a touchdown in that game. 31-9 was the final score, but it was a blowout pretty much from the opening kick. And it was a blowout because the Kansas City offensive line sucked and they couldn't block anybody on Tampa. And Patrick Mahomes was running for his life all game long. And he had a couple of bad turnovers, and it was ugly for Kansas City. That was the exact same thing last night. Patrick Mahomes was running for his life every time he dropped back to throw. They couldn't run the ball at all. The Eagles just dominated in the trenches. And that's what happened. So, yeah, after
never
Super Bowl,
got in position for any trick plays. They never got to any of that stuff.
Yeah, you can't call a trick play when you're down 34-0.
And your front four is not falling for anything.
No.
They've got you all hooked up. They know your game plan almost.
Yeah, excuse me, Buck. The first half stat line for Patrick Mahomes: 6 of 14, 33 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Wow.
The Chiefs as a team, the Kansas City Chiefs, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, the team with the best record in football this year, had 23 yards on 20 plays in the first half. They had 1 first down. Meanwhile, Philadelphia had 13 in the first half. Like, just insane what Vic Fangio was able to scheme up and what the Eagles were able to do. Insane. Nobody does that to them.
We're going to get anything from Jerry this week after the Super Bowl is over? Like, we should have been there. We had the potential to be there.
I'll tell you what, watching the Eagles play last night and really watching the Eagles the last couple of games that they played, Cowboys aren't even close to that, dude.
Wow.
There's just a different level between these two teams. And it really, Look at Buffalo in the AFC Championship. Look at Washington in the NFC Championship. Like the teams that made deep playoff runs, the gap between the Dallas Cowboys and all of them, significant.
I don't even know if they're close to the Rams. Maybe.
I mean, the Rams would beat them if they played tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, they're definitely closer to the Rams than they are to these other teams. But hell, the Rams were the closest team to beating the Eagles in these playoffs.
You're right.
Right? They had that
they had their
fourth
chance.
down. Yeah, late in the game in the snow in Philly in that second round, right? They had the ball. They were marching down the field, and they turned it over on downs late. They almost prevented this whole thing from even happening.
Wow.
So, yeah, no, the Rams would beat the Cowboys right now. Most teams probably would.
What did you get out of that? I don't know much about Kendrick Lamar. I don't know much about his music because I'm old and I don't listen to a lot of rap. I don't listen to a lot of young rap stuff anyway. But that halftime show, that choreography, those things, that's what I listen to. I don't listen to really the sound, but God, to have that many people on stage and that thing was planned out pretty well, I thought.
Yeah,
they did a good job.
With you in the choreography.
I don't know much about the music, I don't know much about the music. I don't know about him and Drake and all this other war that they have going on with each other, but I did like the setup.
Hold on here.
What?
You watched the halftime show?
Yes.
I thought that's deviled eggs time. What's going on? Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's good. Valentine's Day is just around the corner.
That's a tradition.
Like no
other. You haven't
other.
watched the Super Bowl halftime in years since you met your wife. You haven't watched the halftime show. What's going on?
I know. I watched. Like I said, I enjoyed what I saw from. I always liked the setup of that, and I thought the setup was kind of good. I didn't know the backstories behind all this stuff, what he said and what he said about somebody else. I just know what I was hearing this morning. If he did say that about that dude, if he did sing a song about him, calling somebody a pedophile, that the whole world heard, somebody about to get sued.
Well, he couldn't
you can't let that go.
No, well, Drake's already suing Kendrick Lamar because of that song. But that song, people were questioning whether or not Kendrick was going to play it because it's a diss track to Drake. And it's like he didn't play all 4.5 minutes of the song, but all 4.5 minutes of the song are talking trash about Drake. So it's like, is he going to do that? It's the Super Bowl. The whole world's watching. Is he going to be that mean to him? And, well, of course he was. Oh, by the way, that song, Kendrick won 5 Grammys off of that song a couple of weeks ago. So as soon as that happened, it's like, you think he's not going to play that? This is the biggest concert he'll ever have. He just won 5 Grammys off that song. You don't think he's going to play that? Come on, man.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know anything about it, so I didn't know when it happened. I didn't, I never heard when it happened. Those that know the song and know the background of that knew exactly when it happened, how it happened. I didn't.
There were like probably 6 total songs back and forth between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. It started off as like one person taking a shot, just a quick lyric at the other, and then they each made a few diss tracks at one another. And Kendrick hit "Not Like Us." That was his last one, and that ended the beef because Drake couldn't come back from that one. And since then, Drake's reputation has taken a major, major hit. Kendrick Lamar obviously is winning Grammys, and he's risen to the top. He was already at the top, but he's had even more success now since that beef went down. And, got him the halftime show. So he didn't use the word pedophile. I guess the FCC told him you can't say that. But anyone who knows the song knows exactly what was said there. So I thought it was cool. And oh, by the way, bonus, did you see who was crip walking on one of the smaller stages during that show?
No.
Serena Williams.
She got up there. She got on there.
Her and Drake used to date.
Oh,
and I think she ended it, and then Drake kept like publicly trying to get her back, and she's like, no, and it got ugly. Like Drake started taking some shots at her in public. So Kendrick Lamar, Serena wasn't like calling Kendrick, hey, I wanted. Kendrick's like, hey, Serena,
I got you.
Let's get a Drake a little bit here. Let's let you get in on this fun tonight.
Yeah, I did. The young lady that was singing with him, I thought she got it done. So
yeah. SZA. Yeah, it's hard to tell how much of that is lip synced, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, she's an incredible talent. Like, and they've got a couple of songs together that they played, and yeah, I thought it was good. The choreography was the best part.
Yeah, it was awesome.
As a Kendrick Lamar fan, I wish he played some of his older music. It would have been nice because he's got some great hits that I think would be perfect for that show that just didn't get played. But you only get 14, 15 minutes, so it's hard to fit all of your great songs into that small of a time slot. But yeah, I thought it was good. The choreography was great. Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam.
That was funny as hell. Uncle Sam.
Yeah, there was some underlying message, racial undertones, if you will, in that performance by Kendrick Lamar, who's been pretty outspoken against, President Trump and some of what has gone on in this country. So if you know Kendrick Lamar, you know some of the other stuff that was happening in that show. But yeah, I thought it was good. Like, it's not going to go down as one of the best shows ever. And obviously it's not for everybody. There are a lot of people who had no idea who that guy was before last night.
Absolutely.
But yeah, for the younger crowd, I thought they enjoyed it. Thought it was good.
Yeah, the deviled eggs, 14 minutes, just not, as my time goes on, I'm a lot better than 14 minutes. So I've not had a halftime. I haven't had my own halftime plays because I'm much better than that as I've gotten older. I'm like a fine wine.
What do you mean better than that?
I can go the distance now. The distance. I need more than just a halftime show. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, you also had, it was probably like 30 minutes total with the, Fox set and then the halftime show, because Fox did a little bit of a halftime show as well.
How did you like Tom Brady? I thought Tom Brady was okay.
Hold on. You can last more than 30 minutes these days? It's impressive.
Come on, man.
Wow.
There's all kinds of things that they have, additives and things. I eat well.
You eat well.
Yes. I'm staying away. I'm staying away for some of the stuff you have in your foods these days.
Trying to get cream pies.
Oh yeah. Well, this week I got to have one of those. I mean, that's just going to happen.
I hope. You asked about Tom Brady.
Yeah. How did you think he did?
Fine. Like, I think I like Tom Brady more than most. He's a little too my career for me. Like, we know your career, dude. You don't need to tell us after like every single play what happened when you were playing.
Well, he said a lot of Patrick. He kept saying Patrick this, Patrick. I thought he did a lot of, not letting you know that he's the best, that he is the best of all time. I thought he could have done more of, Patrick has
he wasn't like, I'm the GOAT. He was just talking about my career a lot. Like, there's a way you can broadcast a game and break down what's happening without making a reference to what happened in a game you played in 10, 15, 5 years ago, whatever. And also in the third quarter, he kept saying there's like 3 minutes left in the game, which I don't know if you caught that. There were like 3 or 4 moments where he's like, oh, there's 4 minutes left in the game. It's like, no, I know this game is kind of over and you're probably ready to go home, dude, but
yeah,
you can't leave just yet.
Leave a whole quarter out. He was about to leave the whole quarter out, was he?
Yeah. But the worst part of the broadcast, and this is tough. Like, you and I have called games before, obviously nothing close to that game, but when it's a blowout, you want people to stick around.
Yeah, that's your job is to get them to stick around.
You try to make it sound like there's a chance the team getting blown out can make it interesting. Like, when it was 34-0, you could have gone to bed. The game was over. The game was over. The game was probably over before then. But the game got to 34-0, and the guys are still like, oh, if the Chiefs just do this, like, don't ever count them out. Don't underestimate the heart of a champion. And it's like, it's almost insulting to the real football fans who, like, just we're smart enough to know that this is done. Don't keep telling us that Kansas City has a chance to score on 6 straight possessions and also get 6 stops.
Oh, yeah, that was the part. They only need 4 possessions. Now it's a 5-possession game. I'm like, dude, they can't get a 1-possession score. You're talking about 5 possessions. Forget about it.
So it's like, it's tough. Again, like you said, they're trying to keep people around and invested because Fox pays a lot of money for all that, whatever. But yeah, I mean, that was the worst thing they did. The second worst thing they did, this wasn't, little baby KK or Tom Brady's fault. But what did you think of the score bug last night? The bottom of the screen.
Oh, no.
I'll do a little screen share for those of you watching online, and this is for you, Bucks. You could get another look of what was on the telecast. I mean, what is this, dude?
I don't know.
It's a disaster. Looks like a 3-year-old put it together. Or maybe like a Make-A-Wish.
I
This is a
know.
Make-A-Wish from somebody, and before I die, I want to see my score bug used on the bottom of the screen, and they used it.
I know. Somebody got their wish came true.
I mean, they had all year for this. All year to come up with something, and this is what they do?
Yeah, they had some that was a little strange.
Here's what they had before, and I wasn't a huge fan of this one. I thought this one was just a little too loud. But this is what the Super Bowl score bug was for Fox all season, and obviously Super Bowl 57 when these two teams played. That's what it used to be.
Yes.
Which, that's a hell of a lot better than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and I can't do another bank commercial or tax slayer number 8 commercial. That's during tax season. It's like I don't care what they show me. I don't care about it. You know what I'm saying? When they have the commercials when it has tax slayer and here's what you can do with your taxes, I always go, I don't want to see these. I don't care.
Oh, you're not going to do your.
People I'm going to pay my money to. I don't know. No, thank you.
You're going to evade your taxes.
I did like the Coors. Was that the sloth commercial? What is going to be like on Monday?
Yep.
That's what I was thinking about. Would I move that fast to get that second rebound? Would that be me trying to throw my hand up?
Oh, man. Yeah, definitely want to dive into more commercial talk tomorrow. But overall, I thought it was a decent year for commercials. I think it was too bad.
No, I didn't. The chips are always good to me. They're always kind of funny.
I thought Lay's had a couple of good ones.
Yeah.
What did you make about the breasts commercial?
My wife didn't like it. I could tell. She thinks there's just too much. I said, "Are you getting the point of what they're trying to tell you? It's not about the boobs, the size. It's about cancer or breast cancer awareness." It was okay. To me, I knew what the message was, so I was good with it. It wasn't like I was sitting there looking for nipples or
everyone's talking about it, so I think
it got the point across. I think it got the point across.
Yeah, I gotten up right at that start of that commercial break, and all of a sudden I hear someone yell "titties." I'm like, I ran back over there.
So you ran back. You were in the bathroom and you came flying out.
What's going on here? Yeah, what do we have? A little Janet Jackson moments? What's going on right now? And then it's like just 500 pairs. 500 pairs of breasts. What about the Martha Stewart commercial where she was?
That was funny. That was good.
That was early on in the game where she was dancing.
That was pretty good, though.
I thought that was pretty good. I thought
did she only have the one? Was there only that one commercial with her?
I think so.
That was pretty good. I like that.
The cost of a 30-second ad last night was $8 million. Wow. So I don't know how many companies had repeat ads because it's just getting one of those will break the bank.
I knew I'd see some Uber Eats. I saw that.
Uber Eats, yeah. McConaughey was in a couple of them last night. What else? I thought
Uber Eats paid some money. They had a bunch out there.
Yeah, they've been paying money for a while. They've had a lot of big name celebrities and athletes in their commercials recently, and yeah, last night was no exception. I thought the seal one was pretty funny, where they had Seal dressed as a seal.
Yes,
doing Kiss from it was Mountain Dew. That was a Mountain Dew commercial.
Oh yeah,
I thought that one was pretty good. You had the When Harry Met Sally reunion commercial.
Pretty good
with the Hellman's mayo. I don't know. I'm gonna come up tonight with like a ranking of my top 5 and bottom 5. We might do that tomorrow, both of us. Best and worst commercials from the Super Bowl.
Kanye's ad. I don't think I saw that.
Kanye had a commercial yesterday.
I don't think I saw that one. I must have got up.
That guy got himself some free advertising with his Twitter rant late last week.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the advertising he was looking for, but he did get plenty of free pub on social media on Friday. That was interesting to see. But yeah, I thought the commercials overall were solid. It's just when the game sucks, the Super Bowl is not as fun. I think if you root for the Eagles, you had a great time. If you root for everybody else, you wanted more last night.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
It's like even if you don't have a dog in the fight, you want a good game. Look, if you bet you had a ton of money on the Eagles overs, then okay, you're pretty satisfied. But if you're just a casual football fan with no real rooting interest in the game, you're just looking for a good game, and we did not get that last
Yeah,
night.
once it got to 24-0, I was starting to feel the over. I was feeling I knew Kansas City was going to find a way to score at least 10 points somehow.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd take that long for them to get there.
No.
I mean, they had 6 points. They scored their first 6 points in the final minute of the third quarter. And then they did score 2 touchdowns in the fourth, but they were in the final 4 minutes. So it took them a while to get to double digits. Looked a little bit more respectable on the scoreboard than the game actually was. But yeah, that was the only reason you stayed up towards the end, is if you had bets to watch out for. And that over ended up being huge for my cousin and a lot of cousins.
Yeah, the one I didn't get was the Mahomes over rushing the ball. But I couldn't blame him. I said, you better slide, dude, because these guys are trying to take your head off. If you don't slide, those guys in their secondary and their linebackers coming back at you, we're going to take him out. This was not for the faint of heart, that game for him. When he stepped up in that pocket, BK, they were hitting him low. They were getting him in the knee area. They didn't care. That dude, Jalen Carter, that dude doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
No, he's one of those guys that, everybody will say, I'm not trying to hurt the quarterback. That dude is trying to hurt the quarterback. That Philly line is out to hurt your quarterback when they step in the pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's Jalen Carter did have a cheap I don't know if it's a cheap shot, but he did smack Patrick Mahomes right in the face on that fumble that he lost.
Oh, yeah. And when he almost broke his arm, too.
Yeah, or the refs. Yeah, one guy almost broke his arm, and Carter almost broke his face on that play. That was almost a microcosm of the whole night for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs' offensive line. But yeah, I mean, Mahomes, 4 carries, 25 yards. No other Chiefs runner had double-digit rushing yards in that game.
Yeah, you're not going to beat that team if you can't run sometime and give your quarterback a break. And no screens. I'm like, where's their screens? Andy Reid's great screen game.
They didn't have enough time to do. They tried a few. They couldn't block long enough to set up a screen. They tried a couple of screens.
2002, they were there.
Yeah, no, maybe they could have tried more. I don't disagree with you, but they tried a couple, and Mahomes had to throw it at a guy's foot because
there were they get a reverse at all in that game.
No carries for X.
Well, yeah, it's just tough because you're already down by so many points. You don't have time for gimmicks.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they only ran it 3 times in the first half when the game was kind of in hand, which I thought that was interesting. And, obviously in the second half when it's 24-0, you've got to go to a pass-heavy game to try to come back. So you knew the Chiefs runners weren't going to do much at that point.
And you knew from the first half to the second half, it's not going to change for them on that offensive line. Nothing is going to change.
Well, what could they have done? Yeah, they were done. It was cooked. I had a Chiefs buddy texted me this is great. It's all in the script. Tom Brady's on the call, and Patrick Mahomes is going to have a comeback better than Tom Brady against Atlanta. And I'm like, dude, what game are you watching?
Yeah.
What game are you watching right
There's
now?
nothing that changed about that game whatsoever. That game was well in hand. I said I felt good after the interception for a touchdown, and it was over.
Yeah, that moment, and then for me, it was and you could have stopped at that, but for me, it was when DeAndre Hopkins just tripped over the turf monster.
Oh my God!
The Chiefs had a third down. They finally called a good play. Mahomes had a clean pocket. Hopkins is wide open over the middle. I don't know if he scores on that play, but at minimum, that's like a 40-yard pitch and catch.
Yeah, dude, that's like me talking about getting 2 rebounds. That's me trying to catch a ball going over. That was me. That's like nobody has to do anything. I will trip myself. You don't have to worry. And then it'll look like my hands or feet trying to catch that ball. He tripped over nothing.
He tripped over nothing. Yeah, there was nobody near him. And look, if he makes that play, I don't know what happens. The Chiefs still probably get their asses kicked, but That was a big moment in the game right there.
And you're right about it. There was nobody in the
screen.
Knew. Every time I saw that, there was like nobody that showed up in the screen for like 5 seconds. Like there was nobody around him.
Nobody.
Because when Brady and those guys said, "Oh, this guy will run to the end zone," I'm like, "No, they'll catch his old ass." And then I'm like, "But where are the people that would catch him? There's nobody around him. Would they just forget about him?"
Right. I don't know. Must have been a breakdown in coverage, right? Someone must have fell, or they must have doubled somebody else. There's probably a crossing route. I didn't go back and look at
Kansas City picks.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, boy, they called one of them, which they had to call because Juju just like.
Oh, how horrible! I mean, seriously, how about the chicken wing? How about just avoiding that guy? All you have to do is shake and bake that guy, and it's already gone.
No, I know. It's just a comedy of errors for Kansas City last night, and against a team like Philly. Yeah, not getting away with those. So, all right, we'll take your thoughts. We got a few more stories to get to. We got to talk about Aaron Rodgers. We also have to talk about Anthony Davis getting hurt in his first game as a member of the Dallas Mavericks, making the trade look even worse for Dallas. But before we get into that stuff, Buck, we got to give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Yes, the guys over at 34 Wine and Spirits want to thank everybody for coming in last week, and you tried to wipe them out of all their booze, but they're now replenished and ready to go after the Super Bowl. But a lot of folks went by 34 Wine and Spirits at 4601 Southwest Parkway. They've got all your alcohol needs each and every day. So they'll replenish and be ready for you. You get your Allstat beer there. You get all your wine and spirits. Once again, they are a wholesale distributor. So if you're having your after Super Bowl, getting ready, hey, March Madness just around the corner, getting ready for that. There's another couple of days you won't be working. So get ready for that. But it's all happening at 4601 Southwest Parkway. It's 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, sir. Get you some of that Altstadt beer at 34 Wine and Spirits as well. I hate leaving town because they don't have Altstadt beer.
Louisiana, huh?
None in Louisiana, which was disappointing. But the good news is I don't live in Louisiana.
Oh, that is great news.
Yeah, for a lot of different reasons. But one of those reasons is, I get Altstadt beer here in the great state of Texas. It's all over the state. If you're tuned in from Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, wherever, you could find Altstadt beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And every Altstadt is brewed with just 4 simple ingredients. No additives, no preservatives, no unnecessary sugars, and any of the Altstadt family of beers. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. But more importantly, you're going to love the taste of what you're drinking. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice.
Also, shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. How about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it. And I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you to the Covert family. By the way, I was looking for you in that Taco Bell commercial when they had those hundreds of faces. And I'm like, where's I'm looking all around. I'm like, did he get into this commercial somehow?
Yeah, my invite must have got lost in the mail or something.
Those are friends of friends on those commercials. You know that, right?
Like, why did I not? Yeah, they had like thousands of friends.
I know, thousands of them on there.
I've got to have enough friends to be one of those friends of friends.
I was waiting for you to tell me this morning you didn't see me.
I know. I guess it's maybe it's because I don't post when I eat Taco Bell. Maybe that's it. Maybe they were just taking a bunch of maybe they were just taking a bunch of pictures off social media and putting them up there. Maybe that's what was going on. And I'm just
they don't understand the amount of time. They don't understand that part.
I'm not a guy who takes pictures of his food.
That food is gone.
Yeah, like a lot of people in my generation and in younger generations, just they like to take pictures of their food. Some people say phone eats first. So they take a picture of their plate before they start eating. Phone eats first. I don't really care what other people eat, and I don't think other people really care what I eat. I'm just going to eat it.
There you go.
So I guess that's why I didn't make the cut, but that might have cost me. That line of thinking might have cost me the chance to be in a Super Bowl commercial. So
thousands upon thousands on the faces on that.
And LeBron?
Yeah, what's he do? He doesn't eat that. Why is he pretending like he's a Taco Bell guy out of nowhere?
Oh, he's a Taco Bell guy. He's got
he
good
is?
taste. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got good taste.
He's got good taste.
He's a man of high class. He knows what he's doing.
Oh,
Goodness gracious. All right.
give me the Anthony Davis news.
Yeah.
How many weeks has he done for?
Needed a moment to collect myself before starting this story.
Is it an ankle?
It is an adductor strain.
Oh, abduction tape. Abduction tape?
Not abduction tape. He's not getting abducted.
Okay.
Although I think Mavs fans would like to abduct Luka to bring him back if possible. And we can, they can have Anthony Davis back in Los Angeles if they want him. But look, Anthony Davis played great. The Mavs beat the Rockets on Saturday. It was the first home game for the Mavs since the trade. A crazy crowd before the game, at the game. It was there was a lot going on at American Airlines Center on Saturday. And AD played great. He had 14 points and 8 rebounds in the first quarter. He's never had that stat line in any quarter of his career. He played the best quarter he's ever played. He was on a mission to prove that he's one of the best players in basketball. Like, hey, Lakers, you made the mistake. It wasn't the Mavs who made the mistake, like everyone's talking. You made a mistake giving up on me. And hey, Mavs fans, I know you hate me right now just because I'm the guy who Luka was traded for, but like, I'm pretty good. Let me show you that I'm pretty good at this. He was having a great game. 26 points, 16 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks in only 31 minutes. But he got hurt late in the third quarter.
And then it happened.
Street clothes is going to be in street clothes for the next few weeks. Got hurt late in the third, didn't come back. We don't have an exact timeline, but multiple weeks is the report for Anthony Davis with a left adductor strain.
Sorry about that conductor strain that you've got.
Yeah, that's the funniest. I mean, there's so many funny parts. Not really funny if you're a Mavs fan, but I guess sarcastically funny. Like they traded Luka Doncic because they were worried about his health and his conditioning. Like he just wasn't going to be available when they needed him to be available because of his conditioning. They traded for a guy who's nicknamed Street Clothes because he's never on the floor. And in the first game he does play for your team, he gets hurt and has to miss a few weeks.
Well, I've not seen so much of Luka over the last week. My God, he was everywhere this weekend.
Hadn't even played yet.
I know.
He plays tonight, I believe, for the Lakers. Well, ESPN, they took it on the chin on Saturday.
They got screwed, didn't they?
They spent a lot of money to get the Lakers-Pacers game on national TV Saturday afternoon, and they shifted some of their other games around, including Auburn, Florida, which Florida went into Auburn and pulled off the upset against the number 1 team in America. Instead of seeing that on ESPN, we saw no LeBron and no Luka for the Lakers.
We saw them chatting.
Yeah, I saw them chatting on the bench in street clothes, funny enough. But, Luka makes his debut tonight. They've been talking about him a lot, and it's going to be a very highly anticipated debut. It already is. I mean, the NBA dominated the sports calendar last week.
Yes.
All people were talking about was that trade, and obviously a few other trades too before the deadline, but that's been the biggest story in sports for like a week and a half. And if you're a Mavs fan, just every day there's like a new report that comes out making the trade look and sound worse.
I saw Jimmy Butler didn't even have get to practice with the guys that scored 25.
Yeah, Warriors won their
About that guy coming on. Hey, how about a little practice with the group? No, thank you.
Talking about practice, man.
Yeah, really.
Talk about practice, man. Tanner brings up a good point. Like the national media has taken shots at Mavs fans for being mad about this trade. And it's like, you guys are calling this the worst trade in NBA history, and you're mad at Mavs fans for being mad about it. Like people are just, it's very annoying. I don't know. I don't like telling people how to fan. Don't kill people. Everything else is kosher.
There you go.
Don't kill people. Last but not least, Aaron Rodgers unlikely to return to the Jets in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, when Aaron Glenn had his debut, when he came on and talked to reporters, his media day, he didn't sound all that excited about, even when they mentioned the word Aaron Rodgers, his face kind of frowned up. He didn't look like a guy who was excited. Oh, I can't wait. He just said, well, I'll talk with him. We'll talk about it. There was no excitement in his voice whatsoever when they even mentioned the name Aaron Rodgers with him. I don't know where they go from there, but That just didn't seem like the new head coach there wanted him.
Yeah, unlikely to return. Jay Glazer reported over the weekend that the Jets met with him last week and told him they were moving on from him. And you're right, it was weird at the introductory press conference.
Yeah.
Like, Aaron Glenn didn't say much about it. He kept trying to, we'll talk about it later. I know you guys are going to ask, but I don't want to address it right now. We'll figure it out. But it did sort of read like, we're kind of done with this guy. So what a run. Aaron Rodgers, 18 starts, just 6 wins, 1 Achilles tear, and $75 million in guaranteed money.
Wow, boy, is that going to cost them? That dude.
Yeah, they're gonna have to pay him to play somewhere else next year too. There's a dead money hit, I believe, if they let him go.
And he hasn't said whether he's going to play or not. You know how long he's going to string this out?
I think he's going to play, but where does he go? Now you're right. He's going to string this out. It's the same shit with Brett Favre. Like, we're going to have to do this again with Aaron Rodgers. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Where's he going to go? It's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers. I think he'll come back. I don't think he wants to end his career like that, even though it might be time.
United States Football League is in the spring. It's right around the corner, brother.
You think he's that bad?
He's not good.
What about the Vikings?
No way.
He has to fulfill the prophecy.
Don't let us do this again. I don't want to.
Brett Favre. Yeah, Brett Favre. Come on. Favre led your Vikings to an NFC championship appearance.
Why did he ever throw that pass? No way. We don't want that to happen.
Come on.
Hey, we got the coach of the year. Back up.
Who's your quarterback?
I don't know yet.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, God.
Come on, man. There it is.
Oh, the rookie's going to play. He's going to start this year. Look out.
Let Darnold walk, huh?
Let Darnold. He's going to walk.
Wow. Okay.
You know why? Because somebody's going to pay him a bunch of money. I don't know what a bunch of money is. It's going to be more than the Vikings are going to offer him, though.
Yeah, I think it'll be like a Baker Mayfield type of contract. It's not going to be, Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, like amongst the highest paid QBs in football, but it'll be $40 million a year.
Is Kirk Cousins done now in Atlanta?
He's under contract. That last year was his first year. He signed a 4-year deal. That was year 1.
I didn't know it was a full 4 years. I thought maybe that they said after one that this is not going to work.
Oh, yeah. No announcement yet. I think they can get out of it after next year. I mean, they could trade him, but they're going to have to eat a ridiculous amount of coin.
Man.
But I don't know if you can go back to him after that.
I don't think so.
Quick shout out to McCall Custom Homes before we bring on the boys from Chaos Theory. McCall Custom Homes, if you want to upgrade your home in 2025, new kitchen, new bathroom, new story, maybe a second story to your house. If you've got a growing family, needs a little bit more space. If you want to add some life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends and the experts at McCall Custom Homes. They've been in business here in Central Texas for 40 years. They're custom home builders and renovators, and they can turn your home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Look at their hundreds of 5-star reviews online and go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades, and then get some ideas for your place, and then make the call to Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Okay.
Look at the boys there.
Bring on the fellas. We got Double R. We've got Wags. We've got Chaos Theory. Boys, good morning.
Good morning. I'm trying to get my other dog to come into the damn room so I can shut the door.
Hey, speaking of McCall Custom Homes, getting a dumpster drop today.
There you go.
The work is going to start. And luckily, I get to go out of town while it's all happening. I love it.
Well, I need to get that address so I can dump some stuff in that dumpster.
Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff. Got a lot of stuff myself to get rid of. That happened the last time we did a renovation project here, and all my neighbors that never want to talk to me when they're out there walking their dogs, they suddenly wanted to be my best friend when I had a dumpster sitting out there.
Oh yeah. You don't mind if I drop a little something there?
Yeah.
The old brown.
Hey man, I got a junkyard in my backyard that looks like it could really go into that damn trunk.
Now you're talking, Wags. Let's go. My truck is running again. Got old Doo-Doo Brown, got a new starter in there, Rodney, ready to go.
Nice. Ready to go.
Baby, that thing's purring. That thing is purring like a kitten. That 88 Silverado's ready to go.
Yeah.
But that thing is going bye-bye too.
Then it's still run 88, huh?
Yeah, air conditioning still works, but it's going out. I need to get a Tundra. That's what somebody said. Get a little Tundra that's half the size.
Made in
No,
San
I'll tell you what,
Antonio.
don't drive it out to Covert because then you won't want to get
Oh,
or
no,
you
I don't
won't
want
want
a
to bring
big
it back
truck.
with you.
That thing's too big. Mine's is too big for me. I'm a little feller. I don't need to get a Ford Explorer, but I need what they told me. Somebody said a Tundra, Rodney. Get a little Tundra.
I've heard those. Those Toyotas, really, really, really good vehicles. Made in San Antonio.
In Antonio.
San Antonio.
San Antonio, Japan.
San Antonio, Japan, over on the south side. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about over there. I like what you guys are talking about. I totally think Aaron Rodgers needs to go to the Vikings. That would be
God, why would you want to do
perfect.
Yes,
Perfect.
make it happen. Finish it.
Bookend
Finish.
Bookend it. And I was never a big Brett Favre guy, but that last game that he played for Minnesota, man, that dude took a pounding. Man,
they're not going to do that. He's not going to go to Minnesota. He's done. I told you guys after this year, he was done. He's not going to play football anymore. He's going to retire. He's not going to do this again.
Well, he can't do media because none of these people are going to hire him because he kind of whatevers. But I don't know what he does when he gets away from football.
They owe him a lot of money, don't they, BK? Don't they owe him all kinds of cash? He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
They do. He'll just be doing darkness retreats and ayahuasca every day.
Yeah.
Like that's all he really needs to do. But he'll find a way to stay in the limelight. He loves him some him. He wants people talking about him. So he will he'll do something to make sure that we are still talking about it. He might start.
He will stretch this retirement out, guys. This is going to be stretched out through the summer and into before the season starts. He's going to retire. He's not going anywhere.
He's the Jerry Jones of players, dude.
Yeah.
He's the Jerry Jones of players.
That's a good comp.
By the way, guys, this is the last ever 10 to 11 chaos. Dude.
Yeah,
you
man.
Guys, you got your alarm set an hour earlier for tomorrow. You ready to go at 9?
Yeah. So I meant to ask you about the whole behind the scenes app deal. Same old process, just an hour earlier, right?
Same old. Yeah, we'll talk about it today. We'll be in contact.
You guys are used to getting up early. You guys, both of you guys are early birds anyway.
It's not like excuse my language. The dogs run the house here, man. So as soon as they're up, we're up and rolling and rocking and rolling, man. Like they wear or we wear the leashes. They control us. Put it that way.
As I told my wife, I said, now I'll start getting up at 5 o'clock now. She goes, it's still a long ways when you used to get up at 3:30 in the morning, knocking shit all around the house and banging the cabinets at 3:30 in the morning. She said, this is nothing.
Getting into the shower with the lights off and everything so you don't disturb everybody on.
Dude, have you ever tried to be peaceful walking around with somebody else in the house? I mean, especially the whole shower or the bathroom and, you're gargling stuff. I can't do it. All of a sudden, my wife, who can't hear, hears everything. I'm like, you can't hear anything. How do you know what I'm doing? And why does that little dog know that I'm in the cabinets out there? I'm not slamming. I'm like just moving.
The dog wants a treat.
Huh?
The dog wants a treat.
Yeah,
and that's where the treats are at in the cabinets.
My dog wants to be fed.
Put it in the bed when I get up in the morning. Just lay it on the bed. Yeah, I'll do that quickly.
I will tell you one thing. Full disclosure here. I'm glad that we didn't start at 9 today. I did sleep in a little bit. Maybe overdid it a little bit last night there. Lord knows the game wasn't worth watching. So, slept in a little bit.
How'd you boys do with your squares? How much money did you guys pick up on your squares?
I didn't pick up a damn penny.
I
donated to so many people this year. I didn't pick up a cent.
Wags, you'll recognize this name. So we had somebody here last night. Our man Victor Diaz rolls up into my house last night and wins all the money. I'm like, come on, man. So
I think my number was 2 and 5, BK. That's like, why don't I just take that every year? I mean, I see that number like
because I had 3 and 5. I had 3 and 5 on. I had 3 for the Chiefs on 2 squares. What the hell is that?
Three is not bad at all. You like 3.
Excuse me. I had 5. I had 5 for the Chiefs on 2 squares, and I had 3 for the Eagles on 1, which wasn't 3 isn't bad, but 5.
I think I just have to make this like a fun. Like, can I take that off my taxes? Because I mean, it's just like it's got to be like a business expense. I mean, I just
It's like. I had one friend, Bucky.
The track, you can do, if you hit a big deal at the track, you can get those slips where they're losers.
Yeah,
you can put those on your taxes.
Oh, that's a good idea. I had one friend. He was doing multiple boards, and it was like $1. It was a $1 buy-in. You're not going to make any money. I'm like, dude, if it's $1, I'll go to the strip bar and help the youth.
College fund.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather lose money that way.
I love.
No, I put $100 in, and I lost again for the, I don't know, since I was 18 years old. Every year, never have won.
I was 18. I donated to Ike.
Just donate it. Just here you go, take it.
You play the lottery?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you the guy that holds up that line at the convenience store? I'm trying to check out.
I get them on like a Sunday. I'll go in there. I played the lottery. I got my first gambling in when I was a high schooler, and my auntie from Delaware went to Delaware racetrack, and I said, bet on number. I said, take the number 2 horse. She goes, you want me to bet on that for you? And I said, yeah. How much? I said $10, and I got like $160 back. I got some long shot. So the number 2 for me, ask BK. I can go to the track and make money. I can make money at the track on numbers alone.
So we used to go up to Charlestown, West Virginia, to the racetrack up in Charlestown. That was only like 20 minutes away from where I lived, man. And I mean, of course, you go up the Route 9. You got the gentlemen's clubs up there too. I mean, you make 2 nights of it. You know what I mean? You go up there for a bender, and it turns into a weekend.
Yeah, I do. I'm a numbers guy. I don't read the daily racing form and all that stuff. I do numbers and what numbers go with what. Like I said, I won like $6,000-7,000 once on a $2 straight bet of the area code of Massachusetts. So I play that. BK knows I play my 617 in every race until I don't play it.
You don't sit there with the book. You don't sit there with the book with the ponies and look at them and see what they do on the short track and long track.
I don't know about those little guys they put on. When they stopped taking the monkeys off the greyhounds, I quit doing that.
You just go up there and bet on the colors of the horse.
Could be that way sometimes.
Oh my God.
Could be.
It's the mood of the horse. I mean, that's the cool thing about that. I mean, you never know. I mean, you can have one that's really good, a really good mutter. And
you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
his mutter was a mutter.
I don't like them before they get in the gate. I want them to hold that thing all the way around the track. Keep that energy inside.
So you don't want a constipated horse. So that horse ain't gonna move.
That horse is going to get around that track so he can go sit on the side and shit.
Oh.
All right, boys. Listen, have a great day.
All right, boys.
See y'all.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on this wonderful morning of February 10th, 2025. Yeah, programming change. We will be an hour earlier tomorrow, so make sure you adjust your clocks or you adjust your watches or your phones, however you keep your time. You make sure you adjust your timepieces here. Make sure you give us a follow on our socials as well. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on InstaFace, or excuse me, on Not the Fake. I'm Not the Fake Wags on Twitter /X, and then I am the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. My co-host and partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez, is on Twitter at Not the Fake. Or God, my goodness, at the Rodney R, and then on
Rodney
InstaFace at the _ Rodney R. Man, we had a great time getting that out today. If you're out and about, if you're mobile, hit us up on that coded text line, 512-222-9328. Tried to do it off the head, but I had to go ahead and look at the script there. How you doing, man? You said you were a little inebriated last night, my dude. You and Victor Diaz putting down some brewskis?
Yeah, this guy, he rolls up here. He's a mixologist. I mean, that dude comes in with a cooler everywhere he goes. Yeah. So it, I kind of had a feeling that this game was going to be a little, the writing was on the wall to me. So it was just one of those things to where, for me, it was more about the day. You were going to be playing
host and making sure that your day was all.
I was just going to be the host, and that's exactly what I did. I mean, I helped the wife clean house. I did all these different things, I was doing some dusting, doing some cleaning. And, by the time I got done with that, Wags, 2:00, I'm tired. I worked a full day on Saturday doing different things. So it's like, I enjoyed the day. I enjoyed the day too much.
So we really didn't have, like, Reed was going to have some friends over, right? Just like maybe like one or two. So we really weren't going to do much. You get a couple of pizzas from your local Domino's, and then you can get some wings, and see where it goes from there. And then all of a sudden, about an hour before the game, Reed texts, my wife and I be like, "Hey, is it so cool if my friends come over?" And we're like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh yeah, by the way, yada 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 and yada are coming over too." And we're like, "Okay, you could have gave us like a couple of hours notice."
You're like, "I don't like that guy."
No, it's not that. It's we needed more food. You know what I
Right.
mean? So I had to go out and get more food for these for the guys or for Reed's friends. I was getting ready to call them kids, but they're not kids.
Yeah.
So we went out. We got more pizza, more wings. Stomach's paying for it. This morning though, I don't know how I'm gonna do. I got to go sit in a damn car garage for 2 or 3 hours, however long it's gonna take to change the damn tires and oil here. So I'm probably gonna have to blow up one of their damn toilets and blow some mud. And you know how I feel about that. I like doing that in my own porcelain. So
Right.
I don't know, I just like being comfortable, man. And of course, if it gets too messy, I want to take a shower. So
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You're gonna probably pay twice for myself eating so poorly yesterday. But it was good. Just needed some more food.
No, dude, you should have come here. Oh my God. I mean, come now.
You
There's
still have
so
food?
much
You still got leftovers?
Yes, there's a lot of food in
Well,
this
we're
house.
good. We had enough for the kids. It's just it sucks having to reorder after you've already placed your order. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? All right, shit.
We weren't sure because and again, there wasn't an abundance of people here. It was a cozy gathering or whatever, but it was one of those things to where we were going to provide whatever, and folks kept showing up, and it's like, they kept bringing stuff after stuff after stuff, and it's like, okay. I mean, I look out on the island, and it looks like the Golden Corral, for crying out loud.
Nobody took stuff with them.
They did at the end, yeah, they did, and we're
And
like
you still have stuff.
Well,
left
and
over.
I made so much queso yesterday, dude.
Oh,
I made so much queso. I don't know.
You used that cheese you were talking about with Bucky the other day.
I use
Or
that.
not the other day, but a while ago.
I use that government cheese, a little bit of Rotel, but man, I made it in mass quantities. I'm gonna set up a queso.
Well, hell, I
stand
might
right
come
now.
over and get some queso then if you got queso left over. I don't know if my guts can take it at the moment.
Yeah, that might stop you up. That might be that cork that you need.
Well,
But
I mean,
it,
I don't
yeah.
I don't have too much of a cork, man. It's kind of
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to get too gross, but it's flowing, amigo. It's flowing.
Yeah, right there, Velveeta. No,
Velveeta
CB.
cheese,
I go.
man.
I go.
How about that? Was it a stinker of a Super Bowl or was it a great Super Bowl? 40-22 was the outcome last night. The Eagles victorious over the Chiefs, stopping history. They did not get their three-peat, and well, I guess it's going to be 3 years from now until we can talk about that if the Eagles decide to go on this run or can actually run this thing back. They will be losing, presumptuously, they'll be losing their offense coordinator, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm assuming Kellner and MORE is going to announce today, or the Saints will announce today, or sometime this week, in the near future that Kellner and MORE will be the next head coach of the New Orleans Saints. Your thoughts?
I'm thinking so. I mean, the move's going to be made there. I mean, hell, it doesn't have to leave New Orleans. Just stay there. Have your shit shipped over there. But I think that this is one of those things to where I was thinking about this last night, to where I hope, I know a lot of folks that don't like what the Chiefs have done for whatever reason. I mean, whether it's the dominance.
What have they done? Just dominated the NFL? Just
Yeah.
put together, a winning franchise, which every sports franchise is supposed to do. You're supposed to dominate the competition. What have they done, Rodney?
What they've done. And this is where, and I don't think that we see any change in any of this happening. You look at what we talk about with the Texas football program, to where Sark is bringing in these guys as coordinators that are finally all in place. You don't see a lot of turnover in the coaching staff with the Chiefs. And, with Spags and those guys that are there, this is where I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to. I think this run is over. I really think that this run is over for them. Are they still going to be contending? Are they still going to be a playoff team? Yes. But you look at the West. I mean, Denver's getting better. I don't know what's going to happen with the Raiders, but Buffalo and the Ravens, I mean, they're charging in the AFC. You can kind of throw the Texans in there. But I think that we saw all year with Kansas City that there were kinks in the armor, and we talked about it all year where they were winning games, the hard way, the dirty way, referees. I mean, whatever the case is. I think it came to fruition last night because, dude, they got manhandled. That score is not
that
indicative of that game.
That defense was pretty outrageous last night. I don't know if they got their 8th sack, but it was 7 sacks the last time I saw. I too, at the end of the third quarter, I was just like, yeah, this is hell. Not even the end of the third quarter, middle of the third quarter. You wanted to say that 24-0. You wanted to think that they could come back, and then middle of the third quarter, you're just like, whatever, man. Even when Worthy caught that last bomb against the reserves, you're just like, there's no surgically repairing this team, or there's no magic that's going to come into this team and galvanize it to make it a 20-point make them surmount a 20-point comeback here. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it really was where it kind of seemed like all year with the Chiefs that it kind of felt like a patchwork thing, to where it was kind of being all held together with duct tape and stuff, and they were still finding ways. I mean, because they're winners. I mean, they're champions, and Andy Reid. But last night it was just like the wheels fell off, man.
I just think the offense couldn't get going last night. Vic Fangio had everything dialed up perfectly. Again, yes. I don't even know how many pressures Mahomes had, but I mean, hell, sacked 7 times. You're not going to be. What was that old adage with Tom Brady? He's magical, right? But get him off his spot, and you can shake him up a little bit, and he doesn't. He doesn't exactly look like the GOAT when he can't stand there like a statue, right?
That's exactly right.
I mean, Mahomes had to run for his life, and Mahomes was actually making plays with his legs that, usually, or I would say the past couple of seasons didn't have to rely on that much. They couldn't get anything going with the run game. They had to abandon that almost immediately, right? So they were constantly playing from behind and playing from the sticks, or playing from behind the sticks, rather.
So much of that last night, or the build up into the game last night, was it was a lot of the Saquon Barkley talk and all that, and I was kind of disappointed in the sense that with everything that Saquon Barkley did during the season, that when you look at the Super Bowl, I mean, Saquon Barkley had a factor in it, but it wasn't. As a football fan, I wanted Saquon Barkley to be the showcase of that game. If it had come down to a tight game, and it wasn't. It's like the year that Walter Payton didn't score a touchdown in the Super Bowl, but the refrigerator did. It's like, man, I would have liked to have seen that happen. But I'll tell you what's going to be interesting to see now, Wags, and for your Giants and my Cowboys. I mean, with the emergence now of the Washington Commanders, and what I'm seeing here with Philadelphia, it's the NFC East. That's going to be a hell of a dogfight next year with Washington and Philadelphia, man. They are going. That's going to be 2 games that you don't want to miss, I think, next year on that NFL stage.
Yeah. I mean, that's these guys are going to be absolutely, insane. Oh, I mean, I don't know. The Philadelphia Eagles could take a step back with, having to replace their offense.
Nobody wins that division 2 years in a row. So
maybe,
that's
maybe. But I mean, the Washington could come in there and sneak it away again. Like they will lose continuity in their offense, right? That's just when you got to go to a new playbook, or maybe they're not keeping the same playbook if Kellner Moore is going to be somewhere else, man. There's just absolutely no way in hell. That's just not going to happen. Things will get changed up, and they'll have to, smooth some other kinks out. I thought the offensive line did tremendous in spell of Jason Kelsey. Now I know one player doesn't really make an entire, offensive line, but when you're the center, it's kind of hard to kind of find that anchor, and they seemingly did that. Eagles looked like one hell of an offensive unit, and then on their defense, by the way, their defense was, the best defense in the league this year. They adjust up a lot of their shortcomings. They adjusted up a lot of their shortcomings and got themselves, some hardware for it. Hopefully other teams like Dallas and New York follow in suit and kind of, start to heal a little bit and get their franchises on the winning side of this thing, because the Eagles have been there for the past, what?
Oh, yeah.
I want to say decade, but honestly, they've been winning they've been on they've been at the winning table for about 2 decades now, almost 3 decades. So yeah, they've been able to do this thing. And I think the biggest surprise for me last night is the fact that just how you said domination, and it really was. Like, you expect a lot more from Andy Reid and his ability to kind of scheme, especially coming off of, bye weeks and the ability to prep. But there was just no offense last night for the Kansas City Chiefs. It looked like Patrick Mahomes didn't even have any weapons. And thank God that they had some speed with Worthy on the field there, because that was the only thing that they could muster up. No running attack whatsoever. Pacheco was basically irrelevant. Hunt was God. I hope bettors out there didn't take anything on Pacheco or Hunt. I tell you what, I was sweating. I threw a nice little bet out there for Saquon Barkley minus 155 to get 10 yards each quarter. He was struggling to get that last night.
He was.
He hit the last one. He hit the fourth quarter right on the nose with 10 yards. But he struggled. Absolutely, man. I was I mean, it's only $100, but still, you're sitting here thinking it's a lock, and then all of a sudden, you're sitting here sweating over that one. You could have thrown 100 down on Jalen Hurts to win the MVP, and you would have been all right. And instead, people probably gotten their emotions like you were talking about with the season that Saquon Barkley had, and they're thinking, oh, he's going to go off, he's going to blow up and have 200 yards, against a Chiefs defense. And that wasn't so much the case. I kind of had a feeling they'd be keying on Saquon Barkley. I really wish I would have thrown the damn flyer out there on Mahomes being the leading rusher.
I found these numbers.
Not Mahomes, Hurts.
Yeah, I found these numbers this morning, and when you hear these numbers that I'm about to give you, guys,
excuse me, real quick, Rodney. But Rob brings up a really good point. Yeah, Sweat was fantastic last night. Not just Sweat, like the entire Eagles defense, but Sweat, I thought, to me, was the stalwart that stood out last night for that defense.
Yeah. If we sit here on Monday after the Super Bowl and I tell you guys Saquon Barkley rushed 25 times for 57 yards, you're thinking, okay, Kansas City, I mean, that's a win. The Eagles went 3 for 12 on third downs. They couldn't convert the one time that they tried on fourth down, and they turned the ball over in the red zone and averaged 5.1 yards per play, less than the Chiefs. I throw you those numbers and you're thinking, Kansas City, man, 3 in a row. Not even close. 34-0 in the third. Wags,
hold on. The flip side to that is talk about Kansas City's offensive production.
That's what's missing, and I think that's where, like I said, with ripping Band-Aids off and the duct tape falls off and the wheels come off. That's what happened last night. I mean, they found ways. Philadelphia just came in and hit them right in the freaking mouth, man, and kept on. Wags, I felt like I was watching the Cowboys last night with Kansas City. I looked up and I saw 24-0. I'm like, what?
Like, I don't want to make it too like hyperbolic, but I felt like once DeJean caught that pick six, I was just like, okay, all right, like, this honestly could be the nail in the coffin right here. But it was very early, and you can never count the offense of like Patrick Mahomes out. But they didn't show up last night, or they couldn't. I shouldn't say they didn't show up. They couldn't show up last night because of that Philadelphia defense, man. Just absolutely lights out. Fantastic. They bring home some hardware for Roseman and company. I mean, tip of the cap, which is absolutely awful. It's awful to do because it's Philadelphia. It's sacrilegious, especially coming from my fan base and your fan base. But you have to. You got to give the winners their dues. And what's this do for Sirianni? Is Sirianni's seat still hot, or is he good at least until he gets out of preseason?
Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna say it again. We talk about it all the time. The whole gist of what that Philadelphia defense did, they won the line of scrimmage. They overpowered that. Those tackles for Kansas City, they had nothing. I mean, I think one of the things that I'd heard during the week was, well, Philadelphia, they may not blitz that often. They blitz 51% of the times that Mahomes had the ball.
They were getting so much pressure with their front four that they could drop.
Building a
Sorry about that. I was moving the cursor.
They're not even partners with us anymore.
Yeah, I know. I got a stray cursor here. No, I mean they did. They won the line of scrimmage, and the tackles were overpowered. And I mean that Kansas City offense looked, I mean, stale. They just looked beat, Wags. They looked beat from the get-go.
Says only sacked 6 times. I thought there were 7 sacks last night, but apparently there wasn't. Yeah, maybe ESPN's got their stats wrong here, but I could have sworn that there were 7 sacks on the night last night for the Eagles there on Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, rushing just absolutely obliterated there. Only 49 rushing yards, and most of that was from Mahomes on his scrambling. Yeah, couldn't get in. I mean, where's your running backs, Kansas City? And then, of course, you know, I say that, and Bart, me saying that you're sitting here expecting Barkley to be over the century mark, right? But no, Barkley did just enough. Barkley took the attention of the defense of the Kansas City Chiefs and basically, you know, didn't really need a spy, but everybody was kind of spying Barkley, right? When that just kind of allowed, you know, Jalen Hurts to just eat up yardage.
Yeah.
And then, you know, everybody's sitting here, you know, counting out the dude's arm and saying that this dude will never be an NFL quarterback. He absolutely lit it up on the biggest stage last night. Absolutely. Hitting both A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. The only person that really didn't get into the party last night was Goddard, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he even got a little bit of a sprinkle of some sugar, but hell, you know, everybody was pretty much balling out last night for Philadelphia, man. A good complete victory, and it showed up on the scoreboard too. They got some hardware.
You know, I think Jalen Hurts, you know, answered a lot of questions last night, and it's hard. I mean, despite the fact, let's take that Philadelphia Eagle jersey off him. I mean, it's really hard to not root for that guy. I mean, he just seems like a consummate professional.
Yeah, I don't put too much stock into that anymore, right? Like I love the burnt orange through and through. We all know that, but once you get out of you know, the collegiate landscape here, like the whole Baker Mayfield thing, right? Like I'm sure he, you know, he's a Sooner, right? And he's, you know, basically an asshole or appears to be an asshole to, you know, to all Longhorn fans, right? But how would you act towards your rival fan base, right?
It's
and of course of course there's some give and take with everything there. But I like winners, right? And Baker Mayfield's a winner. The dude just wins everywhere he goes. Even with people kind of pushing against him, and hell, the harder you push against him, the harder he pushes back, and he usually wins, man. It's hard to not root for a guy like that, or it's hard to not like success to find that guy. Again, same goes with Saquon Barkley, right? I know, you know, people were asking me, how can you like this for Saquon Barkley? You know, he bailed on the Giants. No, he didn't bail on the Giants.
They bailed on him.
The Giants bailed on Saquon, man.
Right.
So
right.
Again, I don't really put too much stock in, you know, players leaving their fan bases and going somewhere else, man. I'm just I'm a fan of the game.
Yeah, the days of these athletes wearing one uniform pretty much gone. I mean, we see it, you know, in baseball all the time. I mean, basketball, for crying out loud. I mean, the turnaround already. Anthony Davis, street clothes already hurt. But anyway, that's
he's already he's already several weeks.
But it's one of those things where it's hard to not root for those guys, and you do kind of take some of the fandom out of there to where you just genuinely like people. And you know, with Baker Mayfield, I know that there's been a lot of, you know, with the OU and all the different things right there, but I mean, I still see Baker Mayfield as a late Travis Cavalier, you know, is kind of the way that I've always thought about that, having called, you know, his games and such in the past. Code text line 512-222-9328. Our man Tom McKay says, can't believe anyone enjoyed watching that blowout except Philly fans. I enjoyed it. Why did I enjoy it, Wags? Because I was on this Tom McKay system. I had, you know, some friends that like I was talking about that were over here, and they're like, hey, man, do you happen to have everything on up there? I want to go see that setup. I came in. My man Chaffee hadn't been to the studio.
Bobby Chaffee, huh?
He hadn't been over here. He hadn't been here in a year and a half. He comes walking in here. He's like, holy smoke. I said, yeah, Tom McKay can do that for you, right, Wags? That is the man when you want one of these badass sound and theater systems.
Absolutely, man. 512-255-8678. That's the number. The website is avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, setting the standard in audiovisual automation. So give them a call. If you were too reluctant to get something done for the Super Bowl season, make sure you can get something set up for March Madness. It's right around the corner. We're in February after all. And then you also have the NHL playoffs coming up. Watch Ovechkin chase down Lord Wade Gretzky's record there. And even if he gets this goal record, he's still way off of the points record. But you got to see it all with audiovisual consultations, man. 512-255-8678. It's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. And if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you heard the guys talking about it earlier. It is the Covert family. And, of course, Covert Bee Cave, proud partner here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Take a look and get a hold of our friends at covertbcave.com.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. I do want to ask you, Egg. So with the NFL season that we had.
Hold on, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Let's address some of these comments right here.
Oh, yeah.
Hold that thought 1 second here. So Jack Burton brings up a really good question. Was there a player that you can't help but like that was on your arch rival team? Like in the 90s, did fans truly hate Emmitt Smith? No. As a Giants fan, I will tell you that I absolutely. And there were some tough matchups between the Giants and the Cowboys, right? Like the Giants were kind of there, like they were breathing down the necks of the Cowboys, but the Cowboys they were just so damn complete of a team that even if you started to get next to them and lean on them a little bit, they'd kind of just give you one of these with their shoulder and just kind of shake you off real quick and then blow on you, and then you were done.
Blow on you?
Yeah, just kind of blow you off your shoulder. They wouldn't really give you a blow, but still. It's they just had so much talent, right? And it was kind of like you wanted to hate them. Or at least for me, you wanted to hate the team, but it was hard to not appreciate the greatness that was just surrounding that entire roster. The one dude that I couldn't stand because he just always popped off with the mouth was Michael Irvin, but the dude backed it up.
Yeah.
Every game he backed it up. Like he was the playmaker and he made plays and was able to back the damn thing up. So when you can walk the walk, man, talk all damn days, and that's what he was able to do. I would say maybe Michael Irvin. That's a long answer to the question. Maybe Michael Irvin, but even then, I still appreciated his greatness. I can't really say there was. Michael Irvin's honestly the only one that really pops off the page to me. I admire good players, man. If you can perform on the gridiron, man, I don't really care what school you went to or what jersey color you donned. I appreciate ball, man. Ball respects ball. I think most of the people that played the game feel that way, right? Or am I wrong? I don't know. Or maybe opinions vary and it's different from individual to individual. But that's where I'm at.
The guy for me, back then, and this is like when the Astros were still in the NL, was Albert Pujols. Because it was always that guy in his time with the Cardinals. Because that Astros Cardinals rivalry was really a big deal, and Albert Pujols crushed a lot of dreams for Astros fans, and it was one of those things where I'm like, I can't stand that guy, but everything that I heard about him, everything that I read about him, and again, we weren't inundated with social media and being able to get the intel on people back then like we are now. Everything that I was led to believe is like, oh, this is a really good guy. I'm like, well, he's a really good guy, but he destroys my team all the time. So it's really hard to like him when I really want to like him. and that's, you know, when he goes to the Angels, I guess it was, when all that happens and he gets the big payday, it's like, okay, well, I can kind of appreciate this guy now because he's not crushing my dreams all the time, you know. And over time, you get to appreciate the greatness that is Albert Pujols, and it. I think that's a guy for football for me. I don't know why. The guy that really drove me crazy in my younger days and in the '80s was Joe Theismann for the Redskins. I mean,
so that's a guy that's on a lot of people's list, right? Now, I've heard that it was his antics off the field or just his personality off the field. I heard he was a little bit of a prick. As a matter of fact, from an account from my own mom, who was a nurse in a hospital that Joe Theismann happened to be in when he broke his leg in Leesburg Memorial. I can't remember what it is, but
when the Lawrence Taylor injury happened?
When the Lawrence Taylor injury happened.
Wow.
So yeah, it's you know, I heard that he didn't handle it. I mean, and who would, right? Who's going to handle it that well? Or excuse me, I misspoke. She was a nurse for a child that broke his leg, and Joe Theismann came in to pay a visit and said the kid, no, I'm wrong. He was rehabilitating himself, and the kid was there, and he was asked to go do something, and of course he ended up doing it, but it took a lot of coercing from what I was told, or if I remember the story correctly. And again, this is just, you know, hearsay from one person to another person, but that type of story seems to trickle around when you mention it.
It does. It
Name of
really
Joe
does.
Theismann.
You kind of get that vibe. I mean, you don't know these people. I mean, I know, you know, back when I was, again, a kid, I mean, a lot of people didn't like, Cowboy fans didn't like Joe Montana, but it was really hard to not like Joe Montana, you know, because it was like, yeah, he's crushing your dreams and doing all these different things, but damn, you know.
I would imagine Terry Bradshaw was probably hard to like. I would imagine Joe Namath was probably hard to like. But when you can back things up, I mean, and I have no rationale on why people were probably not fans of Terry Bradshaw, except for the fact that maybe he was a little bit loud and
just a good old boy. Yeah.
A good old boy and with a loud mouth. That you know, people kind of mock what they don't understand or kind of don't like what they can't figure out type of deal. I don't know. That's a good question. Good question,
like that
Jack.
That's a really good
question.
one.
Hey, so I'll tell you what, I you know, how'd you feel about the halftime performance last night?
You know,
did you understand anything that was going down with the halftime performance?
Not really. I mean, it was hard to hear. I mean, we had everything going on. There were a lot of people talking, but it kind of goes back to like we were talking about during the week wags, where I'm not really familiar with a lot of these artists and what they do. So when they're doing stuff, I mean, I'll say from what I could hear, it sounded good. I mean, the whatever looked great on TV, but I mean, I'm not in with that type of music and kind of in that vibe that I always talk about. So a lot of it, I'm like,
what'd you think of SZA? How'd you think she did?
I mean,
I'm kidding. Her name's SZA. I'm messing with it. I just wanted to see if you were going to break down. But you didn't even crack. You didn't even move. I did that to Tom Kimball one time, and he did the same shit. He corrected me. He goes, well, her name's SZA. So, and I was just like, Tom, I know. It's a joke. Like, no one smiles at it. I must have the worst dad jokes ever.
Well, you know why I didn't crack? Because I said something during the week to my wife. I'm like, who is SZA? And she's like, that's SZA. I'm like, well, what is that? You know, again, like right over my head. That's why I'm like, I mean, that's what I thought it was, you know, like the basketball player, you know? So I you know,
so I'm going to sum up. I'm going to sum up I'll sum up the halftime show for you. Right. Like I know Kendrick Lamar's music. I thought it was fine. Here's the thing. If I can give you a summary of, remember I had 17-year-olds, right? Mm-hmm. Like I think 8 or maybe 9 17-year-olds in the living room, and they're all, you know, sitting here, you know, waiting for the halftime show. They're just like, oh yeah, you know, they probably maybe can name 2 songs of Kendrick they know Kendrick songs, but they're just not even paying attention to all of his album. They're waiting for one song. and one song only. Now they're waiting for and the entire halftime performance. They're like, is he going to do it? Is he going to play Not Like Us? Is he going to play Not Like Us? And then as soon as it dropped, he's just like, oh, he did it. He did it. So to me, I feel like most of the show for people out there was about if someone was going to diss somebody. Right.
Yeah.
Instead of, is it a good performance? I actually sat back, tried to remove myself. I had to go upstairs because I couldn't handle all the damn high school bullshit. So I had to go upstairs and actually SZA absolutely killed it. And then how about I had to do a double take and see if that was Serena Williams or not. I was just like, no way she's dancing. I didn't know she could dance like that. And I don't know. I thought it was a lot of mixed conversations and a lot of mixed feelings and a lot of mixed vibe about the halftime performance. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. My wife enjoyed it. But yeah, a lot of people, man, just waiting for a diss track, I guess. So
it's like when you have those, like you're talking about, it's like, okay, who's going to show up or whatever, what's going to be said. It's like when the Golden Globes or the Emmys or whatever's on, it's like, okay, what's going to be the political outtake or what's going to be the political statement or whatever it is. It is always one of those things to where it's like, okay, what's the secondary stuff going to be? And that's kind of what you're waiting for, but I mean, everything that I saw, again, not exactly my cup of tea, but I mean, it seemed fine to me. SZA was good. I mean,
SZA.
I mean, and all this is going on. And I've got friends that are texting me, and it's like, well, you know who they had to have? Cody Johnson. Or the George Strait thing came up again last night. There was a guy that sat here and said, hey, I listened to you guys the other day, and I think George Strait would be great. I'm like, no, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. Look what's going on.
You got to be able to it's an entertainment thing too, right? Like I just think it's the wrong energy for George Strait. That's all.
Yeah. That's not George Strait's type of thing. LB, this is a great pull right here that I've kind of thought about for a long time now. Milli Vanilli. I mean, those guys. Remember that? Boy, that was a mess. But this stuff here. I mean, it's entertainment. It's entertainment. Milli Vanilli really was ahead of their time. Those dudes were good, man. I love that.
Girl,
I love
it's girl, it's girl,
I love that one cassette.
Girl, it's girl, it's.
Blame It on the Rain. I mean, you remember that one? Blame it.
Yeah, I remember it all.
God, that was good.
What you do,
man.
just don't put the blame on you. Yeah. Who were the ones that actually sang the song? Because the dudes that were just up on stage trying to dance, they good looking dudes, man, but they didn't have a lack of talent in terms of musical performance. So.
Did you ever see the press conference where they like tried to sing? And
no,
like,
I did not. I'm like, dude, I might do that. I might go down a rabbit hole and do that.
Dude, I'm like, you are not helping yourself. If this is a scam, don't try to sing because I'm not even sure these guys spoke clear English, because I think they were of some other descent. Oh yes, and CBS, one of them is dead, and I think a lot of it was. I mean, you think about that, man, being ridiculed like that. I mean, for all of your life, and it was probably somebody's sharp idea. Hey, let's get this good-looking dummy over here and try to pass him off as a entertainer. Oh my God, that's a sad story. It's a sad story, but yes, very ahead of their time.
Ultimately, I was pleased with the halftime performance. I don't think it's going to be in my top 5, but it was a good halftime performance.
Yeah.
I'll put it. I mean, better than Coldplay. When Coldplay came out, right? So, not that that's like the bar or the standard of my threshold. It's like, hey, man, what makes a good Super Bowl? Well, it's got to be better than Coldplay. Like that's not the standard, but still, like that's just where I'm at. It was better than Coldplay. So.
I missed the whole national anthem thing. I know that Batista. Was it Batista the wrestler? Is that who was singing the national anthem?
I missed that too. Oh, by the way, I had, I gave you the stories about the pizza. Apropos, I missed the kickoff and in the national anthem because I was getting the other order of pizza. So, and I wasn't going to sit here and wait on delivery. You know what I mean? I wanted to go up there and get out there immediately and not have to worry about the pizza getting there at halftime. So,
yeah, you got to pre-plan for all that sometimes. When it's last second, that's where a lot of demand on Super Bowl Sunday, whole lot of demand. But yeah, the anthem. Again, I didn't miss that. I've kind of heard different reviews on all of that.
What happened? It wasn't. Jack's talking about Milli Vanilli. It wasn't just lip singing. Yeah, it was other people. Sinead O'Connor was that way too, right?
Yeah, it was other singers. Yeah, it was. Was she like that?
Sinead O'Connor, I believe, had. Am I wrong? Am I remembering this inaccurately?
I thought she was legit. I know Milli Vanilli. It was like two totally different dudes. Roseanne Barr. Yeah. That's an anthem that I can do without. Where it's like, come on, lady. It's like
I want to say Sinead O'Connor was a subject of lip singing too, and then she had a moment to where she tried to actually atone for it, and Chris Christopherson gave her encouragement. I think man, I could be in another life here, honestly.
I'll have to look that up because I thought the only like phony, if you want to call it that, was Rob and what was the other guy's name? Rob and Van or whatever Milli Vanilli was their real name.
I don't know what they were, man.
Rob Pilatus or Pilatus.
The one dude's no longer with us, right? Yeah, didn't the one dude take his life?
And I think that's Rob. And maybe the other guy's Fan or Van. Yeah, Sinead O'Connor. I didn't know about that. That would be disappointing.
I thought it was lit.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know. She got a lot of pushback against the fan base or whatever, and I thought it was because of lip singing. But I could be absolutely mistaken. But yeah, I do remember a moment where she was doing a live performance, and the crowd was not in her favor, and Chris Christopherson did give her some encouragement. But I thought it was in regards to a lip singing incident, but perhaps I'm wrong.
Oh, wait, the Monkees. I didn't know that. I didn't know the Monkees.
Yeah, Davy Jones.
Yeah.
They couldn't play any instruments.
Oh, my God.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Off of the Beatles, man. They were trying to make a show like a Beatles show.
The Monkees, the Beatles. That makes sense. That does make sense. Oh, okay. Sinead had a screw up on SNL. Okay, maybe that's
she screwed up in SNL. Okay.
Yeah. Well, guys, before we go any further, passes.com. You guys need to check that out. Texas One Fund involved right there. If you're a Texas basketball fan, passes.com. Look for the women's team because that's your team with all the momentum. What a win over South Carolina. I sat there and watched almost all of that game yesterday. Very, very great job there with Vic Schaefer and Blair, his daughter on the staff right there. You can see the intensity burning through on that sideline, and those ladies are in a really, really good spot right there. The content creator company the Texas One Fund is partnered up with is Passes. Check them out today, passes.com/Texas One Fund. Really cool stuff there. I mean, behind the scenes access, memorabilia, VIP experiences. You're only going to find that at passes.com. Check them out today. And you can check out the dudes too, the swimming team, all of that. And don't forget, baseball season starts on Friday, Globe Life Park. Here comes Coach Slosh and those Texas Longhorns going to play some baseball. Texas.com/Texas One Fund. Check them out today and be a part of the game like never before.
Ultimately, were you satisfied with NFL Super Bowl weekend?
That was going to be my question to you. Yes. No, the game sucked. But I had a feeling it was going to suck.
So you prepped preemptively.
I thought that might happen. I didn't think 34-0, but I thought 34-17, where it would get out of hand like that. For you, does this do anything for you? Because the NFL season's bookended now. I mean, it's all done. Everything that went on.
NFL season was over for me a while ago, but yeah.
See, that's my question to you and all the other folks. It's like after the NFL season that we just had and all the different things that went on, to have that stinker of a Super Bowl, I mean, does that kind of make the season suck? It's like we did all that for that.
No, I mean, remember, I kind of stood on this the entire season, is that college football was far more impressive than the NFL, and that kind of, you know, lasted until the national championship game. I mean, hell, I was just so entrenched in, and it's not just because the Longhorns were doing so well. College football just had a better product. And again, like I feel like I lean on this, quite often. The disparity in the NFL right now with the quarterback play is pretty obvious, right? Like, and when the quarterback plays down, the league's down. I don't know. It was a nice breath of fresh air to see, running back performances like Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry, but ultimately, the quarterbacks are what makes that league thrive, and just wasn't thriving and popping like it used to. And I attest to it or attribute that to quarterback production being down. I mean, the one that we deem the GOAT, or the guy that has the torch now being passed down from Tom Brady. The performance that he had last night on the biggest stage, probably one of the worst performances of his life. Now, he almost atoned for it a little bit towards the end of the game, but it was irrelevant. It was too little, too late, and it was over. But yeah, like, it wasn't just last night for Mahomes. This is supposed to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and he was absolutely mediocre all season long.
Yeah, he was exposed.
I mean, I don't know exactly if he was exposed, but again, defenses seemed like they had, every answer solved for him, and it could be a lack of offensive production or offensive weapons that he has at his disposal rather. So for me, I don't know. I think it was down a little bit. I think productivity was down a little bit in terms of quarterback play. That's going to make the league move. I don't know. I'm glad the NFL had college football. We'll just say that.
Yeah, one of the big highlights that I take out of the NFL this year really was, I mean, we talked about Saquon Barkley, is that it really seemed like to me, even though last night it wasn't hingent on that so much, that people are finally starting to understand that the running back really still matters a lot. I think with the season that Saquon Barkley had, some of the moves that were made there were running backs moved around, and it became really imperative in their team's success again. And again, like we talk about Wags all the time with controlling the line of scrimmage and all that. How do you do that? You run the football and you just go right at them. And it's an undervalued position. And you can look, I mean, the Cowboys, for example, the running game is horrible, and that's something they need to address. So I like that part. But just kind of with that game last night, just kind of was like, okay. Yeah.
Hold on, I have one more stat I wanted to get out here. So at before the half, the time of possession was middle of the second quarter, right before the half, the time of possession was 13 minutes for the Chiefs and 5 minutes, 13 minutes for the Eagles and 5 minutes for the Chiefs. Like, you can't run, you can't score if you can't run plays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, that was, I mean, it was.
And then, never mind. Go ahead.
And this is where I say to me, it really was last night to where it is. Like, you're waiting for everything to just come apart. I mean, because it had seemed like Kansas City had gotten to this point again. Very lucky. I mean, a lot of different scenarios there with luck. And last night, the luck just ran out. And I said exposed. They didn't get exposed.
You say luck. I say officiating. So,
and last night, I mean, I think that one was pretty. We talked about that last week, where it's like, call it as straight down the road as you can. I mean, it seemed like that last night. Kansas City lost, so it's not much of a conversation.
I didn't think the officiating had too much interference in the game, right? Like, I thought, if anything, AJ Brown kind of got hosed a little bit there. They called offensive pass interference on AJ Brown. I thought that I didn't see anything wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I thought Kansas City's defender, I can't even remember the defender, but he didn't even turn around to get his head back for the ball and make a play on the ball. So I don't know what I don't think any of us know what pass interference is or what a holding call is anymore. We just know that Patrick Mahomes gets calls, and he kind of really didn't. I thought for sure that Philadelphia would get roughing the passer called on them a few times after so often they were getting to the quarterback last night.
To this, LB, if I'm Taylor Swift, I think I'm going to date Lexi instead of Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark's teammate. I'm going to date Lexi instead. But this really was like where we talk about running backs, where Kansas City, you're making plays with Samaje Perine, Kareem Hunt, all the different guys that were imperative to parts of those wins for Kansas City. I mean, you're not going to beat this Philadelphia team with guys like that. I mean, you've got to have the Saquon Barkleys. You've got to have the Aaron Jones. I mean, you've got to have those guys that really solidify your running attack. And there was just none of that last night. And it was, total domination. I just wish it wouldn't have been done by Philadelphia, for crying out loud.
Well, ultimately, I think I was, I don't know. My takeaway from the Super Bowl is that it was a decent Super Bowl, but history was stopped, right? And we're not going to get to see the three-peat. And if Philly can reload and find themselves an offensive coordinator that can kind of provide the arsenal that, or at least maybe the scheming of the arsenal that Kellner and MORE provided, the Eagles look like they could be at the top of the division for not even the top of the division, top of the conference, remain at the top of the conference for a while. And I don't know too many people that's going to unseat them. Detroit looks like they're in a really good spot, and with Hutchinson coming back, you'd like to think that they can make a run at that. But I'm sure that they'll probably stiffen up their defense a little bit more, and they'll probably get some more offensive firepower to get that offense kind of exploding. But here's the thing too, right? They lost Glenn and Johnson. So
Ben Johnson, not our Ben Johnson. He's still
not our coach Ben Johnson, the other coach Ben Johnson.
The other coach, that other guy.
Yeah, man. There's going to be a lot of readjusting for the top dog or a couple of the top dogs around there because they're losing some of their good scheming.
And I think the other thing is now, I think I saw that Buffalo and Baltimore have been inserted as Super Bowl favorites. Do we think that is Kansas City vulnerable enough now to where either one of those teams can get out of the way?
People learn from their mistakes. You'd like to think that Kansas City is going to go out and get some weapons, right? Or maybe, address some of their offensive line. People learn from their shortcomings. And that was, the biggest stage, in the world last night, and absolute obliteration. So
yeah, absolutely.
You don't need Saquon Barkley to go over the century mark. As long as he can be somewhat of a factor, he's going to have the defense hone on him or make him a key. And what that do? It allowed Hurts to get to the edge a lot easier. It's the same type of scenario or situation that happens with Baltimore, right? People get so sucked. Not that Lamar Jackson needed any help getting to the edge, but with the advent of Derrick Henry, you can just pound him, and then that defense starts sucking into the middle, and then all of a sudden the edge is absolutely wide open. So
that's right.
It's a good 1-2 combination, a good look. You're going to start to see a little bit more of that with Cook and Josh Allen up in Buffalo. You'll start to see a lot more of that. Hell, it started to unfold this season. What's up, guys? How we doing, Jordan?
Speaking of Dallas needs a running back. I think Nick Harris could probably allude to that just a little bit.
You going to tote the rock? You toting the rock, Nick?
Yeah. Look, maybe not me, but they need about 3 running backs this offseason. It's getting. It's getting bad up there. Hey, Rodney, is that a Chili Bowl shirt?
They'll fall in their lap, Nick. They don't even have to be proactive. It's just going to come to Dallas.
Did you make the trip to Tulsa, Rodney? That looks great,
dude. I worked that event. I was there for 6 days working Chili Bowl, man. Dude, Kyle Larson, what a show! What a show! Unbelievable.
Very fun. That's one of the best sporting events on this planet,
dude. It really is. I think. Isn't it crazy?
Of cards, I got to run, man. I got to get my car to a garage. Y'all be good.
You got it.
Yep. Don't forget, guys. Chaos Theory tomorrow, 9 a.m. And then these dudes at 10 tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing you then.
Sir, what is the Chili Bowl? I want to ask you that. I've never.
How much time do we have?
dude. So the Tulsa Expo Center, the SageNet Center in Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's actually 2 weeks, because then you have the other one before that. You got the shootout that happens. 300, I think it was 357 midget race car drivers, midget cars, not short people, converge on this thing, and it is Monday through Saturday, just what, Nick, 10, 12 hours of racing.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. It's what do they call it? Hell's fastest quarter mile or whatever it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
Nick,
and
how do you even know about this?
So my dad was a crew chief for a World of Outlaws team for like 10 years when I was a kid. So dirt racing is in my blood.
Yeah, that's cool. With Nick, I mean, the cool thing is, I mean, Nick and I have done some stuff in the past, and then as we've kind of chatted, you know, with the racing background there, I'm like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yep.
All right, man. Y'all have a good show, and we'll see y'all mañana.
Good to see you, Rodney.
You bet, man.
So,
where in America are you right now? First off,
I'm in Clinton, Mississippi.
Wow.
Which is on the west side of Jackson. So for those who don't know, Sunday was the Under Armour Atlanta camp. Under Armour, they do a camp circuit where, you know, every major metroplex city that is in part of the country that football is a sport that matters. Like there's no Under Armour Seattle, but there's Under Armour Dallas, Under Armour Houston, Under Armour Atlanta, Under Armour, name it in the South. And these camps are important because it's verified data, height, weight, arm, wing, hand. And then they do testing drills like the combine, the same exact ones. And then they also do, one-on-ones, competition, 7-on-7. And every single thing the kids do is recorded. Schools, colleges pay, I think it's like $10,000 a year, something like that. It's several thousands of dollars. And they pay to have a subscription to the service called 3-Step, which is the real company running the Under Armour camps. Under Armour is just the logo. And it's effectively, a database where that's how schools build their boards, the verified data, the verified athleticism, verified measurements, and then also seeing how they compete, in a setting that's similar to what the college summer camps are like. So schools usually get all the video and data Tuesday night or Wednesday morning at the very latest. And usually, after every major, Under Armour camp, you'll see at least one or two kids that nobody knew even existed, and then they have 10 offers in a week, and it's because everyone found out about them from that Under Armour data that got sent out. So really cool camp. Went to it last year. Drove down to Georgia on Saturday. We made a drive. Last year it was me, Colin Kennedy, and Hudson Standish. Colin's with our OU site. Hudson is on the 24/7 sports scouting team, and made the trip. It was awesome. We're like, shoot, we should do it again. And we drove back, and now we're on the way home. Currently parked outside of a Starbucks using Starbucks Wi-Fi, cheating the system.
There we go.
And Hudson and Colin are inside getting some work done. And then after that, there's a lot going on in this parking lot. We got a Days Inn. We have a adult sex store, a Planet Fitness, a Taco Bell, Tractor Supply. You want to guess the final restaurant where Colin and Hudson are walking to after they finish their work?
I already know. It's Waffle House.
Yep.
I don't know why I knew that. I just knew that off the top of it.
Yeah. So it's a lot going on. And this is an older Starbucks. You can tell just off the building. And the parking lot design is absolutely terrible. Like, y'all are going to see cars waiting in the drive-thru line the entire show just because it's a horrible design. But rocking and rolling. Going to talk some Under Armour Atlanta. But first, want to ask you, we haven't talked in a few days. I know you're down in New Orleans. When did you get back to DFW or leave New Orleans?
I left New Orleans on Friday, got back Friday night. I was there all week last week, pretty much, dealing with Radio Row, Media Row, talking to whoever wanted to be talked to, pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, obviously you cover the Cowboys and Dallas area sports for Fort Worth Star-Telegram, but what made you want to go down there is, primarily a Cowboys writer.
Yeah, Radio Row is pretty much every team that does not make the Super Bowl, which you can pretty much bank on the Cowboys not every year. They send players meet up with brands and sponsors to go and do appearances. So on the first day we were out there, Zach Martin and kicker Brandon Aubrey. They were there with Bounty, like the paper towel brand. And trying to think who else. Emmett Smith was there. Des Bryant was there. Daryl Johnston. Micah Parsons was there. CD and Dak made appearances at some points, but they were mainly away, like going to parties and stuff that, they had set up. CD even did like a GQ runway walk for some fashion show in New Orleans on Saturday night, which is perfectly on brand. Trying to think what else. There was a lot of players there. Jerry Jones was there on the red carpet for NFL honors. We got to talk to him. We'll probably talk more about that conversation, but that's what I get out of it going to the Super Bowl is trying to catch those guys and, see what stories that they have.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just curious. It's one of the first things I thought of when, I was asking you that question about New Orleans. Did you get to spend any time, down on the square, Bourbon Street, all that? And if you did, I know you've been there before in the past, because of the tragic incident that happened around the Sugar Bowl,
Yeah.
Did it feel completely different with security, everything blocked off? Like, what was it like?
So my stepdad grew up in New Orleans, so I've been to New Orleans probably 25 times. If you pair that with all the times I went there as a kid to all the times I went there covering recruiting to now in the NFL, it was the cleanest, most safest I've ever felt in downtown New Orleans and in the French Quarter. It was almost like eerie. It was almost like, this isn't right. Like we need a little bit more grime. I need a homeless person asking me for money. Like that's part of the shtick here. But yeah, Homeland Security, CIA, FBI, National Guard, just on the streets, just patrolling the streets. It was wild. It almost looked like a military zone. They were not letting shit happen in New Orleans over the weekend or last week. And there was a soldier with an assault rifle on every block in downtown New Orleans and in the French Quarter. They were not letting anything happen last week.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, the amount of people that go into that city that aren't even going to the Super Bowl, that are just there to hang out Super Bowl weekend, like,
yeah,
you need stuff like that. And it obviously sucks that that tragedy had to happen for, I guess, security to increase, to what it was. But I don't know, better for the future, I guess. What do you think is like the main takeaway you got, and this is a very broad question, but like the main thing you took away from your 5 days down there in NOLA?
Cowboys related, I would say, there was kind of a idea that was being kicked around the Cowboys Twitter sphere about how they were going to spend in free agency moving forward. And, there was a thought that maybe Jerry would actually spend a little bit more this year, but I think he kind of thwarted that. He was saying that the free agency spending this upcoming offseason will be in line with what they've done in years past. And he said he said last year they paid more money to any one player in the NFL, talking about Dak Prescott. He said if we can do that again, then I think that'd be pretty good. So it's clear that his focus is on paying Micah Parsons, even though Micah has said many times, he's like, hey, I want to get this done before free agency so we know what we can deal with and the front office can have a little bit more flexibility when it comes to spending in the offseason. But it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of urgency on the other side right now to get that done, which it doesn't make sense. It's mind-boggling. They're just going to end up paying Micah what he wants in the end anyway if it tracks with what Dak and CD got last year. It's a little frustrating for sure for Cowboys fans.
So what's the predicted timeline for the contract? Like training camp, you think he's going to hold out and it'll go down just like CD, or do you think the Cowboys might reach a point before that where they're like, hey, we cannot let this happen again and let it unfold like it did with the CD situation? What do you see realistically happening there with Parsons and that contract?
Micah had said in the last couple of weeks of the season that, he planned on being there for all of the offseason events. He didn't plan on holding out, this, that, and the third, but we'll see whenever that time actually comes around. His agent's David Mulugeta. Mulugeta's had multiple clients hold out in the past. There's going to be a conversation that's had there for sure. It really comes down to, okay, if camp's around the corner and Micah doesn't have that deal yet, then I think that's when you start looking around.
So, I mean, he should, I assume he'll be the highest paid defensive player in NFL history, right?
That's the idea. And in that same interview in the last couple of weeks of the season, he was like, look, I don't need to be the highest paid defensive player. I don't need $40 million. Which Nick Bosa has the highest average annual value right now, and I believe it's at 34.5. So he to be the highest paid defensive player, he would have to be over that 35 threshold. But he's like, I don't need 40. I don't even need to be the highest paid. I just want to get this done. So we'll see.
Yeah, CB, I did see this and thought that was kind of interesting. It's also like NFL players are the kings of saying, "Oh, I wish I did this differently," when like that was never going to happen. Like the Jameis Winston saying, "Oh, I would have gone to Texas. They recruited me." Like, all right, sure, Jameis, but I don't know. Did you talk to Micah about that or hear any more about Micah Parsons saying that he told Bijan Robinson he wished he took a visit to Texas when he was getting recruited to Penn State out of high school?
Micah says a lot of shit. We have to kind of whittle it down and figure out what exactly to write stories about. He says whatever is on his mind, and I guess that was on his mind that day.
Yeah. So yesterday the camp started at 8:30. We got out of there around 2:30, 1 and 8, and then went back to the hotel. Sorry, just got a text. They were watching the Super Bowl in the hotel room. I had a ton of work to get done with, scoop from the Under Armour camp, and then also behind the scenes story or the Stampedes for today. Part 1 is already out with the offense. Part 2, the defense will be out sometime this afternoon, still finishing up. Takes a long time to write and requires a lot of work. So I was doing that while the Super Bowl was going on. And also, I honestly didn't have a ton of interest in the Super Bowl. It was a super long weekend. But, I'd look up at the TV every now and then and would be like, oh, wow, this is not really what I expected. Like, what were your thoughts on that? Because I know you watched it start to finish.
Yeah, the Philadelphia pass rush was just unreal. Yeah. That's got to be one of the best pass rushing performances by a defensive line in Super Bowl history. Just they were not letting Mahomes do anything. That Chiefs offensive line got absolutely whipped. I think you look at Josh Sweat with his 2.5 sacks, Milton Williams with his 2 sacks and a forced fumble in the red zone on Patrick Mahomes that led to a score. I mean, that defensive line didn't give that offense any time to do anything. I think they had 23 total yards in the first half. They only had 1 first down. Just unreal. And then I do like that Xavier Worthy had the best rookie performance for a receiver in Super Bowl history. It just didn't matter. He had 8 receptions for 157 yards and a touchdown, but didn't really do a whole lot in the end. I have this NFL playoff fantasy group thing going on, and I was the only one in the league with Xavier Worthy, so that really helped me out last night. But other than that, it's a bad night for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I loved like I wasn't watching every play, but I look up and watch a play or two, then get back to work. And I mean, every time I looked up and the Chiefs run offense, just D-line in his lap. And I mean, Jalen Carter is a fascinating, draft pick and all that to look back on, because he, clear as day was a top 3, top 5 prospect in that draft. It wasn't remotely close. Like everyone knew that. But there's the baggage, the wreck that happened at Georgia, him fleeing the scene when someone died in a race he was racing against. And there's that. Also, Hank days ago figured out that Xavier Worthy would have been the first Texas Longhorn to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl if he were to score.
Yeah.
And so he wrote the story up on like Thursday or Friday. And then he scores to make it like 34-7, and he puts it out right away. And I was just like, man, you still are putting this out, like everyone is watching.
Hey, the story is written. We're putting it out, damn it.
Yeah. And I thought it was hilarious. All these college football fans are like, man, Texas is a D- school. Like, how does this happen? This is Super Bowl 59. And then everyone is like, oh, wait, Devontae Smith was the first, Alabama player that was drafted out of Alabama to have scored a touchdown. But all that was hilarious. And Jack Burton, I kept making these jokes to Hudson and Colin, like, damn, they can't even use the rest to come back from this,
Yeah.
And I don't know, as a 49ers fan who had to watch the Chiefs, dismantle them in the Super Bowl twice in the last however many years, I'll pull for the Eagles a little bit. I know you're different, Cowboys market, all that, but it's interesting, I see all the Cowboys activity on Twitter, talking about, hey, it's crazy whenever a front office actually tries to consistently make their team better, the draft, free agency, all that. And, we know what they're referencing, but, going forward, what lies ahead this offseason for the Cowboys? What are the main things you think they need to be fixed? obviously running back is a huge deal, like you talked about, but like realistically, what could change between now and week 1 in the fall?
Realistically, you can make the argument that they need help at every single position. You could look at quarterback. They are losing Cooper Rush and Trey Lance to free agency. Do they bring back one or both of those guys? Do they draft a guy? The Raiders had put out a report over the weekend that they were probably looking at getting rid of all of their quarterbacks. And if that's the case, Aiden O'Connell was somebody that the Cowboys really liked in the draft process. Is that a young guy that they feel like they could bring in? You look at running back, again, we've already touched on that. Wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb and Jalen Tolbert are about the only comfortable ones you feel like can contribute on a consistent basis. And even Tolbert has some question marks. Tight end, Jake Ferguson is the only one that you feel great about. Offensive line, they need help interior. They need help at tackle. Talking about Terrence Steele. Terrence Steele is going to stick around this offseason, especially with this new offensive coordinator. And I think this new offensive coordinator will benefit the development of Terrence Steele. But, his contract is looking really rough right now. I think they have to at least restructure his deal to free up some space from Terrence Steele. You look on the defensive side of the ball, what the hell are they going to do with Trayvon Diggs? That's a contract that's looking really bad right now. But he's going through a major knee surgery recovery that could take him out all the way through training camp. So that's when you look at the linebacker position. They need to add some bodies there. They're going to lose Eric Kendricks to free agency. DeMarvion Overshown won't be back until probably midseason next year. At the safety position, they had a horrible year at the safety department last year. I mean, every single position group needs help. So as far as what they need to do in free agency, they need to retain some of their guys. They got to bring back Osa Odighizuwa, who plays 3-tech for them. He's ranked as the number 10 overall free agent in the NFL right now by PFF. They got to figure out what to do with him. If that's a franchise tag situation or if it's signing him long-term, they got to bring Osa back into the equation. Then you look at some of the edges that they have, the depth edges, not even depth. DeMarcus Lawrence is a free agent. Carl Lawson, Chauncey Golston, all these guys are free agents. They're going to have to figure out what they need to do to add bodies on the edge. In the secondary, what are they going to go ahead and negotiate an extension with Deron Bland? It's probably time to start doing that. And on the offensive side of the ball, again, we mentioned it. They have to bring in a receiver. They did hire a receivers coach over the weekend in Junior Adams, who recruited and developed Cooper Kupp at Eastern Washington. Cooper Kupp obviously is on the trade market. If that's a 5th-round pick or a 5th-round type value, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm making that call. So a couple of things just kind of keep an eye out as time goes on.
Yeah, I had forgotten about the Trayvon Diggs, situation. He has 1 year left on his contract.
No, he's signed through 2028. He's locked up long term.
Oh, it needs to be restructured, is what you're saying, or likely could be
traded, restructured, cut. I mean, there's a lot of different options for Trayvon Diggs. They have to do something with that price tag this offseason, though. And if they don't this offseason, then they're going to be stuck going into next offseason.
Yeah. No, I mean, that is definitely a situation there. All positions to some degree also have this, but, especially running back. But it is kind of fascinating how short the window is usually for, like, the number 1 corner in the NFL or a guy who's considered the top corner in the NFL. Like, Jalen Ramsey, it was a longer duration than Trayvon Diggs, I think. Darrelle Revis, guys like that. But, I mean, I feel like in our lifetimes, when it's been a dominant CB1 in the league, that guy is only CB1 2-3 years and an injury happens or the next guy emerges, something like that. And I don't know. I feel like receivers might be able to last longer as the top guy or something, just something that caught my mind. But wanted to ask you about those coaching hires. Pretty intriguing. Junior Adams, obviously, I know him, decently well, know about him, through the recruiting world. And also the Kansas State line coach, they hired him since you were last on the show. Any other hires they had since, when we last talked on Monday?
Man, I can't really exactly remember who's been hired since we last talked, but I'll just kind of run through the staff really quick, other than the coordinators, because I know we've talked about them. As soon as we got off the show last week, they hired running backs coach Derek Foster. Obviously chose him over Tashard Choice. And
by the way, great job on that. You broke it, and also, like, everything you said on the show was going to happen is what happened 10 minutes after you got off the show.
Appreciate that.
Good job on that.
Just cashing that, I'll take my wins where I can get them. Tight ends coach Lunda Wells, he's retained from the previous staff. Offensive line coach Connor Riley, bringing him over from Kansas State. Going to be really interesting because obviously he recruited and developed Cooper Beebe. Cooper Beebe is now playing center for them. Does he potentially want to move him back to guard? Does he want to keep him at center? How does that help his development? And also, he was co-OC for the Deuce Vaughn days. So does Deuce Vaughn maybe have a little bit higher of a chance to stick around after camp now? Defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton, he comes over from the Jets, developed Will McDonald into a double-digit sack guy last year. He's developed Quinnen Williams into a guy who's had, I believe, 38.5 sacks over the last 4 seasons. So a really strong defensive line hire, in my opinion. Linebackers coach Dave Borgonzi, cornerbacks coach David Overstreet, defensive pass game coordinator Andre Curtis, and then a couple of the other hires, assistant wide receivers coach Taquan Underwood, assistant defensive line coach Brian Bing, and then a defensive assistant / quality control guy, Tanzel Smart from the Baton Rouge area. It's a strong staff, and it's mostly complete. I think they will end up hiring a quarterbacks coach, but that's kind of a fluid conversation right now. I would imagine it would be Steve Shimko, who was an analyst for them last year. He was the offensive coordinator at Boston College the year before that. Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces as far as the staff goes, but it's starting to come into place now. It's a strong staff. And, somebody asked me over the weekend on a radio hit, he's like, okay, what grade would you give the staff? I can't give it an A because they haven't touched the field yet, but I'd give it a B. I'd give it a strong B just because, they've brought in a healthy mix of experience in the NFL on the defensive side of the ball, and then innovation and college insight on the offensive side of the ball. And I think it's really going to help kind of make this offense not so archaic and stagnant, the part that we've gotten used to over the last couple of years in Dallas.
Yeah, definitely, I think Junior Adams is a very intriguing hire. Definitely knows what he was doing at Oregon and actually recruited receivers in the state of Texas incredibly well. A big part of that, obviously, everyone knows the war chest Oregon has with Nike and Phil Knight, but, he was developing those guys too. He wasn't just getting them there. And, Cooper Kupp it was Eastern Washington, right? Also Kendrick Bourne, he had him at that same school too. He was an undrafted free agent, still playing in the league. Miss him on the Niners. But, what do you think it kind of says about the hunger of Junior Adams and the K-State O-line coaches now with the Cowboys, the hunger to get that thing turned around in Dallas? Because, you were bringing it up. The Cowboys kept running into, hey, we want college coaches. Let's interview him. And then, oh, wait, his buyout and he's getting paid way more. He would have to take less money. So, what do you think that says about their hunger and the jump to the NFL? Because I know Adams hadn't been in the NFL prior, but is it also the first time in the league for the Kansas State offensive line coach?
Correct. Yeah, both of these guys making the jump. And it's how the recruiting calendar is. How the NCAA calendar is. A lot of these coaches, they want to find an opportunity to actually have an off season, and in college, it's really hard to do so. And I haven't talked to either of those guys yet, but I would have to assume that's what goes into wanting to take the pay cut and go to the NFL route, is just to have a little bit more time. These guys get an actual off season in the NFL. In college, you're always on, whether you're coaching / playing or you're recruiting in the off season. So as far as hunger, quote unquote, I mean, that's something that's to be determined once we get to talk to the staff, which I would assume would happen in the next couple of weeks once they finalize hires and everything. But I'd be excited to know what their perspective is, because obviously, guys like Tashard Choice, Rashad Samples, there were other college coaches in the mix for other position groups that decided to stay where they were at to keep the higher paycheck. So I'd be curious to know why those two guys did not.
Yeah. So the only remaining non-assistant, just actual on-field coach for the Cowboys is QBs that still has to be filled.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna get into college football a little bit. When they hired Junior Adams, I'm like, this is very interesting, because who is Oregon going to hire?
Yeah.
That is a job a lot of people will be interested in.
Yeah.
Because what I talked about earlier, the war chest. They effectively have an infinite NIL budget as long as Phil Knight's alive. He wants them to win a natty before he passes away, and he's getting older. So, the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
That, is obviously a humongous help in recruiting, but more than just the money, every kid grows up with Oregon being a school they like, whether 90% of the time it has nothing to do with the school, location of the school, anything with the football program. It's just the uniforms and everything with Nike.
Yeah.
I started thinking, who could be guys they hire? And then I was like, oh, snap, Chris Jackson. This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Coached in the NFL, originally from the West Coast. A lot of his family is still on the West Coast. All of his family's from the West Coast. Played at Washington State, played in that area, and also is a modern day alum.
Yeah.
Oregon recruits modern day harder than any other program in college football. They get those kids a lot. And, there's a top-tier receiver prospect at modern day right now, Chris Henry Jr. Some label him as the next Jeremiah Smith. There will never be another Jeremiah Smith. He's one of one, and he's not close to Jeremiah's talent level, in my opinion. He is a 5-star. I like the projected first-rounder on him, but he's not Jeremiah Smith level special. Yeah. Nonetheless, number one receiver in the country, and, a guy Oregon is trying to flip from Ohio State. So I think Chris Jackson checks a lot of boxes for what Oregon will probably look for. I have no idea what the hot board looks like there, and, I think there's some other interesting candidates for them, but Chris Jackson was the first guy I thought of once I saw your tweet about, Junior Adams taking the Dallas job.
Yeah, that's a damn good point. I hadn't even thought about that and all the connections there. I forget that Chris Jackson's a modern day guy as well. You know something? You just theorizing over there.
Oh,
no,
you're
hiding something over there, Jay Scruggs.
I'm just tinfoil hatting it. Yeah, also,
it's a strong tinfoil hat theory, though. I'll give you that.
Hey, it makes sense. It does. Yeah. So,
who was the receivers coach at Texas before Jackson got there?
Marion.
No, okay, before Marion.
Stinky Andre Coleman.
That's right. I was trying to remember who it was. Yeah, Oregon's just going to go after Andre Coleman. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, hey, Andre Coleman is with the commies right now, so he can go take him.
Is he really?
Yeah, he took 2 or 3 years off, and he's now some QC or analyst or something for the Washington Commanders.
Fascinating. Okay. Maybe that's why they made it to the NFC Championship. See, you sleep on Andre Coleman.
I'm not sleeping on anybody. First of all, Oregon would never look into Andre Coleman.
I'm just
but second of all, they're going to be like, oh, who was the last recruit he signed? Brennan Thompson, third school in 3 years. Never played much time at either school.
Yeah.
Who are the guys he landed in 2021? Xavier Worthy, who went to Texas because of Sark, and I don't even remember other receivers in that 21 class.
You had Dejon Harrison. You had he was 2020. You had Keith Ron Lee in 2021.
Who didn't make it to campus, is currently in prison.
Yep, he's got 10 felonies on his record.
Yep, that one is fascinating to look at and look back in retrospect, because wasn't he a late ad too? Didn't they offer him right before signing day?
They offered him 2 days before signing day. He was committed to UTSA, and obviously he flipped. Or it was 2 days before the early signing period. He decided to carry it into the late signing period. He signed in February to Texas, and he was on campus for a day and a half, and he got arrested back in Bryan for strangulation of a family member, and he has since been in and out of prison since. And he actually has my favorite tattoo on planet Earth. It's on his forehead, and it says "Hate over love." I'm like, yeah,
oh yeah, that's right. I remember when we saw that.
Good stuff right there.
Yeah, I mean, man, he was coming out of the worst part of Bryan. Rudder is the most underfunded school in that area. It's the worst school, and they go stretches of 4 or 5 years where they don't win a football game. But hey, they had a dog in the 2025 class. My guy, Jaquise Martin, former Juice product. I put him on his freshman year. I posted him. He didn't get his first offer till over 3 years later. Was a Tulsa commit. Was sticking with Tulsa, and Houston was kind of hiding him. I talked to someone at Houston in September, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna get this kid," and they didn't offer him till mid-November. So, not the best way to do things, but it is smart, tactical, and I mean that's how Willie Fritz works, my guy. So
here we go. So the receivers that Andre Coleman landed in 2021, Xavier Worthy. Again, I'm not going to give him credit for Worthy either. I'm not giving him credit. Jaden Alexis, who I have no idea where he is now.
You want to guess?
South Florida.
Yes, he's a USC.
Really?
And
I pulled that out of my ass.
Yeah, so he transferred from Texas once. Okay. I think he did 1 year with Sark, and then he either got pushed out or they were just like, "You're never playing here."
Okay,
because he wasn't.
Keith Ron Lee, Casey Kane, who's still at UNLV, correct?
He might be out of eligibility, dude.
He might. Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't know. If he's 21, he's my age, and this was his 4th year in college.
Okay, well that's it. That was all the receivers.
But Nick, with Dejon Harrison, I looked this up a few months ago. because do you remember when Tom Herman embarrassed himself for like the 100th time on national TV because Alex Golesh big dogged him when USF beat FIU?
Yes.
I followed there's a few personnel guys at USF I know. They actually signed a kid out of Stony Point and offered him the day before February signing day. That kid's now at SFA. I follow their guys on Twitter. And one of Alex Golesh's like main sayings, or I think he said it in the press conference when someone asked him, like, yo, why did you big dog Tom Herman? He said something like, you can't put lipstick on a pig, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
So their DPP, Director of Player Personnel, after that game where they just beat FAU's ass, posts a photo of a bottle of lipstick on the 50. And I'm like, I saw it as soon as it got posted. It had it was up for maybe 3 minutes and it already had a retweet. I'm like, who retweeted this? The USF has like no fans. And it's Jaden Alexis. And I was like, wait, what the hell? He's still there? And damn, he's saying this about Herman, you know?
Yeah.
He signed to Herman.
Yeah.
Sark wasn't hired till a month after the 2021 class signed in December.
Yeah.
So, that whole thing, I was like, oh, wow. But he hasn't played a ton at USF. I don't think he had much, production or stats, but a fascinating time in Texas football to look back at.
Are there any Texas fans, because you probably have a better pulse on this than I do, and if anyone in the comments has a good perspective on this, feel free to pitch in. Are there any Texas fans who respect what Tom Herman did in Austin? They're like, hey, yeah, he didn't win, but he elevated what it was under Charlie Strong. Does anyone feel that way anymore? Because I feel like there was some stragglers left after he got fired and Sark came in, but after this FAU disaster, there's no backing Tom Herman anymore.
No, everyone is just dancing on his grave now. When the Alex Golesh stuff happened, the entire Texas fan base was like that. That meme where it's NBA on TNT and they're smoking cigars and it's like ha ha ha. It's like Pack Watch. That was the entire Texas fan base.
Well, I'll say this: if 10 years from now they welcome Tom Herman into DKR for
that's not happening.
I'm just saying for in between the first and second quarter, here's former head coach Tom Herman. How many boos is he getting in that stadium? I'm booing, and if I'm a Texas fan, I am booing from Section 4 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there'd be less boos and more yo, why the hell is he here? Why did they show him on this? That means they coordinated him being there so they knew where in the stadium he was so they could put him on camera. I think there'd be more of that than more boos, but it would definitely be that reaction, boos, and then young kids being like, who is this? So
yeah,
I don't know. I'm very curious what he'll end up getting into because he was fired from FIU. So FAU, my bad.
There's a question here in the comments that kind of spurred another thought for me, if I could here, Jordan. Jack Burton saying, did he kind of put renovations in motion? It was more so CDC. And the question that I kind of want to spur to you, obviously SMU took Jay Hartzell. SMU's AD is now out. There's some theory around SMU land that they can go land CDC. I see it as a 0% chance of happening. What's your perspective on that?
I've been running and gunning for the last 2 days straight driving at this camp, so I've not seen any of that. It's the first time I've heard about some tinfoil hatting from the Mustangs with CDC, but probably have to agree with you. The only thing is money. They are a private school, so, and I'm sure that means, less restrictions and guidelines for how CDC goes about his day-to-day job, but, SMU's in the ACC. Yes, they're a Power 4 school. Yes, they made the college football playoff. Yes, they're on the way up. And their brand is ascending. But SMU will never be a bigger athletics program or bigger university, bigger college to anyone than the University of Texas. So for where he's at right now, it's the peak of college athletics. The University of Texas has been, they made more money than any athletic department for however many years in a row. It is the number one most recognized logo in sports behind the Los Angeles Lakers and the Cowboys. It doesn't get bigger than that for being a college athletic director. So if he does leave for SMU, it'll be because it's more money and a little less work. And, he's on the older side of things. Maybe he wants, less on his plate. Who knows? But for who he is as a go-getter, I mean, the Schloss hire is ridiculous to look back on. Yes, Chris Beard unfolded the way it did, but that was a great hire initially. And I mean, the way things have gone with Sark, like, he is a go-getter. And you can't make those hires at SMU. You know, they're not there yet as a brand and as a school university. So
someone tweeted him and said, "I sure hope the rumors of you being enticed to go to SMU aren't true." And he quote tweeted it with a Ted Lasso gif that says 1000% false. So take that for what it's worth. Take that for what it's worth.
Yeah. No, I mean, just crazy to look back on. And I remember something, I forgot what it was. Something popped up on my phone where it was me recording my living room during a Texas game. It was on Snapchat. It was like a Snapchat memory. And it's just my whole family, like, basically being like, yo, what the hell is going on with Tom Herman? It was one of the bad losses. It wasn't the Kansas game, but it was a game they had no business losing. But yeah, very curious what happens with Mr. Tommy Herman. But yeah, I don't know. Any other fun
players we would cheer if Charlie came back, right? Like we would cheer if Charlie was in the first and second quarter.
Yes, I think with Charlie, didn't get the job done like people wanted, but he was a great guy. And in terms of, how should I say this, trimming the program from people who are just not good human beings, he did that, and he got a lot of respect from the Texas fan base for doing that. But he couldn't get guys in recruiting. And when he did, he couldn't really do anything. He couldn't do a ton with them.
Well, he could recruit. He just couldn't develop them.
There you go.
Yeah.
I will say his recruiting and evaluations, identifications, whatever you want to call it, got a lot better as like it went on. Like, dude, so many of the guys the Herman staff had drafted were guys that strong recruited on the defensive side of the ball late. And it's interesting because Herman stunk on offense. But, like, you go look at the guys that have been drafted in the Sark era so far, I feel like a lot of those guys, were Herman guys, Jahdae Barron, Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat,
Yeah.
Yes, they definitely missed, but on a lot of guys, but they did hit on some. So
yep.
And Derek Chang deserves a lot of credit for that. Not really Mr. Herman. He was overseeing it, giving him the green light, but that was a good job they did with some cats. So I don't know, but Charlie Strong for the most part, I think, would I don't know about standing ovation. Would they clap for him? He wouldn't get booed.
Yeah.
So, and also, like, it's different when there's more time that's passed, If he was this obviously wouldn't happen, but like if he was to show up at DKR for a game when Herman is there, people aren't clapping for him,
Yeah.
Now that they're in the Sark era, things have changed, they might. With Herman, though, 20 years from now, people are still going to remember him. I don't think the time will change that much for him, but yeah, I don't know. Any other good stuff out of New Orleans? Memories, anything? I don't know.
Oh, memories. Yeah. Many memories. Me and Tommy Yarish, who used to work for you guys at Horns 247, took my old job with the Dallas Cowboys. We made the trip together, and we stayed in Baton Rouge and drove in every day just because it was expensive as hell to actually stay in New Orleans.
How far is that drive again?
It's about an hour at night, and then in the morning it's about an hour 45 with traffic and everything. So yeah, it was a little rough. We were getting up at 6 a.m., going to bed at like 1 a.m. It was long nights, early mornings. But Thursday was probably the worst because we got up. We both had radio appearances starting at like 8 a.m. So we went ahead and left at like 6, which means we were up at 5:30. And we were just going all day. We had the Kendrick Lamar press conference. We had Des Bryant that day. We had Daryl Johnston that day. We got a feature story with a player that day. We were just rolling all throughout the day. And then we had NFL Honors red carpet that night. We didn't get to sit down and like finally eat something until about 8 p.m. that night. And it was in the media workroom while the NFL Honors is going on. And it's like off to the side of the Sanger Theater there in downtown New Orleans. And they have like these soggy grilled chicken wraps that had been sitting there for like 2 hours probably. And they were like, you just touched them and it felt like you were like squeezing styrofoam. Like it was just awful. But like we were starving and it was the best thing I've probably ever had. But if I ate it right now, I'd probably throw up. But it was just me and Tommy were just inhaling that damn chicken wrap. And That's probably the memory I'll take away from that. That was the real grind.
Yeah, you see Belichick and his girlfriend that's like my age.
I did not see them. I'm trying to. There was a girl that was standing in front of us like the whole time, and we were like, God, like she's special. And she was a reporter, and like the whole time we're like trying to figure out like who she is, can't figure it out. Like the next day we get home back to Dallas, we figure out it's Travis Kelce's ex, and I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. The Kayla Nicole girl or whatever.
She's there.
Yeah, she's a reporter. Or she was doing reporting for I Am Athlete. And and she actually in like multiple videos of hers, you got me and Tommy in the background laughing and going like,
what the that I had no idea she's a reporter. You see CJ Gardner-Johnson posted that on his story, on his Instagram story.
No.
It is a photo of him basically. It was like after a PBU or something. It's a photo from last night in the Super Bowl where he's like celebrating and flexing, and like Kelsey just dropped a pass or something happened. I don't know.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, I barely watched the game. And I don't know what the Young Boy song is. I just saw a screenshot. But there's a Young Boy song he chose to play, NBA Young Boy, on the Instagram story. And it basically is like it said something like you shouldn't have left that thick shit. And everyone knows he's talking about the ex, whatever her name is. I already forgot.
Yeah.
But it's also like, man, like, don't get me wrong. I'm tired of the Kelsey Taylor Swift stuff, but like, dog, he just lost Super Bowl. You don't got to do all that, you know. Like, y'all are grown ass men doing that. I don't know. And I mean, hey, karma, it always comes back around. So I know CJ Gardner-Johnson always had Twitter fingers and always been a talker, but
he's annoying.
What goes around comes around. So
he's annoying.
I don't know.
But yeah, that was a good experience on the red carpet. Saw a lot of different players, saw a lot of different people, and we were just working our ass off that day. But it was a good time in New Orleans. We were coming back, and on the drive back, we were somewhere in the country, like in north of Baton Rouge. It wasn't North Baton Rouge. We were really in the sticks, and there was like tall trees on both sides of the highway, and like coming right off of the tree line is this like buzzer plane, and it's probably like 30 feet above us. And I'm just like, what the hell is that? And like a plane just flew right above us, and like it swerved back, and Tommy's like, it's going to land on the damn highway. And it was landing, and it landed in the middle of a cornfield, like right next to us, like completely fine. Like it looked like it was like planned and normal, but we were just like, what the hell is going on? Like it didn't even land on a runway. It was just landed like in the middle of a field, and like with like tall like corn stalks around it. And I'm like, what is going on here? So it was a wild weekend. It was a wild weekend in Louisiana.
Louisiana is not a real place, dog. Like I know we were talking about how this is classic Mississippi and like all the shit that's going on where I'm at right now, but like, man, driving through Louisiana, like you cross that Texas border and the roads go from like 8 out of 10 to like -6 out of 10. There's potholes in Shreveport right now. I don't get how this has lasted this long. I mean, I know how construction on roads work, especially major highways close to downtowns. But when we made this trip through Shreveport last year, they had the main highway that goes through downtown. If, I don't know, say you're driving to Ruston from Dallas or Monroe from Dallas, right? And you go through Shreveport. It whittles down to one lane that like, I am driving super nervously, like holding both hands on the wheel because that's how skinny it is and how like it's not wide. And there's all these signs where it's like 18-wheelers, you have to get off the road. Like large cars wider than this off the road because they can't fit there. And it's like probably about a mile stretch where it's only one lane and everyone's going like 20 miles per hour because it's so tight. And on all the barricades, there's like scratches and paint from people. And it was like that last year. And so we got through Shreveport, totally forgot about it. And we're like, holy shit, it's still like this. And it's right outside downtown. So I'm not excited to drive through that. Kind of nerve-wracking just because I drive a Yukon. It's a pretty wide car.
Okay. Big money.
You act like you didn't know I had a Yukon. Shut up.
No,
yeah. But no, Louisiana is a fascinating place. Like the whole parish system instead of counties, like it's just different there from anywhere else in the world.
It's a lawless place.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Oh, y'all talking about Mac and the Texas coaches. I'll talk about Under Armour Atlanta a little bit. So it's called Under Armour Atlanta. They do it in Carrollton. It's stupid as hell. Carrollton is an hour away from Atlanta. It's like calling, I don't know. It's like doing Under Armour Dallas and Terrell and calling it Under Armour Dallas still. Like that.
Arlington's about 35, 40 minutes. They do it.
Yeah, I know. But at least it's like actually there's cities and buildings around. Like Terrell's in the country and is removed. But anyways, there was 19 kids at the camp with offers. It was
offers from Texas, right?
Yeah, with offers from Texas. And 11 of those kids were in 2026. Of those 11 kids in 2026, Texas is not recruiting like 3 or 4 of them. And then 4 in 27 and 4 in 2020 or 3 in 2028. A bunch of kids no-showed. So of those 19 kids, only 11 showed up. And unfortunately, 3 of the 11 were the guys Texas is not recruiting.
Yeah.
So, don't want to call it a waste of a time, but a little disappointed. And also last year's group of the campers was so much better than this year's, especially on the offensive and defensive lines. Like all last year I talked about how, like, man, going to that camp really opened my eyes. Like there truly are like parts of the country that only produce certain types, certain body types, certain types of athletes. Yep. It's that Southeast region. That was when I saw Justice Terry for the first time. He was one of the top performers last year. And also like, it was like 6 of like the country's top 10 ranked D-line / edge prospects at the time in 2024 or 2025 were there last year. Like it was loaded. And this year there wasn't like, I think there were 2 top 247 kids in the O or D-line group. It was bad. Yeah. But talked to a few different guys, interviewed them. I'll have those up if you want to read, news and notes from, what I got. You can go check it out. It's just called Recruiting News and Notes from Under Armour Atlanta on Horns 24/7. But Nasir McCoy, we'll start with him. He's an unranked 4-star, or nationally unranked 4-star. So, projected priority free agent years down the line. He's at Buford, one of the top prospect factories in the country. And kid is, relatively easy to get a hold of, has a lot of offers, and has always been very outgoing. But with him being a Buford kid that's kind of a corner safety tweener, never really dove into the recruitment a ton. So I kind of went in, wide-eyed when I spoke with him, and a lot of interesting stuff. So Texas just saw him at his school. They stopped by. There's like 3 other kids at Buford. They're also actively recruiting. But Kenny Baker, Tashard Choice, Nansen, and Chris Gilbert were all there. Blake Gideon has been the primary recruiter for Nasir McCoy up to this point. But he also talks to Terry Joseph, and Tashard Choice is the regional recruiter of that area. So he's talking to several coaches. But first off, his childhood best friend happens to be Tashard Choice's nephew. So he's known Tashard Choice since he was like 5 years old. So that is a plus for Texas. I asked him, hey, I know the coaches just came in to visit you at the school, but you've never been to Texas, have you? And he's like, no, not as an actual recruit. But when I was in the 8th grade, I went down there with my 7-on-7 team, and we got a tour of the whole school, the campus, and then got to walk around the facilities, and it was really cool. Like I still remember it to this day. And I was like, what? Like, how your 7-on-7 team was visiting as 8th graders? Was it just like a top team? And he's like, no, Coach Ross, he played there, so he hooked it up and took us all down there.
Coach Ross.
And I was like, Coach Ross,
Aaron Ross,
and he was like 31 at Texas, and I was like, Aaron Ross. And he was like, yeah, how do you know that? And I was like, it's my job. Yeah. But I'm like, how do you know Aaron Ross? Like, did you move out to Atlanta? And he's like, no, he lives in Atlanta. He's always lived here after the NFL. Yep. He had a 7-on-7 program. I don't know if he still runs it. But back in the day, he had a 7-on-7 program for elementary and middle schoolers. And it was called the Ross Elite Longhorns. And their jerseys were white and burnt orange. And Nasir McCoy played for him for several years. Was on that trip when they went down to Texas. And that was in early 2021. So that was when the Sark staff first got the job. He didn't meet with any coaches. He was 13, 14 years old, so that wasn't going to happen. But has been really, really, really impressed with what the Sark staff has done since he, saw where they were at 3-4 months into the job back in the 8th grade. Is very, very knowledgeable of the Texas team. He name dropped like 12 Texas players, which is the most I've ever heard of any out-of-state kid that, their dad didn't play at Texas or something like that. So a lot of pluses, good stuff out of there with Texas and Nasir McCoy. He's a kid who has, 3 dozen plus offers. The entire country is in on him. Ohio State, Clemson, Michigan, Georgia, Florida, Florida State, Miami, Bama, like you name it. A lot of people are in the mix for him. So the ranking, a little bit undersized, doesn't project a ton to the NFL. But he's a kid who can be a really, really, really good college football player and potentially a day 3 guy or undrafted free agent. So I like him, like his versatility. A lot of stuff to like about him in Texas, but they do need to hire the safeties coach, and whoever that is going to need to pick up the ropes and get that thing over the finish line. But I mean, an out-of-state kid at the top prospect factor in the state of Georgia at Buford High School that has that connection to Texas through Aaron Ross and Tashard Choice, like you can't have any more. Like there aren't any better connections than that for an out-of-state kid. So I like that a lot. Caden Prothro, who is the number 2 tight end in the country per the composite.
Baller.
Absolute freak show. He did not have to be there on Sunday, and he still showed up. So I love stuff like that. Very much stock up. Was at this Under Armour camp last year, won MVP, was invited to the All-American game, played in the Under Armour All-American game as a junior, tore it up, was like a top performer every day at practice, and then still camped at the Under Armour camp again.
That's crazy.
And he still showed up, which is awesome.
That's crazy.
And he won MVP again, and he's going to be invited back to the game next January. So
can they play twice?
Yeah, they can.
I mean, like theoretically, he'll probably early enroll, but like theoretically, he could play twice.
He could. Another thing, I'll get to another kid in a sec that's kind of interesting about you bringing up the twice thing. But with Prothro, he put out a top 5 last week of Texas, Florida, Alabama, Auburn, and Georgia. 5 SEC programs, 4 in the region. He's in West Georgia and in small town West Georgia. There are more people at my high school than are in Bowden, Georgia, where he's from. Just only about 2,200 people in that town. They play the lowest classification in Georgia football. You're probably like, don't like that. Well, he plays in the same district that Justice Terry played in for the last 4 years. They've played each other for the last 4 years. So a lot to like about that. And also, not going to get into the tangent now, but the lower levels of Georgia high school football are so much better than Texas's lower levels of high school football when it comes to the Division I prospects coming out of those schools. Georgia produces them at a way higher clip at the small school level than Texas does. But with Prothro, had over 1,200 yards last year as a tight end, helped lead his team to state for the 3rd state championship in a row. He's won it all 3 years he's been there. Is also the 26th leading scorer in basketball in the state of Georgia right now, and is the 3rd leading rebounder. A 6'6", 210-pound tight end, play style of a receiver. Like very, very, very lazy comp, but the Kyle Pitts kind of tight end.
Yeah.
So what are you cooking up here?
Small school, 2 sports star.
No, 3 sports. Also has been on the varsity baseball team 3 years. Stats aren't available. But he's a right-handed pitcher, outfielder, first baseman. No track in high school, but he long jumped to like 17 feet as a 7th grader.
Okay, small school, 3 sports star. This is a wannabe Grayson Rigdon. What are we doing here?
Yeah, you're tickling yourself with that. No, Caden Prothro doesn't go to Arizona State. He goes to schools like Auburn, Alabama, Texas, Georgia, or Florida, and he will make, probably about $500,000 year one.
Hey, Texas is not that far ahead of Arizona State. We've seen that.
In terms of the money that gets discussed, they are a lot,
You're right.
There's a big difference.
I'm just trolling.
Yeah, no, I know. But with Prothro, just fascinating kid, fascinating prospect, and like that is one of the guys. And I said this last year to Colin and Hudson when he was at this camp and was unranked. We all agreed on it. You watch that kid move around for like 5-10 minutes in routes, and it's like, yeah, that is an NFL player as long as he doesn't get hurt.
Yeah,
he's a great mental eval. Is at Bowden, which is only about 20-30 minutes down the road from 20-30 minutes down the road from Carrollton. And every school in Georgia, every school in the Southeast has been trying to get him to leave Bowden forever, and he hasn't. And I love that stuff. Everyone is trying to get Justice Terry to leave Manchester forever, and he always stayed. I think that says a lot about a kid's mental makeup. So looking forward to seeing Prothro train. I'm going to get back out to Georgia in maybe late March, early April, sometime then. Definitely a kid I'll be seeing. Also forgot to mention, I'm blanking on the college it was, but his father was a standout 3-sport athlete at Bowdoin back in the day as well. And he played college baseball somewhere, just forgetting the school. Didn't play in the pros, but played college baseball. And
Nice.
I met his dad yesterday too. Great guy. But as far as the recruitment goes, Texas has the lowest chances here. Unfortunately, the proximity to home is important. You know, after all, this is a kid who comes from a town of only about 2,200. With Justice Terry, we obviously saw Texas, you know, pull off some magic there. Could they do it again? Perhaps. But this is Georgia's number 1 tight end target in the cycle. They do not want him to leave the state. And, like, they will do whatever it takes to keep him. This is like if Texas had a kid as good as – it was like Texas and Colin Simmons. It is one of the most important positions in that program, and he's one of the top in-state talents to come out in several years. Like, they have to get him. So, going to be fighting a battle. He's also visited every school in the top 5. Except for Texas. He's visited every other school at least 3 times already. Has an OV booked for Texas, OV booked for all 5 schools, and hoping to unofficially visit Texas this spring. Does not have anything set up yet. So if they don't get him on campus until the OV, it's going to be hard for them to have a shot. Yeah. But if they can get him on campus in spring and do well, like, it could be very interesting because Texas is the last official visit on the schedule before the dead period. And he is planning on making a commitment in the month of July or August ahead of his senior year. But real quick, I'll talk about him more tomorrow with Will, and we'll do a lot more recruiting then. But there's a kid named Bryce Perry Wright who played in the All-American Bowl in San Antonio earlier this month, who's a 2026 D-line prospect at Buford.
Yeah.
Usually the way it works, I've just noticed this, if a kid commits to playing in the Adidas the Adidas All-American Bowl in San Antonio as like a freshman, sophomore, junior, those kids won't be invited to camps most of the time, the Under Armour ones. So was kind of surprised that he showed up because he played for the Adidas one. But Under Armour just invited him to the Under Armour game. So he has the chance to be the first kid that's ever played in both the Adidas All-American game and the Under Armour one. So there's that. But Colin and Hudson know it's 12, and they're sitting outside at a table outside the car staring at me. So we might get out of here soon and head back home. I don't know. I assume we got probably about
I just looked. You got 7 hours.
Yeah, somewhere between 5 and 7 hours. Well, if I drive, we can turn it down a little bit, but we got to finish some work. Or I got to finish some work.
Before we get out of here, I just want to shout out the Texas women's basketball program. Big win over South Carolina yesterday. Shout out to Madison Booker, Kyla Oldacre. Both of those ladies hooped. Texas, I don't know if the new rankings are out yet. It feels like something Chris Bennett would be on top of, but they should be top 3 today.
Yeah. No, I saw some of that at a sports bar we went to after the camp. And CB, who's the new QB Texas, Scott? He's a walk-on, not on scholarship. Again, he's a walk-on. Kid out of McCallum, grew up dream school was Texas. Hank was the one who wrote that story and, went in and figured out what was going on there because I was driving to Georgia. But I'll have more on him tomorrow for the show. I know some people who have known this kid since he was, like toddler level. So very curious to what I can dig up there. But I see BK in the back. I'm going to bring him on. And yeah, how are we doing, BK? First big day today for TSU.
Big day today. Big changes coming. Obviously, the two of you are a big part of our plans moving forward. So, Nick, great. I think this is the first time we've video spoken together.
It is.
We've
matching
texted,
the voice to a face now.
Yeah, we've texted, we've tweeted, we've talked on the phone, but good to actually see you. Yeah. But yeah, big things coming for the future of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're really excited about it. And yeah, man, you guys, I'm excited to listen to you guys twice a week. It's going to be a really fun show going forward.
Awesome. Yeah. Appreciate it, BK.
Yeah, of course, guys.
I'm excited too.
Number 3, by the way, the Texas women are up to number 3 in the new AP poll. The Texas men actually not ranked still.
Darn. Well, it's a big week for Texas women's. They got Kentucky and LSU. Those are you pair that with South Carolina. They're playing 3 of the top 4 teams in the SEC over the course of the next week or so, and the one team they're not playing is themselves. So opportunity to establish dominance in the SEC.
There are 4 ranked SEC games at the University of Texas this week because the men have Bama and Kentucky, and the women have Kentucky and LSU. So big week for sure.
Boys, I'm sorry I got to get out of here. But Nick, I'll see you on Friday, and BK, I don't know, we'll talk soon. But
yeah, guys.
Yeah, starting tomorrow. We will see y'all at 10 to 11 now instead of 11 to 12. So we'll see y'all then. Appreciate y'all, and see you.
See you guys.
See you guys. See you, Nick. What's up, dude?
I didn't hear a damn thing that was being said. So hopefully it was all positive, and best of luck to me. How we doing?
As long as you can hear me now, and as long as you can hear yourself, I think we're okay.
I think we're okay. I think that Kendrick heard the entire world diss Drake last night, which was a lot of fun. I think that we all enjoyed that.
Yeah, man. Well, it depends. I mean, you and I are about the same age, and I think I don't want to generalize. I can't say everybody around our age enjoyed last night's halftime show because that's ridiculous, but it felt very generational what took place at the halftime last night. Like, some folks thought it was a great halftime show, and some people were mad that the music was too loud, or they didn't know who that guy was, or this, that, and the other. So yeah, it feels like Super Bowl halftimes have become as polarizing as pretty much everything else in the country these days.
I get it. Everyone has their own opinion. We have a dear friend named Jake Asman who is younger than both of us by a little bit and was complaining about not having a rock show. Meanwhile, somebody that doesn't listen to rap but also understands, hey, the cultural impact of what a guy like Kendrick can provide, especially days after winning the award for the best hip hop song, which is no questions asked, the greatest diss of all time, because if it won an award, it won multiple awards, to then look into a camera and go, hey, Drake, like, you don't understand. Like, it's a cultural moment. There's things that we go into that are going to be remembered and historically etched in our brains. That's one of them. Like, it adds more value. I will say, and this is the only problem I had. And we're going to get off topic. By the way, welcome on into the show. He's BK. I'm Cole. It's good to see you guys at least one more time. Here's the part that I really want to bring up. What really made me infuriated with the Super Bowl performance was go back and look at all the names that were attached to the Super Bowl. Look at everybody that was involved with it. Harry Connick Jr. opens it up. He's from New Orleans. You have John Baptiste. He does the national anthem. He's from New Orleans. You also have America the Beautiful. Both performers are from Louisiana. And then you get to the halftime show, and a guy by the name of, Lil Wayne, one of the greatest rappers to ever exist of our generation, says he will do it for less money to do it in his hometown in front of his people. And it's like, but the beat that we got between Drake and Kendrick, that's just too good to pass up. Like the script is not allowed us to put Lil Wayne in this shindig. And he's not from Louisiana. And that was the only part that I didn't like about the halftime show and the overall aesthetics.
Yeah, I just wonder if Lil Wayne at this stage of his life is capable of putting on that kind of show. Sure. Like, if this is 10 years ago, and I get it, the Super Bowl was in New Orleans like 12 years ago, and they went with Beyonce, and she did such a good job that the lights went out at the Superdome. But like, if this was, I don't know, 5-10 years ago, maybe Lil Wayne gets more consideration. But I don't know if you've heard him talk or seen him recently. Like, he doesn't look or sound as good as he once did in his prime. I think a lot of codeine has maybe contributed to that problem. But yeah, like a lot of people wanted Lil Wayne. Look, Lil Wayne's one of my favorite rappers ever, so I wouldn't have complained if he was there. I thought Kendrick did a good job. I'm a huge fan of rap music, but I kind of like when they went with Bruce Springsteen, when they went with Prince, when they went with U2, just like these super legendary artists that almost bring generations together. And there are plenty of people in the older generations who like Kendrick Lamar. Again, this is all generalizing, but like, if you're able to get and I get it, a lot of those guys are getting old. Some of them aren't even with us anymore. So it might not be feasible to get that type of act every single year. But we had a run where it just felt like we were getting some of the biggest musicians and bands of all time going every single year. And we're not quite there. And I think people are a little upset with the sort of newer age music that we've been going to with The Weeknd, with Kendrick Lamar, with who else have we had in the last few years?
Crap, who was it? We didn't have Jay-Z technically with that 50, not 50 Cent. Dr. Dre.
I guess that was a little blast from the past.
Okay, so I will say the Dre performance is still my favorite since the Prince performance. I think that Prince his performance is the greatest halftime show that I have seen since I've been alive. 1994.
Yeah.
So like we gotta go to 1994. I'm not gonna say things that have happened well before and when I wasn't paying attention. But when I look at that performance, it is the pinnacle, the standard of what you want in a halftime show. And I thought the closest that we got to that was Dr. Dre having all those people out. That was it. That was it. By the way, Quad Standard Live. So I'm not paying attention to you today. It's my last day here. Go screw off. I don't really even care anymore. Peace off.
Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah, we won't beat around the bush. We'll give some updates on things. Bucky and I made some announcements this morning, but we'll get to some of your questions. But I just pulled up a list of halftime shows, Cole. How about this run from 2005 to 2010? Here's who performed at halftime of the Super Bowl. 2005, Paul McCartney. 2006, the Rolling Stones. 2007, Prince. 2008, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. 2009, Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. 2010, The Who. Like that run right there is like, again, Prince is dead. Tom Petty's dead. So you can't get all of those guys again. But like, if you could get names like that somehow, some way to do a halftime show, then I think more people are going to like it than, Rihanna was the one I was thinking of from a couple of years ago. Rihanna's great. She's awesome. Like, I thought she did a great show, and she was pregnant during her show a couple of years ago. But I think
she was. I forgot about that.
I think the older musicians, if you will, again, those are more universally loved. All right, so
let me ask you, just out of curiosity before we move on, who is the one performer right now that you believe would bring both generations to where everyone would indulge in a halftime show? Because that's where my brain goes when we're trying to figure it out. I don't know who it would be. I love Jake Bayless's answer, the Backstreet Boys. It would be funny as all hell to get them back on the stage. It would. But there's got to be somebody. Because like Fall Out Boy is like the one that keeps coming to mind for me, or Blink-182. It's like, what do I even do with that?
I don't think the olders would like Fall Out Boy or Blink-182 very much.
I don't know. The elders of the emo stage love the Blink-182.
Yeah, I like Stevie Wonder would be my answer for that.
That's not a bad one.
Stevie Wonder's probably my favorite musician of all time.
Really?
Yeah. Like if you're like BK, you get one catalog to listen to for the rest of your life. Like one artist, you can only pick their songs and songs that they featured in. I'd probably go with Stevie Wonder as my answer, just because he's got a ton and it's all really good. But I think like Stevie Wonder would bring people together. I think that's maybe the best answer we have. Like I'm not an Elton John fan at all, but I'm thinking of like old artists who people of younger generations still really like. Elton John's another one of those guys.
I just think he could do it. That's my thing. Because like
you're right.
Elton John would be one of because Elton John's my favorite performer of all time. Like just hands down, his discography second to none. I've paid ample money to go watch him from the rafters of a stadium before. Like that's how much I love Elton John. But he retired from doing tours because of his voice was starting just to go on him, and because of the toll that goes into it. And this is the biggest performance of the year for some people. How many people are watching from television? Over 100 million media markets, and it's globally televised. So it's like, if you don't have the energy to do a tour for 3 hours, can you make it for a 20-minute show? Because if you can, Elton John 100%. I thought Lady Gaga was maybe one that was close, but even still, she's like at that point where it's like, it's too weird for some of the older people. It's too old for the younger generation. Like, it feels like that's a solid answer. And then Beyonce ain't gonna do it. Beyonce's not gonna be the one out there, especially when she did Cowboy Carter already.
No, this is a good one by Jack. Billy Joel. Billy Joel's never done a Super Bowl halftime. I think he's another, once again, older artist that like has spanned generational bounds by just his music, by being really good. And he's actually still making kind of new music too. He dropped that song at the Grammys or Oscars or something 2 or 3 years ago. That was pretty good. So yeah, there's a few out there. It's hard to please everybody. Someone's going to complain about everything at all times. That's just how it goes. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good last night. I wish Kendrick played more like Good Kid, Mad City, and actually any Good Kid, Mad City.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite rap albums of all time, and he's got like 4 or 5 hits that I thought would have been perfect for last night. But you only get 14 or 15 minutes to perform, so it's hard to pick that many songs in that short of a span. So I don't know. It was fine with me.
Solid B performance for me.
Yeah.
Didn't
It's
hate
not
it,
an all
didn't love
time.
it. All good with it.
Yeah, I agree. That's well said. All right, Cole Thompson's here. And yeah, he's referenced it before. We're making some changes to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Normally, in the past, Eric and Keenan would be doing this hour from 12 to 1 with false starts. I'm sure all of y'all have heard the news by now. They both tweeted about it on Friday. We talked about it this morning. They are no longer permanently with Texas Sports Unfiltered. I believe they will be fill-ins on shows for Texas Sports Unfiltered. In the meantime, they were given the opportunity to host one more show today. They chose not to take it. Speaking of hosting one more show today, SEC Unfiltered is hosting one final show today. It'll be Cole and it'll be Chris from 3 to 4. So you'll get a double dose of Cole Thompson today. But the fact that Cole is on with me right now should lead you to believe that Cole is not going to go anywhere. He's still going to be a pretty regular part of what we've got. And so is SEC Unfiltered. We definitely plan on collabing with Chris and Cole and Dave and Harrison and the entire team over at SEC Unfiltered beyond today. So the name of the show won't be the SEC Unfiltered Hour starting tomorrow, but you're still going to see those guys and hopefully Eric and Keenan on with us from time to time as well. So making some changes for the new year. And yeah, wanted to mention that again. I'm sure you guys will get plenty of love during your show today, Cole, with people saying thank you for all that you've done for Texas Sports Unfiltered and all that you've done on that show. And my sentiments are the same, man. It's going to be fun to listen to.
I am foot odor, BK. You know this. It is very hard to get rid of me. It is very hard to go ahead and expunge it. And you may think that you're getting rid of it, and then it's like I crawl right back in. BK's been trying to get rid of me since he left Houston. He's stuck with me still. He's going to be stuck with me for a while. I'm not going anywhere. Listen, it's been a blast. I've always appreciated it. Here's the beauty of the story, and BK knows as well as I do. You're not doing your job probably really well if you're not getting fired or at least getting combative with people. So it's like, okay, we're doing good work, but don't take it as a negative. Like the way that I've always been able to look at this type of networking and this type of relationship and field, number one, never take it personal. Number two, enjoy the crap out of this because of your job is to entertain people with thoughts and opinions on sports. And hopefully you're good enough to where people want to give you money for it. And number three, you usually get to do it with people who have the same amount of fandom, gratitude, and also work ethic that makes the show that much more cohesive. And every single time I get to come on a microphone, whether it's here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, on SEC Unfiltered, whenever I do fill-in shows across the country, I know that I'm in the game longer than I initially thought. I'm still at the plate. I'm not striking out yet. I'm not going back to the dugout. I'm not done. I'm staying alive. I'm on first base. I'm grounding home. I get another at bat. And that's the beauty of this. And I've always appreciated that I get to come on here. I've loved that I've gotten to work with literally almost every single person on this network. I've worked with Rodney. I've worked with Wags. I've worked with not Bucky, who I don't know why he hasn't wanted me on just yet, but I could drive the show with Bucky. It'd be a great old time. BK and I have worked together, filled in with, of course, Chip, filled in with Zay. Loved working alongside with Keenan before, who, again, does great work. Love working with Chris, love working with Dave, enjoy working with Harrison, enjoy working with Lucas. I've gotten to build relationships on how to better play off of people and what their strengths and weaknesses are. And at the end of the day, that's just a learning lesson for me when it comes to this field. And I think that that's the way that everyone has to kind of appreciate this. You're not here for a long time. You're here for a good time. Enjoy the good times that you have, and hopefully you get to have some lessons that carry on with you to the next stage of your career.
Yeah, it's well said, man. That's very well said. And you're a supreme talent. You know how I feel about you. And you've become a good friend off the air over the last couple of years as well. And that will never change. And I hope that you don't change your phone number because we're going to be reaching out. You know how often our guys miss shows.
Yeah, I was saying, let's be real. Let's be real. I'm by my computer and you're like, hey, 15 minutes. Can you go on it? Where do I sign up and just wake the energy up out of here? Appreciate you, Jack Burton. You do not wish that you had my energy. I'm like a border collie lab mix, like my dog, who at 3 a.m. is outside barking at squirrels and is waking up the entire apartment complex. You do not want this energy. My wife hates it. My mom hates it. I'm sure that my editors hate it. I'm sure that program producers hate it. It's an infectious but also daunting task to have this much energy all bottled up for an hour of work.
Hey, it's gotten you this far, and it will continue to get you further down the road. And it's been great. It's been great having as a part of our network. And again, it will continue to be a part of our network in some form or fashion moving forward. Man, where do you want to go today? I don't want to take too much of the content that you and Chris are doing from 3 to 4, like Super Bowl 59. I wish there was more of the game to talk about. Like, credit Philly. They deserve to be talked about with that performance they put up last night. I mean, that was over at halftime. It was 24-0 going into the locker room. It was 34-0 in the final minute of the third quarter, even though Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady kept trying to make it sound like the Chiefs had a chance. I think we all knew the writing was on the wall well before the game even got to the fourth quarter. What a run for the Eagles. I know they weren't the 1 seed in the NFC, but they're a complete team. God, they had a bye in week 5, and after that, they went 16-1, playoffs included, and they outscored their opponents by more than 16 points per game. So, like, once they turned it on, they turned it on.
Yeah.
And, they ran through the NFC playoffs and obviously put up a 40-piece on the back-to-back champion Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They deserve their flowers. That's a hell of a team, a hell of a coaching staff, and they earned Super Bowl 59. There's no doubt.
I will say the 2 biggest takeaways that I have is, number 1, if you are an organization wanting to get to that level, you saw the blueprint of what is needed to win. Number 1, you have to have trench play. You have got to protect your quarterback. You have got to be able to attack the quarterback. That was the biggest difference in this game. Patrick Mahomes was sacked 6 times, and he was under pressure on, I believe, 19% of dropbacks. So just second to none, the ability of a defensive line. And by the way, a deep defensive line with Jalen Carter, with Milton Williams, with Brandon Graham coming on back in, with Josh Sweat, with Bryce Huff, with all these pieces that they added in to this team. They were able to rotate, keep everyone fresh and spry, and be able to kind of find their roles. And then in the back end, you were able to get great quality play from your secondary that got the big pick 6 with the Cooper DeJean play. Exciting whites on the table. We're all the way back, baby, on that one. It's a lot of fun there. But, like, the fact that you were able to put pressure on Patrick Mahomes was such a big deal. And the other side, Jalen Hurts was only sacked 1 time. The run game was hit and miss at times. Yes, you had the couple of big-time runs from number 1. And yes, you did get Saquon Barkley involved. But the fact that Jalen had the ability to stay in the pocket, not have to maneuver outside and wait for a second play, and then just 3, 4, 5, clock was running, and you're able to kind of burn some fuel, and he still connects. You need that if you are a team to be able to claim a Lombardi trophy. If you don't have offensive line depth and you don't have defensive line depth, you're not going to go that far. The Houston Texans probably could have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs if they didn't give up 8 sacks to C.J. Stroud. I mean, like, that's just the reality of the business, is that one team was able to put pressure on a quarterback into making mental mistakes because if he didn't want to get hit again, and the other team didn't. And so when you add all of those things together, I think it's a really, really good finite recipe to be successful. The second point is, and I've had this argument for a very long time, and I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to make this argument again, so I want to get this off my chest. I personally believe that when we go into the conversation about top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, we need to stop at that. Because if my top 10 is going to look a little different than your top 10, we're probably going to have the same guys in it. But I'm done arguing that I think Baker Mayfield is a top 12 passer when somebody says Baker Mayfield's a top 14 passer. Cool, whatever. So be it. I think that there is a finite top 4, the Mount Rushmore. Put them in whatever order you want. Lamar, Joe, Patrick, Josh Allen. Those are the top 4. I think that there's no argument that if you have one of them like at 6, now we're in an issue. But 5 all the way down, mix it on up. Good Jalen Hurts, the good version of Jalen Hurts, is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. He is. Because when you look at the numbers, not only was he deserving of winning Super Bowl MVP, I thought Josh Sweat, the defensive end who led the team in pressures, was probably number 2. But, like, Jalen Hurts was worthy on the biggest stage when everyone is saying not good enough to win a Super Bowl, not good enough to get the job done, not good enough to beat Patrick Mahomes. If you took Mahomes and you put him on Philadelphia, they would beat the 1972 Dolphins because they'd be the undefeated team. For him to be able to outduel Mahomes again, complete 77.3% of his passes, a season high 10.1 yards per pass attempt, 2 touchdown passes, lead the team in rushing yards with 72. 6.5 yards after contact, 2 runs of over 15 yards, 1 touchdown, and a passer rating of 119.7. That version of Jalen Hurts that does exist is good enough to be considered a top 10 passer. He is easily in that conversation.
I think he might be in the conversation for number 5 when he's doing those things he talked about. Like, keep in mind, Cole, before Jalen Hurts got hurt 2 years ago, he was going to win regular season MVP.
Yep.
He got hurt, shortened his season, and ended up coming back, helping the Eagles get to the Super Bowl. They obviously lost to Kansas City in Super Bowl 57. But this is a guy who has been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 3 years. He's been in the running for a regular season MVP award. He now has a Super Bowl MVP award. So he's tough to stop. His arm is good enough. Does he have the best arm in the league? No. But is it good enough? How about that deep shot to Devontae Smith last night? What a perfect throw that was. He showed you he's got the ability to make just about every throw on the field. And then you obviously bring his legs into consideration, like you said. I mean, he's fast. Look, the tush push, he doesn't get a lot of stats on those plays, but nobody's as good at that as he is. Some of that's the offensive line. Some of that's the guys pushing him. A lot of that's Jalen Hurts being able to squat like 4,000 pounds. So he's, in terms of matchup nightmares, that guy's a top 5 quarterback in football. I don't know if he always is, but in terms of everything you have to account for, Cole, when you're going up against a Jalen Hurts team, he's really, really tough to defend when he's on.
It's like we talk about the AFC quarterbacks and how there's a tier ranking where they're just second to none better than everybody else. And then you go into the NFC and it's like, okay, well, who's QB1? Is it Matt Stafford? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Jared Goff? Does Baker Mayfield have a say? Dak Prescott, when he throws for over 4,800 yards and 40 touchdowns in a year, it's worthy of that conversation. But like Jalen Hurts is right there. It's like, but he only threw 19 touchdown passes. But he threw into double coverage and he missed a 3rd down slant. And it's so infuriating because of this is an organization that has coveted and begged and pleaded, and they've been good enough to be in the running as a legit force in the NFC for decades, but they haven't been able to get over the hump. They weren't able to do it with Andy Reid. They weren't able to do it with Dick Vermeil. But this is an organization that bleeds football. And you have a guy that has now taken you to 2 Super Bowls. And before that, outplayed the MVP in the Super Bowl. Yeah. And you complain that he's not good enough and that you should go at a Shadur Sanders and trade away the draft. It's like, do you not understand that you are not deserving right now, Philadelphia, of a guy like Jalen Hurts? Like Nick Sirianni's another one. He has the highest winning percentage in Eagles football history. He has a top 5 winning percentage all time in the NFL. And here we are at 2-3 going into the bye week, as you mentioned, and they want him fired before he goes back from vacation. Oh. It's like, what are we doing, Philadelphia? You don't understand that this is hard. Like, this is really hard. People say like, oh, well, like Bryce Young is an overrated quarterback. There are 32 starting jobs in the NFL. It is not that hard. Like this is a elite thing, what he is doing. Like, it doesn't matter. Be happy with what you have because it could be worse every single time. And every time that you need a big play this postseason, guess who's stepping up? Go look back at his numbers just from the postseason alone. BK, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, 5 rushing touchdowns, a grand total of 1,000 yards from scrimmage, a passer rating of 108.8. He was sacked 13 times, 1 total turnover in 4 games.
Yeah,
I mean, like at the end of the day, I want my quarterback to do that. Like, okay, is he gonna miss a 3rd down throw to AJ Brown and Brown's gonna sit on the sidelines acting all pouty and mopey? Sure, whatever. Is he also going to put us in a position to where we can utilize the tush push and get on in for 6 points? Yeah. And then you throw in a guy like Saquon Barkley, and you throw in good tight end play, and you throw in an excellent offensive line. That's a juggernaut of a team that, in my opinion, we should not be sitting here shocked that they won a football game. We should be shocked at how poorly Patrick Mahomes played. And I'm not saying the Chiefs. I'm saying Patrick Mahomes. We should be shocked on that. But waking up on a Monday morning knowing that we're saying goodbye to the world of the NFL for 2024, in my bingo card of things that were shocking yesterday, the Eagles winning the Super Bowl was nowhere near any pecking order in that vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Eagles in this matchup a lot. They're loaded. I mean, their roster from top to bottom is the best in football. Of course, easy to say when they win the Super Bowl, but you look at position by position, and they just have talent and depth all over the football field. And Jalen Hurts is more than capable. He's not just a bus driver. Like, maybe the Eagles could have won a Super Bowl with just a bus driver at quarterback, considering how good everybody else on their team was. But Jalen Hurts upped his game, and he earned the MVP yesterday. And, yeah, he elevated his game in the postseason. So they're good. And the Eagles aren't going anywhere because they've got most of their guys coming back. I mean, they might lose Kellner and MORE, but shoot, they lost their offensive coordinator after making the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and they found a way to get back to the Super Bowl and win it right after that. So, yeah, talent wins out, and Eagles fans, you basically just described Ohio State fans, Cole.
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly
Oh my God, they are Ohio State fans.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the exact same thing.
They're 100% the exact same.
Yeah, and they'll say
100%.
it's only like 2 to 5%. It's just like and really it's like 40 to 50%. But when things go well, it turns into like 5%. When things go bad, it's like 80% of the fans that want everybody fired.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, those head coach and quarterback, those guys shut a lot of people up. They've been criticized a lot over the last couple of years in Philly. People have wanted them gone over the last couple of years in Philly, but they stayed the course. They're rewarded for doing it, and those guys get the last laugh.
Is it kind of funny to you that the other bandwagon fan base won the Super Bowl and won the college football national championship? Because think about this for a second. A lot of times when you hear Yankees fans and then Cowboys fans, or you'll throw now Kansas City Chiefs fans in there instead of Cowboys fans, and you'll throw in Lakers fans and like all that. For college, it's Michigan. Like, it's always Michigan, it feels like. And then the opposing side, it's like Philly, it's like Ohio State. It's like, oh, so the other bandwagon fans decided to win it this year.
Yeah, I don't know if Philly fans are real bandwagon. They're just obnoxious, and they're not real people, and they don't think like the rest of us do. Like they're
okay, that's fair.
They're like, I see what you're saying when you use the word bandwagon, because they jump off the Nick Sirianni bandwagon, they jump off the Jalen Hurts bandwagon, but like that's a passionate group, and their expectations are ridiculously high, and they're absolutely obnoxious.
The Ryan Day bandwagon of triggers.
Yeah.
Was at an all-time low going into the playoffs.
I know. So I hate both of those teams. So like, I don't find it funny at all that both of them won. I find it miserable because those fan bases are miserable. But maybe there's some irony involved. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, they played well. And then Mahomes, it's a game to forget for him. He'll bounce back. I mean, he had Super Bowl 55 against Tampa Bay. He played like shit. That was a carbon copy where he had no time to do anything. His receivers couldn't catch. His offensive line couldn't block. Like, things just fell apart quickly against Tampa, and people were criticizing Mahomes. Like, are you really going to compare this guy to Brady? Well, Mahomes was able to bounce back. He's won 2 Super Bowls since then. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think the Chiefs are going to go anywhere, but they do have some things to clean up, because outside of Mahomes and Worthy and maybe 1 to 2 offensive linemen, I think everybody else on Kansas City's offense is expendable, Cole. And they get Rashee Rice back if he's the player he was before. He's obviously a starter there too. We'll see how he is off the torn LCL. But like, I get it. They were playing Philly. Philly's awesome. The Chiefs won 15 games in the regular season. They got to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying blow it up. They're going to be fine. They could have this exact same team next year and still win the division and make a deep playoff run. But that offensive line and those weapons they had last night, that's a problem. Like, Mahomes is great. Reed's great. I don't know if they're great enough to carry that bunch to another Super Bowl.
Probably not. Here's the one thing I will say. Remember that Joe Thuney was playing out of position. So that was a big time deal. This is an all-pro guard that has been a staple in the run game and has been probably the backbone of the second run en route to becoming the first team to ever three-peat. And you have him at left tackle. You're going to have to find a way to make up for the lost cause with that. And you didn't have that at guard. So he's a guard. You got to find yourself a left tackle. Whatever you want to do with it when it comes to free agency, whether it comes to the draft, you got to find yourself a stable left tackle for the long haul. Creed Humphrey's not going anywhere. Trey Smith, however, that's a guy that probably is going to hit the open market. 6th-round pick. He's not expendable, but did not have the best game. Won 2 Super Bowl rings. Teams are always going to want to pay for interior offensive linemen, whether they're good or bad, because of if you don't have them, you need them. And that's why when you look at like teams when they trade for like backup tackles, they give up a 4th-round pick, and he never plays it down. But it's like, why did you give up the 4th-round pick? What happens when you don't have that for you? What happens when you don't have that player and now you get a guy with a torn ACL and your season's shot because if you're starting a rookie that's nowhere near ready to play? So those are some things that like you got to work on. Jawan Taylor's expendable. I think Travis Kelce, it's a hit and miss. If he retires, okay, he retires. If he comes back, he's got one more year in him. You're fine with that. Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, they were both on 1 year expiring deals. You kind of knew that they were done. Worthy's a stud. Worthy's going to be now, I think, the go-to receiver moving forward. Vertical presence. You throw in him. You then also throw in Rashee Rice, who again was phenomenal as an ex-receiver before the injury. If he comes back and is, I'll go even 80%, you still are the team that is really potent offensively. You're not going to lose Matt Nagy as your offense coordinator, and that's a good relationship that he already has with Patrick Mahomes. So you feel good about that. Everything's in line for, again, Kansas City to be right back here. Here's what I took away from last night more than anything else. I think at this point, it's abundantly clear. The gods have made this put in lore. We're never going to see the 1972 Dolphins record be beaten. They will remain the only undefeated team left in the NFL. And we will never see a three-peat. Because of, even with that team in Philadelphia being on that sideline and how well they played, Kansas City still was good enough to make it to the Super Bowl. Like, we can talk about all the missed calls and all the other things that went wrong, but like everything else was still in play. I mean, they still had a solid offensive line. They had one of the better defensive lines. They had this great secondary headlined by Trent McDuffie and Justin Reed, exceptional linebacker play. They were a top 5 pass rush. They were a top 5 blitzing team. Steve Spagnuolo set the house to make sure that Josh Allen did get to celebrate with Haley Steinfeld in this game. So like everything was there for them to be a good team, and they couldn't get the job done, and they looked like they were mismatched the entire game. Really, from the get-go. It just felt like it was a no contest. Philly's going to wipe their floor with you, and then you're just going to say, thank you, going to have another beating. That's how it felt. To me, I think that we're at that point where it's never going to happen. And it's very similar to like to again, 2007. Brady needed one more throw. Immortality. Didn't happen. Instead, David Tyree makes the catch of all catches, and there we go. Cooper DeJean, exciting white, is running back in for a 67-yard touchdown, and now it's 24-0 and a 14-point swing. Like, that's where it is. To me, that's 100% where it is. And I think that we have now seen, moving forward, that will be the anomaly, that will be the epitome of the NFL. You're never going to see a three-peat. You're never going to see an undefeated season.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, the Chiefs are the first team to even get to a Super Bowl with a chance at a three-peat, right? I think there have been 9 teams who have won back-to-back Super Bowls, and none of them were able to make it to the Super Bowl before Kansas City did this year. So maybe we're getting closer, but it's hard. I mean, it's really hard to repeat in any sport or to go 3 in a row in any sports. UConn basketball is finding that one out right now. College, pros, it's just tough to be able to keep a roster around and keep your coaches around and just have things go your way. Like, to win a championship, you got to have a few breaks from time to time as well. Yeah, you got to be good. You've got to have talent. You got to have good coaching. You've got to execute all the cliche stuff that everybody knows about, but you've got to get the luck. You've got to get the breaks, and to get those 3 years in a row, that's a lot to ask for. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say never. I don't know if we'll ever get it, but this is the closest we've ever gotten. Kansas City was down 34-0 in the third quarter of this game yesterday. So.
Have you seen the betting odds going into next year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Philly's the favorite right now.
Yep.
I only looked at 1 or 2 sports. Philly's the favorite, and then Kansas City right behind them, and then Buffalo.
I got to pull it up. So here we go.
Yeah,
so
hit me.
Philly's number 1. Baltimore is actually number 2, plus 700. This is from BetMGM. Kansas City is number 3 at plus 750, tied with the Buffalo Bills. Detroit rounds out the top 5 at plus 800. The San Francisco 49ers, plus 1,400, come in with the 6 best odds. Cincinnati, Washington, Green Bay, Houston, LA, and Los Angeles all have plus 2,000 to plus 2,500 odds. They ran out the top 10. So I'm going to ask you, based off of those teams and knowing what you know right now, would you take Philly or the field to win in Santa Clara next year?
Oh, the field. I'm always taking the field. Like you would ask me. I mean, I would have lost money on that last year with the Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just hard to repeat. Now I see why Philly's favored. They're going to get most of their guys back, and I think the NFC is significantly worse than the AFC. So they're going to have a path to get to that game. But if you're letting me go 1 versus 31, I'm going to take the 31 100% of the time.
I'm taking Philly.
I was about to ask.
I'm taking
Really?
Philly. I am. Listen, okay. You're losing Zach Bond on defense, star linebacker.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with Nakobe Dean coming back off of the torn, what is it, the Achilles or the ACL injury they suffered in the division, the wild card round. So linebacker is going to be a weak point. Everyone else is back off. Everyone else is back defensively. Milton Williams is the other guy that's going to go, but you already have his replacement back in. So you feel pretty good about where you are when it comes to the depth of your defensive line and the pieces that you have in play. You have 2 young defensive backs in Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell who absolutely crushed it during their rookie seasons, and they're only going to get better. You still have Reed Blankenship on the back end. You're not losing C.J. Gardner-Johnson because he's on a 2-year deal. You're not losing Darius Slay because he's got 1 more year of free agency. So your defense is all good, and Vic Fangio isn't retiring as of right now. So the DC that finally won is back next year, and he's not going to become a head coach. He just wants to call plays. You're not losing anyone on the offensive line. Saquon's locked in. You're not losing Smitty. You're not losing Goddard. You're not losing A.J. Brown, and you're not losing Jalen Hurts. You're playing a first-place schedule, but you can already imagine that with Brian Schottenheimer taking on over for the Cowboys, if they're openly tanking, this is the way to do so. I don't think that they are, but still, let's just say they are. New York is going to suck next year, and they're going to fire Brian Dable. And you have Washington, which has $102 million in salary cap space, which is really good. But we've already seen a team that overexceeded expectations with a rookie quarterback who made history and also won Offensive Rookie of the Year, regress and go 10-7 the following season. Houston. So you're telling me right now that I get all of that. I feel like the Eagles are in the best place in terms of personnel, in terms of player production, and in terms of roster reconstruction. They should be the favorite. And betting on what I know right now, how you said in the NFC, I think it's hard to bet against them.
You're forgetting something, Cole.
What am I forgetting?
And look.
What am I forgetting?
You can win a Super Bowl as a wild card team. Okay, so maybe the Eagles have a shot. Nobody repeats as division champs in the NFC East.
Oh, God. Okay, so they'll be the 5 seed. Okay, so
I was going to say, they could get in.
And then they'll go on the run.
But they're not going to get, 3 home playoff games like they got this year because I don't know what it is. There's been 3, I guess now 4 teams in the NFC East that have won Super Bowls since before that trend started, and they couldn't win the division the following year. So go ahead and right now, go ahead and put some money on the Commanders to win the NFC East. And you get some good odds the day after Philly just won the Super Bowl, and you're going to be okay.
You know what's crazy right now? I'm looking at Philly's salary cap space going into next year. They have almost $20 million to play with.
They can get more.
So they can still add in 2 or 3 more names and say, hey, we're really good.
That's Philly. They've got a great GM too. That helps. Like Howie Roseman's the real MVP, right?
Oh, 100%.
Hiring Fangio, Kellner and MORE turned out to be a great hire, even though that was pretty heavily scrutinized when it happened. Obviously, Zach Bond, who you talked about, the draft picks, the Saquon move. I probably should have started with him. I mean, the Eagles 2 years ago, they were in the Super Bowl. Bucky and I talked about this morning. Last year, they were like 10-1. They just collapsed down the stretch.
Yeah.
Like they were in the mix for like best team in football until they fell apart last year. And it's like some teams would be like, no, we can run it back. Like the Cowboys after a 12-win season, they're like, we don't need to add anything. We can actually lose pieces and be fine. What did Philly do? They're like, no, we don't do that around here. Like we need more. We clearly need more. We're not good enough.
They scoffed at that 10-1 roster and said, not good enough, bro.
Not good enough. They were 10-1. They made the playoffs last year. They were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And instead of like, oh, let's run it back because we know we're capable. No, they're like, no, we the best running back in football is available. Let's go get him. Like, oh, we can go get Vic Fangio. Let's go get him. We can go get Kellner and MORE. Let's go get him. Like it's impressive. People get complacent and people just, well, we're fine with what we've got. We don't need to do the extra work to upgrade here or there. And, well, Philly, Howie Roseman, and the Chiefs do this all the time. Like, they've changed their roster a lot since their first Super Bowl. The best teams in every sport, they just are constantly evolving, and they're constantly doing things to better their team from a coaching staff standpoint, from a personnel standpoint, from everything. So it's impressive. And, yeah, Howie Roseman, you're telling me he's got some money to play with. I don't care that the Eagles are drafting 32nd. They're probably going to draft a stud with that pick who's going to make an instant impact for that team. Like, they've got a front office, Cole, that does just about everything right. And as long as you have that, you've got a shot.
They fleece teams in trades. They win on draft weekend. They win when it comes to the development of talent. And they're not afraid to go bold. I remember when people were saying after how poorly Jalen Hurts looked and they brought in Nick Sirianni, they're like, okay, well, this is the guy to fix Carson Wentz. No, Carson Wentz is going to going to Indy, and we're taking the guy from Indy. It's basically a trade there, and we're going to run it back with Jalen Hurts. And you put yourself in a great position with an offensive coordinator in Shane Steichen. That was a really smart move. Oh, by the way, what'd you do that following offseason? You went and you fleeced the Tennessee Titans and said, yeah, we'll give you pick number 18. You go ahead and give us A.J. Brown. We're totally cool with that. We got no issues whatsoever. Traylon Burks will be fine for you guys. We're going to take a proven dude. They went and they got Jahan Dotson for like a 7th round pick, and he nearly got the first touchdown in the Super Bowl. I mean, like, every single move that Howie Roseman makes, it's just smart GMing. It's just smart, and it's just smart business decisions. And I know that you don't want to hear about businesses, you don't want to hear about the analytics side of things, but the thing about Howie Roseman is he's not afraid to lay it on the line every year because he gets what that market is. He understands what that fan base is all about. He understands what the mentality is supposed to be for a place like Philadelphia. And if you're not swinging for the fences every single offseason when you can, you're not doing it right. And you got to do it right if you want to be a part of this system and you want to be in that city that expects championships, expects you to compete every single year. And I hope that more college teams start doing that, if I'm being completely real. We know that we don't have college GMs in the same way that we do the NFL GMs, but I hope that Texas is always that aggressive. I hope that Alabama is always that aggressive. I hope the teams where there are realistic expectations set by the fan base because of there is a certain brand and bourgeoisie that comes with being a part of Longhorn culture or Bama culture or even Buckeye culture. You live up to that, because if you're not doing that, you're not meant for this job.
Did you say bourgeoisie?
Bourgeoisie.
Is that one word or 3?
I have no idea. I made it up. It's a word that it's all about bougie with genetics.
Bourgeoisie. Okay. Oh, gene. Bourgeois gene.
Yeah, bougie gene.
Okay.
You got the bouginess inside you, and it's in your genes.
Amazing. That's a new one right there. Even for you, that's well done. I like that. Yeah, one more quick thought. We got to give some sponsor shout outs here in a second, but you brought up Carson Wentz. Like, I get it. Knowing what we know now about Carson Wentz, the Eagles were proven right, but a lot of teams don't move off of Carson Wentz as quickly as Philadelphia did. Like, that guy was an MVP candidate before he got hurt, had the Eagles as a top seed in the NFC. Obviously, it was Nick Foles, Austin's own, who led them to the playoffs and won them that Super Bowl in 2017. But, like, a lot of teams, Carson Wentz is good. Doug Peterson, guy who won that Super Bowl. That guy got fired 2 years later. Most teams are like, oh, you want to – hey, Mike Tomlin's coasting on that Super Bowl he won 20 years ago with Pittsburgh. Like, Doug Peterson, the Eagles, that was their first ever Super Bowl. They had every right to be like, no, we have to keep him. We've only won one of these things. We've got to keep that guy around forever. They got rid of him 2 years later. And Doug Peterson, what's he done? Not much. Turned out to be the right move for Philly. The guy they bring in just won a Super Bowl last night. So that's yeah. Some teams just get complacent, or they think what they've got is enough. Some teams are actually willing to go out there and constantly, again, evolve and upgrade. Fearlessly evolve, as the recently fired Texans president Greg Grissom would say. Fearlessly evolve. That's what well, I shouldn't quote him, but teams evolve and they upgrade.
Teams evolve. He did not, but teams evolve.
He did not. He did not. All right, quick shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Hey, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave on Highway 71. The best selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs you can find anywhere in Central Texas. Look, I'm a researcher. I get it. Looking at cars, looking at houses, looking at groceries. I spend way too much time looking around, shopping around this website, that website, this dealership, that. just go to one place, covertbeecave.com, and then go to their dealership on Highway 71 because they have 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs. So they're going to have exactly what you are looking for, plus great service and the best prices you can find. covertbeecave.com, or go see them on Highway 71. It is Covert Bee Cave. And also shout out to Audio Visual Consultations as well. Tom McKay, the man, the myth, the legend, can hook you up with the TV setup of your dreams. You'll see the 2 TVs I've got behind me, hooked up professionally by AV Consultations. There's no wires sticking out. They're perfectly aligned. Everything looks great. Everything works great. And if something does go wrong with the technology, all I do is call AV Consultations, and they come over and they get it fixed. So they're with you every step of the way, and they want to help you get the home TV setup of your dreams in 2025. Just call them, 512-255-8678, or go online. It's avconsultations.com. All right, Cole. Other big sports takeaways from the weekend. We can do SEC basketball. We could do NBA. We could do anything else. What's top of mind for you in the world of sports today?
I have one that is on. It's been on my mind for a while, and I want to get your opinion on this because of you're closer than I am to the vicinity. Chris Del Conte, how you feeling right now?
What about what?
SMU.
Oh.
SMU. We got to talk about it. Like, just a little bit. Just the fact that you lost Jay Hazel. He's now the president at SMU. The relationship between those two is second to none. And you and I both know University Park money. Money talks. Loyalty gets you only so far in life. Money talks. Is it worth actually thinking it could happen or no?
I don't think it's happening. I'm going to take CDC at his word or at his tweet because somebody actually tweeted at him yesterday saying, at Del Conte,
really?
I sure hope the rumors of you being enticed to go to SMU aren't true. The Luka trade was already too much to handle. That was the tweet. And CDC responded a GIF of Ted Lasso, a.k.a. Jason Sudeikis, saying 1,000% false. So, look, people have said they're not going somewhere, and then 2 weeks later, they've gone somewhere. But I feel very good about CDC, Stan. He's built too much here. I know the money at SMU is nice, and he can get paid a lot of money there. Well, he can get paid a lot of money here, and he's got tons of power here. And he's built up everything here. So I am not worried about Chris Del Conte going to SMU. I see why Jay Hartzell's trying because he's one of the best ADs in the sport. And they obviously have a great relationship already. But no, CDC was a huge piece in getting Texas to the SEC. And he's a huge piece of why Texas has won Directors' Cups in recent years. I don't think he wants to leave the work that he's built here for private SMU.
I love the fact that you brought up about how many people will say, I'm not leaving, and then 2 weeks later leave, when literally your new baseball coach who's about to make his debut said 24 hours before being named the Longhorns head coach.
Yep.
It's a shame for you to disrespect me, my family, and this organization. I would not leave the program, only to know behind closed doors the contract was signed weeks in advance. And the best part about that would be, BK, the reason why he went to Texas is because of his relationship with CDC, only for CDC to do it to Brute to him going over to SMU in the process. Just all the college athletics at this point is turning into Game of Thrones, where you don't play to win. You don't play to win the game. If you win, you die. What is it? If you don't play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no sacrifice. What is the damn line?
I don't know.
In the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. Like, that's all it is.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds right. Right.
When you play to win the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die.
Loyalty is hard to find. Just ask Luka Doncic, right? Like, you can do just about everything right, and somebody will get rid of you. Or, hey, if you're a fan and you might love a player and you treat them incredibly well, you might love a coach, you might love an administrator, you treat them right, you say all the right things, they could. I mean, Chris Beard. Look, speaking of Texas, Chris Beard, like, oh, Lubbock's the place I want to be. I want to die here. This is the only place I ever want to coach again. I'll sign a lifetime contract here. And then he ends up taking the job at Texas. Like, it happens. There's a billion examples to point to in the world of sports to where someone says one thing and then ends up doing the exact opposite. Maybe it's wishful thinking, saying that I'm not worried about Chris Del Conte leaving. But I'm going to take him to his word, and I think the pros of being at Texas outweigh the pros of being at SMU. So I think
Well,
he's
it's
going to
okay. Also, it's Texas. Like it's a little different. It's Texas. It's the burnt orange. It's the 40 acres. It's now the SEC. It's the state flagship program. It's at its peak in all sports, and it's crushing it in a new conference. You're not getting much better than that. Sometimes great is good enough. You don't need to go for elite. You don't. Speaking of which, you're a Mavericks fan, aren't you?
I am.
How you feeling seeing the full Anthony Davis curse happen in literal motion within 24 hours?
I know. Maybe I shouldn't claim being a Mavericks fan today. Oh my gosh, it's been just a brutal week and a half. A brutal week and a half. And like finally for, 2 hours, Mavs fans are getting a little bit of solace because Anthony Davis is balling out of his mind. And it's like, all right, like we're still not happy about this. It still doesn't make sense, but hey, we've got a really good player, one of the best bigs in the NBA, and maybe we can make another run at the finals this year. And then, like before the third quarter's over, Anthony Davis is hurt. Now we find out he's going to miss multiple weeks. So you traded a guy because you had concerns of him being able to stay on the floor for a guy who's nicknamed Street Clothes, Cole. Can you make it make sense for me, please?
No. I just love that you got the full Anthony Davis experience within a four-period game.
I know.
You got every instant of it because you saw the defensive MVP. You saw the offensive consistency. You saw the reason why, when he's at his peak, he is one of the best bigs in the NBA and why his nickname is Street Clothes. And you didn't even reach the end of the third period before you realized that.
Sucks.
Like it was what, 42 minutes of all of the Anthony Davis experience through the 5 stages of grief while dealing with it? Like, you can't ask for much more, BK. Like, you got it on day one. Like, you got it out of the way.
Day one. Yeah. I think he played in 31 of those minutes, and it was a great 31 minutes. I mean, he had 14 and 8 after the first quarter, and it's like, all right, like this guy's heard people talking about him. Like, Anthony Davis wants to prove that, like, he's not some total bum, just like a random throw-in that the Mavs got for Luka Doncic. Like, he wants to prove the Lakers wrong for trading him, and he wants to prove to the Mavs that, like, no, he's capable of being as good as Luka was. And then, like you said, it's the full AD experience. He gets hurt. Now he's got to miss multiple weeks. And yeah, Nico Harrison didn't even show up to the game on Saturday.
I wonder why.
Nor did he show up to the press. I've never seen an introductory press conference without the general manager of the team for a coach, for a player, for anything. That guy didn't show up to that, which, like, what does that mean? And the Mavs can't fire Nico Harrison right now. They can't. They have to see this thing out for the rest of the year. But if the Mavs don't make the playoffs at all, Nico's for sure gone. And if the Mavs don't make a deep playoff run, I think Nico's probably going to go. Even though the owners are at blame here, they are at fault for not shutting this thing down or trying to talk some sense into Nico Harrison. The owners aren't going to fire themselves. They're going to pin this all on Nico. And yeah, that guy's in some serious trouble right now.
Have you heard of the rumor about what went wrong and why the deal went down for Luka?
I mean, it feels like every 2 hours there's a new story that just buries Mavs fans even more. Like the knife just gets twisted a little further by like every Mark Stein or Shams or like any NBA
Chris
insider
Hare gets
tweet.
involved now. Just like, yep.
Yeah, it's just like,
okay.
There's a big story that came out from Mark Stein that I need to read today. I'll probably read it this afternoon. But what did you see? Did you see something else that I maybe haven't?
Okay. So you know that Cuban sold, what was it, 70% of the Mavericks last year? Who was the company that bought it?
It's the Adelsons and Dumonts. It's their family. Yeah.
Okay. So you know the Adelsons want to make gambling legal in the state of Texas, and they're hell-bent on building a casino in Dallas. And the Texas legislators just passed saying that they would not allow gambling to come to the state of Texas just yet. So they want to move the franchise to Las Vegas. It's all about money. It has nothing to do with basketball. It has nothing to do with ratings. It has nothing to do with revenue. It's all about moving a franchise to Las Vegas, the way that we just saw John Fisher do that with the Oakland Athletics. Because if he wants to have a team where he can have a casino and have money, it's all about money. And so what did John Fisher do? He made an offer to the city of Oakland to where they said, nope, we're not building you a new stadium. So he had it dog crap to where he told the MLB, look, there's nothing left for me here. I got to move the team to Las Vegas. And then they obliged. So you trade away your best asset, your franchise difference maker, to put yourself in a position to where literally you're basically the owner of the Cleveland Indians in Major League, so you can move the team to Miami and suck that bad with ticket revenues, with merchandising, with sales, with everything, because of that's what's going on. So the Adelsons actually went to Nico Harrison and threatened to fire him if he didn't get the job, if he didn't get the deal done. And so Nico isn't going to be fired because if he listened to the Adelsons behind closed doors, that way when the team is eventually at its lowest point, they can have a conversation of either using it as leverage to the state legislators. We will pull this team from Dallas. You can buy the Mavericks back and put them here, but we're taking this franchise and moving it to Las Vegas. And then, or you're going to go ahead and you're going to give us free gambling here so that way we can build a casino. And it's all a money ploy.
Yeah, I saw Governor Abbott said last week that, no, we want gambling legal here in the state of Texas now. It's like, you couldn't say that 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, like right before he got traded?
Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of conspiracy theories out there. And the NBA is going to be in Vegas at some point, right? It's worked incredibly well for hockey. It's worked incredibly well for the NFL. Even though the Raiders suck, they're still making a ton of money out there. And imagine if they ever get good again. Baseball is probably on its way. The NBA is going to get there. Just a matter of time.
You and I were out there back in August, and we were around Circa, and we went out on the Strip, and we remember seeing all the it's a fantastic sports town. Professionally, it is. I can't sit here and be upset about it. Like, it truly is a great sport atmosphere. And after working the Super Bowl there, and now that there's going to be a national championship that Texas will be playing in next season out in Las Vegas, that BK and I will probably be attending because we know that we're going to go to that one. Like, we know that they can host sporting events, and it's a great game day experience. So the NBA is going to go there. The question is it going to be the Mavericks moving there, or are they going to have an expansion team throughout?
Yeah. I don't know.
I think it's expansion, personally.
Yeah, I do too. The NBA, I think, is already far along, or at least along the path of an expansion team out in Vegas. And the NBA only has 30 teams, right? You look at the other three major American professional sports leagues, they're all at 32. So it only feels like a matter of when, not if, the NBA adds a couple of more teams, and Vegas is a spot that would make a ton of sense. So I don't know, maybe that's the Dallas kid in me just wanting to prevent it from happening. Dallas is a top 5 media market in the country. So it feels absurd to think about a team getting taken out of there and them just not having a team. But there's plenty of conspiracy theories as to why that trade happened the way that it did. And I don't think they're true. I just think Nico Harrison's an idiot.
I think Nico Harrison's an idiot, personally.
And the Mavs owners just don't know anything about basketball. So they're like, well, Mark Cuban hired you to be the GM, so you must know what you're talking about. Like, cool, we're fine with it. You tell me this guy's a fat piece of shit, then he's a fat piece of shit. Let's get him out of town. Hey, I'll tell you what, all I was thinking, Cole, during the Super Bowl yesterday was, well, Mahomes, he's looking a little fat right now. Oh, pretty embarrassing performance in a championship game. Maybe they should ship him out of Kansas City overnight, Maybe they should trade him.
You think that Dallas would want him?
No, he's too good. The Cowboys.
I think he's too good to be a 10-7 quarterback of a year. By the way, I just would like to say, I think from all of us here in Houston, thank you, BK, for washing the reality of Bill O'Brien making the worst trade in Texas sports history because of now you guys get to own that title, and it's never going to go away.
I know that's the comparison I made, and it's obviously times 100. But
it's not even in spitting distance, in my opinion. Oh yeah, because DeAndre Hopkins had one more good year, and David Johnson was a fat piece of shit. As you like to bring up, it's like, yeah, okay, cool. It's a bag of peanuts. Like, Luka's a generational dude. And you hear him crying about, oh, I bought a house and now I gotta sell it. It's like, God, he really want to be here.
That Hopkins trade, and maybe there's a few of these that I'm just not thinking of either intentionally or unintentionally, but you think of trades that are universally destroyed by everybody. Your entire fan base turns against you because of the trade, but the rest of the world is like, how could you do that? That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. That was DeAndre Hopkins, right? Texans fans, it took Texans fans years to buy back into the team after that trade and some of the other stuff that was going on behind the scenes. That's where the Mavs are at right now. universally roasted by everybody. People calling this the worst trade of all time. Your entire fan base checking out. And there are going to be some Mavs fans that they maybe will jump back in down the road, but there's some who are like, as long as Nico's running the show, I'm out. And there will be some that are like, as long as the owners are still here, they could fire Nico, but as long as those idiots who greenlit the trade are still calling the shots, then we're out. Like that could happen. That is happening based on some of my friends that I've talked to. Some of them are just done. They don't care anymore. So it's bizarre. You don't see trades like that happen very often. And then again, for 31 minutes on Saturday, when AD's playing incredibly well, it's like, all right, maybe, just maybe there's like a 0.1% chance they knew what they're doing. And then he gets hurt, and it's like, no, we were all right. They were wrong.
No. You know what it was? It went from, wow, you know what? Shame on me for thinking that I know what a GM and what their daily duties are like, to, no, shame on me for ever doubting myself and realizing this was the worst trade in single NBA history. Shame on me for doubling down, saying, yeah, you know what? Maybe it wasn't.
Disaster. All right, 1:00. I see the fellas in the waiting room. We got Zay ready. We got Chip ready. It is Chip and Zay. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's happening?
Hi.
Oh, we're just talking about Anthony Davis's stellar debut for 31 minutes before he got hurt. In 2 weeks.
The full Anthony Davis experience was on display at American Airlines Arena on Saturday. Just great.
The Omen.
Yeah.
Yo, that's like the worst thing that could have happened for Mavs fans to see. Like, you get a little sense of hope that, oh, okay, maybe this might work, and Anthony Davis, he'll be fine. And as Nico says, defense wins championships, and he could bring that passion that he had from his one ring in LA to Dallas with all the crazy stuff with Luka going on, and then bam, out for maybe a month.
Yeah, you know what else wins championships? Generational talents that want to stick around with your franchise for the foreseeable part of their careers. That usually does a pretty good job of changing teams too, changing some morale inside the locker room. That does a pretty good job, not being blindsided by a team that you thought you were going to spend most of your life with. You just bought a house really recently, and now you get to go out to be the face of Los Angeles basketball, which we don't know what it's going to be when LeBron retires, because we already don't know what it is, what LeBron's still doing, running the show with Bronny James averaging 0.2 points per game.
I'm telling you guys, Mahomes looked a little fat last night, and I heard he just closed on a $15 million house in the Kansas City area, so it might be time for the Chiefs to trade him, huh?
I like how y'all are putting that in the same category.
Yeah.
That's...
Trade him for Deshaun Watson. Let's just see how that thing goes.
Yeah.
Let's just see how that goes.
Goodness gracious. All right, guys. We'll let y'all do your thing. Cole, thanks for filling in. You'll be back on in a couple of hours, but appreciate you, brother. Chip,
anytime.
Zay, we'll be locked in, guys. Y'all have a good show.
Chip, Zay, I'll see you soon.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. What's this, our last day of 1 to 3, Zay?
Yeah. Changes coming. I'm sure we've all heard the new changes of Texas Sports Unfiltered to make us even bigger. And yeah, last 1 to 3 show, Chip, but we're still rolling 2 to 4. As you say, got to set your alarms for the new time and get ready to keep rolling with us just a little later.
Right. Tomorrow, Tuesday, February 11th, the adorable L Bell's birthday, we will be moving to 2 to 4. So, as they said, change your alarms in your phone starting tomorrow for 2 o'clock to remind you to join the fun here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Chip and Zay holding it down. And today, very special guest, 2 o'clock, Hyde Manning, Texas freshman, and you-know-who's younger brother. As I said, he goes by Hyde-larious on social media. Kid is funny. I'm so excited about this interview. I can't stand it. But Xavier Worthy, made some history last night as a member of the losing team in the Super Bowl. Of course, Moro Ojomo, who had a sack and was all over the place, threw a block for Cooper DeJean's pick 6, is the winner. Congrats to Moro Ojomo and the Philadelphia Eagles for winning the Super Bowl and just pulverizing the Chiefs. I was rolling with my Nick Foles curse. That thing is gone out the window. Took the Eagles only 7 years to get rid of that thing. Of course, the Lions are on year 64 of the Bobby Lane curse, but that's neither here nor there. But Xavier Worthy becomes the first Texas Longhorn ever to score a touchdown in a Super Bowl, Zay, and he scored 2 of them.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing knowing that, I mean, all the legends that came to the 40 acres over time, none make it to the Super Bowl. And obviously there's been a ton of defensive players, guys like
they've made it. They just haven't scored.
Yeah, I haven't scored. That's what I mean. Like, made his touchdown in the Super Bowl. Again, we know Earl Thomas went in the ring with Legion of Boom, Pete Carroll on the Seahawks. But yeah, as far as actually scoring the touchdown, it was interesting to see that stat with X being the first one. And yeah, he was the only bright spot for the Chiefs yesterday, because everything else, man, I don't know who had the worst night, the Kansas City Chiefs or Drake. I really don't. But it was rough. It was really rough. And again, shout out to the Eagles. They did their thing. Great game plan. Kellner and MORE going off to New Orleans, and probably one of the best games that he's dialed up as a coordinator. And Vic Fangio just completely shutting down the Kansas City Chiefs offense. 6 sacks. No blitzes. Like, you're only rushing 4, relying on your front 4 guys to get all that pressure on Patrick Mahomes to make him feel really antsy. Like, we haven't seen that Patrick Mahomes since maybe they played against the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl years ago, where Tom Brady got himself number 7. So yeah, like, that was a hell of a game, hell of a time to bring it. And Eagles fans, you have every right to celebrate today and until the 2025 season starts.
Look at the talent that the Eagles have brought in their last 4 draft classes. The Eagles in 2021 drafted Devontae Smith, who had a touchdown last night. Milton Williams, who's playing a lot. He was a 3rd-round pick on that team. In 2022, they draft Jordan Davis from Georgia, Cam Jurgens with a 2nd-round pick, who's now the starting center, Nakobe Dean, who was hurt but is a starting linebacker from Georgia, Grant Calcaterra, the tight end from SMU, who was playing last night. In 2023, they bring in Jalen Carter, Keely Ringo, Moro Ojomo, who are all impact players for them. And then this past year, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. I mean, the Eagles have done a great job in the draft. They've got a good young nucleus now. Kudos to Howie Roseman for building this team the way he has. I'm not sure Nick Sirianni is like all that as a coach, but like we were saying going into the weekend that Lane Johnson in the offensive line went to Sirianni after a 2-2 start and said, run the effing ball. And they did. Kellner and MORE, they won 12 games in a row. Now they're Super Bowl champions. And Zay, I thought Kansas City lacked focus, lacked urgency, it was like they were complacent. I know that's not the case. No one could be complacent in a Super Bowl, but they just didn't seem to have the edge. They didn't seem ready. And Patrick Mahomes was under siege. The Kansas City Chiefs offensive line is pretty good. Mahomes can run around a little bit and extend plays, make plays. he was getting hit. He was getting sacked. They had more sacks. The Eagles had more sacks than Kansas City had first downs at one point in the game.
Yeah, just straight up complimentary football. I mean, not too many guys were getting open downfield. They had a really good game plan for Travis Kelce and the Chiefs. They don't run the ball the best, Kareem Hunt, Isaiah Pacheco, those guys, they've had their moments, but it's really been Patrick Mahomes bringing these guys back, having 12 comebacks this season, 12 one-score wins. Like, he can't save you every time. He's going to need help. And again, the Eagles did a good job of containing him. Like Vic Fangio, for him to dial up what he did and just saying, you know what, I'm not going to blitz. I believe in our defensive line and just straight up kick their ass all game long. And that's exactly what they did. Like, that's every defensive coordinator wish they had that luxury. Because when you're able to just drop 7 and everyone's covered, we talked about it last week, how good the secondary and defense is for the Eagles, where they probably feel like they're getting slighted a little bit coming into this game because all they heard was, Patrick Mahomes gonna go for the three-peat. They lost 2 years ago. A lot of those guys are still there, like Brandon Graham, because, guys like Zach Bond, that dude, one of the greatest stories you're ever going to see, just being on the line for the Saints, being more of a special teams guy. They move him to a linebacker and he's first team all pro and gets a diving interception to help put the Eagles up 24-0 going into halftime. So just timely plays, Cooper DeJean, like you just mentioned, that draft pick out of Iowa. He's one of the best nickel corners in the league by far. You think about, what's my man's name? Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell had a really good rookie season. Darius Slay has a ton of skins on the wall. You know that, being a Lions fan. Like, they're loaded, man. CJ Gardner-Johnson's tough. Blankenship's tough. The list goes on. And then when you got guys like Josh Sweat in the backfield constantly, Milton Williams in the backfield constantly, as good as Patrick Mahomes is, he still bleeds the same like everybody. So any quarterback that has a lot of pressure on them, whether you're Peyton Manning, Montana, Tom Brady, Drew Brees, nobody likes pressure. Nobody likes when you don't have those open throwing lanes to fire the ball, which is what you're paid and born to do. And Patrick Mahomes didn't have that. That's why the game was a lot uglier than the final score, 40-22. Like, that was a straight beat down.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. They had not, until Xavier Worthy caught a 50-yard pass from the Chiefs 10 to the Eagles 40 in the third quarter. That was the first time the Chiefs had crossed midfield, and they were already down 34-0. Like, you don't cross midfield until you're down 34-0. I mean, that was just, and Worthy ended up scoring on that possession. He caught a 24-yard touchdown pass, and then he caught a 50-yard touchdown pass in the fourth quarter with 1:48 left. Really good contested catch by Worthy. The other one he kind of came back for and did a nice job of doing that. He's growing up as a pro for sure. He ends the game with 8 catches, 157 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was easily the bright light for the Chiefs, and what a rookie year for Xavier Worthy, because he ends up leading the Chiefs in touchdowns. It was again, late consolation. If you're a Texas fan, you had a reason to keep watching. But if you're a Cowboys fan, you're looking at the Eagles defense and Jalen Hurts, MVP, Super Bowl MVP. Saquon Barkley's under contract. Cam Jurgens is doing just fine at center. The Eagles offensive line is still holding up. And you've got all this young talent right up the middle of your defense with Jalen Carter and Zach Bond and Cooper DeJean and Nakobe Dean, who didn't even play last night. Moro Ojomo's still on his rookie contract. So you're getting all this production out of these young players you're not even paying that much for. And if you're a Cowboys fan, you're looking at that defense going, oh, brother. And then you're looking at the Commanders with Jaden Daniels, and you're saying, wow. And the fact that it was Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator, who used to be your offensive coordinator, and it was Dan Quinn leading the Commanders to the divisional round of the playoffs when he used to be your defensive coordinator. Man, I said I felt for Cowboys fans coming out of, the season, the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer. Now you just got to shake your head.
Yeah. This is a tough pill to swallow if you're a Cowboys fan for sure, because that NFC East, I don't see these teams going away anytime soon. Like Jaden Daniels, he's just going to get better. Like they got something going with Nick Sirianni, who, you're right, there's some things where you're like, okay, how is this guy really? But like you said, for him to listen to his players, when Lane Johnson came up to him and was like, hey, let's run the effing ball. Certain guys don't listen to that. Like, hey, you do your freaking job. I'm the coach. Let me worry about all that stuff. Like, my ish don't stink. Go back and do what you do, and that's to block, and let me worry about the play calling and the X's and O's. He didn't do that. He listened to his players. That's coaching. That's good coaching. Being able to adapt, being able to look yourself in the mirror and say, you know what, my pride's not too big. If something's not working, and one of our guys who I think highly of, that has a very high football IQ, is coming with a solution, let's see it out. Let's see how that goes. They did that, and now they're world champs. Like that's good coaching. And again, Nick Sirianni, he rubs a lot of people the wrong way, including me sometimes. Like for him to be yelling fire Sirianni or fire Nick when the Eagles fans were chanting that earlier this year, and he has multiple memes where he's, head nodding to the camera, and he kind of lost his mind one of those years where they beat the Chiefs after they lost and stuff. Like he's a very fiery guy. He's a meathead. Absolutely. But hey, that dude, he's royalty now in Philadelphia. He's got one. Can't take it away from him. And it seemed like he let his players do a lot of leading. And hey, I'll be the first one to admit I was wrong about Jalen Hurts. I was wrong about him. Like, again, a lot of that came from me just being a straight up hater because he went to Norman. And his only Red River performance he put on for the Sooners and got him that dub. But I've always questioned how authentic this guy is, because it's just, how do you say the right thing every time to where you sound like a bumper sticker? You just sound like you went to quotes.com and got something up and said, you know what, I'm going to say this today in the presser. Like he has that vibe about him, and it's just like talking to so many different credible people that we talk to, Chip, that have Lance Taylor, John McClain, guys like that. Hell, Lance, he was around Jalen Hurts a lot during his time at Alabama, and nobody has a bad thing to say about him. So I had to take a step back and be like, okay, maybe this is real. Maybe he is 100, and this is just how he is. After the game, he was excited and all, but he was still like cool, calm, and collected. Not really, didn't see any tears, didn't see anything like too dramatic or, nothing like that. He was just still like very even kill and still just like, yo, I expected this. Like, this is what it is. Like, I've dealt with a ton of adversity in my life. And here I am now. I keep battling, and now I'm getting rewarded for it. And then he made a comment last night like, this show ain't over though yet. I'm still here. going to keep this thing rolling. And all the naysayers and the haters like myself say, Collier, you can basically shut the hell up because I'm a Super Bowl champ. So I got to salute Jalen Hurts, man. That guy, he earned a lot of my respect last night, for real.
Yeah, you know, I've always had a soft spot for Jalen Hurts because I remember when he came for a visit to Texas when Charlie Strong was the coach. And I just remember, you know, liking him then, but then went to that Alabama Clemson national championship game and got to go through media day with him. And there's real substance there. And I wondered if his big fumble in the Super Bowl that they lost to the Chiefs 2 years ago was going to, you know, kind of become a haunting, not legacy, but legacy. And so to see him come out in this game and just look like he was in the zone, everything he was dialing up was working, and it certainly got them in, you know, into scoring position over and over and over again. I mean, they were kicking field goals too, so it could have been worse. I mean, this beating could have been worse, because, you know, they just had it all going. I mean, you said it, complimentary football. Everything was working, and I thought that Jalen Hurts deserved to be the MVP. At first, I was like, man, someone on defense needs to be the MVP here. But Jalen Hurts scoring 3 touchdowns in that game. You know, he threw for 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. He ran 11 times for 72 yards and had the tush push touchdown. I think Jalen Hurts was the guy. And look, they kept Saquon Barkley under wraps. 25 carries, 57 yards. No one had been doing that to Saquon. The Chiefs were willing to gamble in one-on-one situations, and it was guys like Jahan Dotson making plays down the field. And so, yeah, you know, it was a masterful game plan from the Eagles. And you know, kudos to Jalen Hurts. He's a made man now. The only 3 to beat Patrick Mahomes, the only 3 quarterbacks to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. You know, Joe Burrow, Tom Brady, and now Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, amazing. And God, he's so damn attractive. That's what pisses me off too. Like, bro, you gotta have everything. Ain't this a bitch? You gotta have everything, dog. Really? Like all the fans, all the new fans that I'm sure are female, just got put on yesterday, and their life changed because of Jalen Hurts. Haven't watched a lick of football. Now he got all these more fans coming in. It's like, dang, man. Some guys, they blessed. But he puts in the work. You got to give him that. He puts in the work. Going back to his Alabama days, we didn't think that he'd be an NFL quarterback.
Right.
Backup at least. Like, we was like, oh, this guy uses his legs more than his arm. He's not the biggest guy. The arm's not the strongest. And ironically enough, what changed his life was going to Norman and linking up with Lincoln Riley, where Lincoln Riley was like, yo, bro, your arm's better than you think. I know Nick kind of, you know, held you back a little bit and played to your strengths, but you got more strengths that I'm going to unleash. They did that in the 1 year he was there at Oklahoma, got drafted in the 2nd round, and even though they were last in the league in passing attempts, Steve Spagnuolo came into the game saying, we're going to make Jalen Hurts beat us. We're not going to allow Saquon Barkley to. That ain't happening. We're going to make Hurts beat us. And Jalen Hurts was like, bet. Cool. Kellen Moore was like, all right, we'll take it. If you're going to single up our receivers, like Trent McDuffie is good, really good, one of the best corners in the nation, but A.J. Brown, bigger, stronger. That's a tough matchup for McDuffie, who a little light in the ass when it compares to A.J. Brown, which that first pass interference call on the first drive, I was like, here we go. Here comes that, Kansas City Chiefs BS that we've seen all year long. And you hear Tom Brady in the booth talking about he didn't like the call either. But to what you said earlier, Chip, like the Kansas City Chiefs, the discipline wasn't there that you've seen. A lot of, bad penalties. Our boy Charles Omenihu being off sides on a third down where they get a sack on Jalen Hurts and it comes back. Like things like that. Helmet to helmet moments. Trent McDuffie, their linebacker, got one of those to keep the chains moving. It was just a lot of self-inflicting wounds for the defense, especially when your offense isn't putting up any yards. And the Eagles capitalized on every one, it seemed like. And when Jalen Hurts didn't have nobody down the field, he did what he normally does, runs the football really well. And he's really smart at protecting his body, too. As much as they do the tush push and stuff, like when he's running in the open field, he's going to get down or out of bounds. You don't get many clean looks on Jalen Hurts. So, again, just his IQ level, he deserved the MVP of the game. The way that he carries himself and goes about his business, like the dude acts like he's 50 years old. Like it's crazy to think he's only 26 and has a ton of years left to play in this league. Again, I got to give flowers when they're due. That dude did his thing, and the Eagles, they benefited from all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they were locked in. And look, the reason you give Jalen Hurts the MVP is because he made the throws when he had to make them. And yeah, Cooper DeJean's interception, 38-yard return for a touchdown was like the first jaw-dropping moment of the game because it was Patrick Mahomes, Super Bowl star, who was looking, all the conversation last week was, if Mahomes wins his fourth Super Bowl, is he the best? Is he better than Brady in terms of winning so many Super Bowls so early and so many in a row and blah, blah, blah. And you said it. The Chiefs were going to make Jalen Hurts beat him, and Jalen Hurts said, hey, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm about it.
And go back and watch some of those passes. Perfect. A.J. Brown against McDuffie, like you said, the throw to John Dotson that set up his 1-yard touchdown run. It was one after the other.
Yeah.
I mean, the Eagles played great. They didn't even really slow down at any point.
No. They were being petty too. Like you get the ball back on the Patrick Mahomes fumble, or I don't know if it was that moment. I don't know if it was a fumble or just a stop, but it was 27-0. And the first play, they go on that deep post route to Devontae Smith to put them up 34-0. Like, they were not letting the foot off the gas. They were like, yo, let's really take their hearts out right here. And Jalen Hurts put that thing on the money. And it's like, damn, man, this looks personal. Like, it's flat out looks personal. This is the Super Bowl. You're playing against a team with some serious championship DNA. Spagnuolo ain't no punk. Andy Reid ain't no punk. There's dogs on that side for the Kansas City Chiefs. Karlaftis and McDuffie and Chris Jones, they got a lot of pride. And they acted like those dudes were just rump roast. Like, it was so easy. It seemed like Kellner, MORE, and Vic Fangio they were a step ahead of what the Chiefs were trying to do with everything. And those Bulldogs on the Eagles side, I say Bulldogs because a lot of them went to Georgia, but those dudes, they're a problem. They're a problem the whole game. And I still can't get over Zach Bond's story. That's That's one of those ones, like, you might have to make a movie of that dude or something like that, because that's not a normal thing at all for a guy to change positions and be first team All-Pro and get a huge interception in the Super Bowl that helps his team hoist up that Vince Lombardi trophy. Like, that was a huge play. 17-0, get the pick. Then they hit A.J. Brown on that little drag crossing route to go up 24-0. It was ball game there. Like, you didn't have any of those Atlanta Falcons, New England Patriot feelings where these guys are going to come back. And it was kind of like that after the DeJean interception. I don't know about you, Chip, but once Cooper DeJean took it back, pick 6, I was like, I don't know how the Chiefs are winning this one. Like, I never count Patrick Mahomes out, ever, but just the way the game was going and how the vibe was and just the faces of Kansas City, like, they looked deflated early. Like, Travis Kelce walking to the locker room at halftime, they looked like they knew they were cooked. And the Eagles, they just kept pounding away. Like, hey, yeah, this is as ugly as y'all think it is. It's going to get uglier.
Yeah. I mean, you're expecting the Chiefs to come out with everything they've got in the third quarter. They're down 24-0, and the Eagles score on a field goal. And then they get the Devontae Smith 46-yard touchdown pass to go up 34-0 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the third quarter. And you're like, they don't have it.
No.
They don't have it. They don't have any gas in the tank. And that interception that Zach Bond made was tough.
Yeah.
It was a layout catch. And I mean, that was an incredible play for a guy who's, like you said, I mean, his story from, special teamer to Pro Bowler and the year that he's had to be able to make that kind of play, it just seemed like everything was working for the Eagles last night. I mean, everything. So what, they didn't show Taylor Swift until.
Yeah, she wasn't too happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
They showed her, and of course she got booed, but.
Yeah, that's going to happen. But now, talking about your little vacation camp, your marriage vacation camp that you have, now it's about to get real.
Boot camp.
Boot camp. That's right. Boot camp. Because now it's about to get real. She's never dealt with Travis after a loss like this. She's only seen the highs. Super Bowl wins, Pro Bowls, All Pros. She's only seen the highs. It's about to get real dark, Taylor. So I don't know if you could use that and put it in your music. I hope it doesn't alter the relationship any. I hope everything is still running smooth. I hope she could be there for him, to comfort him, to be that, protector. Make him, when he wants to be little spoon, you be that big spoon for him, Taylor, when y'all are cuddling and he needs to get in the ball and cry it out. I hope Taylor's for him, because this is new territory for them, Chip. As a couple, this is new territory. Travis Kelce, I wouldn't be surprised if he retired. I really wouldn't. With the way he was looking last night, I was like, because he don't got many years left. He took a huge step back when it comes to his production and what we normally see with Travis Kelce and what we saw this 2024 season. He is not the same. And I don't know. Yes, I don't know if he's washed. I don't know if it's just, Father Time is undefeated. But Travis Kelce, I would not be surprised if he didn't come back, especially with his brother Jason hanging up the cleats. I would not be surprised if he didn't come back for this 2025 season. Like, what else do you have to prove if you're him?
Yeah. Well, and quick note, Xavier Worthy, he caught all 8 of his targets. He was targeted 8 times. He caught 8 passes.
Yeah.
So kudos.
Where was catching that deep ball at Texas?
I know. He's
Where
a
the hell was
different
that?
dude. He's matured. Yeah, he wasn't fighting for those contested catches like he has this year. So good for him. Good for him.
I want that for him, but
you always want your best football to be ahead of you. We've got a lot of Texas stuff to get to, and we've got Hyde Manning, Arch Manning's younger brother, who's a freshman at Texas, joining us at 2. But Zay, I want to get your take on, and if this is the right call, then tell me, we'll get to it later. But your thoughts on Kendrick Lamar's halftime show?
No, we can talk about it now. I'd give it a B. It was good, but could you not hear them either? The lyrics were hard to hear. Like someone was off with the mic. That was a huge problem. Like I knew all the songs and knew the lyrics and stuff. So for me being a Kendrick fan, it wasn't difficult to know what he was saying and when he was saying it. But it was difficult to my moms or my dad who don't listen to Kendrick on the reg and was hearing him for the first time. Like I wish that was better. But as far as the whole performance was, Samuel L. Jackson, Serena Williams doing the Crip Walk, that was dope. SZA, even her part was It was better.
Yeah, you're not a fan.
I mean, I love SZA. It still didn't mix to me. It didn't like it was just the way they brought her in. The song's a lot slower, and it's just like, okay, this is kind of bringing the vibe down. But again, overall, it was good. It was a B to me. Like Kendrick Lamar did his thing. He did Not Like Us, which was crazy. I can't believe he did that. Like had the whole Superdome saying A minor. Like, that's why I said I don't know who had a worse night, like Drake or Kansas City Chiefs with the Super Bowl, because I had to put my mama and my pops on what the beef was about and what was going on, because they were asking, why is Drake suing? And yeah, that's why Drake's suing, because Kendrick Lamar smiling at the camera and stuff at the Super Bowl is calling Drake a pedophile. That is so wild. That is so unhinged. Like I can't even fathom how nuts that is. And that's just where we are here in 2025 with the Super Bowl and stuff. But yeah, like there's just something, the sound was off, Jack. Like again, the sound was off. And then it got better. It got better as it went on, but it would have been an A for me if we could just hear Kendrick rap more, because the mic was messed up.
Yeah, he did Not Like Us, his second to last song of the set. I don't know how he managed to get 11 songs in, but he did. 11 songs. I was like, it felt like it was long. It toward the end. I was like, wow, he got a lot in there. Okay, well, we'll get back to the Super Bowl, but gotta give some love to the Texas women's basketball team, taking down number 2 South Carolina, ending South Carolina's 57 game winning streak in SEC play, dating back to the 2021-22 season. And Kyla Oldacre, Ollie Pop for Kyla Oldacre. She was unbelievable in the fourth quarter. So Taylor Jones is having a great game. She's got 11 points, 4 of 8 shooting. She's got 4 steals, 6 rebounds. This is all in the first half. Just the first half. 11 points, 4 of 8 shooting, 6 rebounds, 4 steals, a block. And so Vic ends up going with Kyla Oldacre And Kyla scores 8 huge points in the fourth quarter. And this is when South Carolina had worked their way back. In the third quarter, they outscored Texas by 9. This was a one-possession game for a lot of the fourth quarter. It was kind of in and out of one possession. In fact, it was 64-62. And Tessa Johnson from South Carolina is driving in, and Jordan Lee stays right with her, goes in the air with her. Great defense. Madison Booker gets the rebound, and Vic calls timeout. And then Rory Harmon, who's 1 of 9 shooting, is the one going to the free throw line.
Yeah.
With 10 seconds left. And she hits them both. Zay.
Yo, her toughness, man, because she was 0 for 2 from the free throw line prior to those made free throws to make it 66-62. For her to want the ball, and I was kind of like, I don't like Madison Booker taking it out because you want her shooting the free throws. You know, can you get somebody else taking the ball out so Madison Booker could get the ball and she could get fouled, because she's basically guaranteed money when she goes to the free throw line. They have her taking the ball out because Vic clearly trusts her decision making on not turning the ball over in that moment. Rory Harmon went, got the ball, went to the line, confident, and knocked down 2 free throws to ice the game. Like, Rory, even though that wasn't her best showing, she showed some serious toughness in clutch time. And yeah, hell of a game for Texas women's basketball. You know, Kyla Oldegger, she was tough. You know, they do such a good job, Oldegger and Taylor Jones, at using their body before they get the ball to get in position when they do get it to already be in a scoring spot. Like, they do their work early. A lot of people, they don't watch that stuff because they're just following the ball around. Watch Taylor Jones and Kyla Oldegger work before the ball even touches their hands, because they use their body really well. They get in the right spots to where when the ball's being swung on the perimeter, it's an easy entry pass for the guards. And the way that South Carolina was playing Texas, inside game, that was it. And, you know, as good as Texas played last night, again, Vic Schaefer and the coaching staff, the game plan was terrific. The defense was absolutely amazing. You mentioned Taylor Jones with the 4 steals. I thought Jordan Lee's defense was good. I thought Shea Holly's defense was really good too. She had a big block in clutch time. Madison Booker, 11 boards. Like, everybody was solid last night. The mood was bonkers.
Yeah.
The mood, that was the best I've ever seen the Moody Center in the 3 years that it's been open. But a part of me's thinking, Chip, Dawn Staley's out here playing chess. She didn't show her full hand yesterday because I think she knows in her mind, one, she's a big-time Eagles fan, so she probably could care less about her team in this game. It was kind of meaningless. Like, they're going to be one of the top 4 seeds when the tournament comes around. Like, their moment's coming. She was probably focused on her Eagles getting it done today, being a Philly native, rocking that Eagles Super Bowl hoodie. But I don't think she showed everything because she made some weird coaching moves. If you're playing Texas and they haven't hit a 3 all game long, I am putting all my energy on guarding the posts. I'm also putting all my energy in Madison Booker. But I'm going to make Jordan Lee and Winantanda and Shea Holly have to beat me. Anytime Kayla Oldegger or Taylor Jones gets the ball, I'm double teaming.
Yeah.
Or I'm forcing a ton of help on that side so they can't get those good entry passes. South Carolina and Dawn Staley, they weren't doing any of that. And she knows I might see this Texas women's basketball team 2 more times.
Right.
She knows that. They played twice already. You could easily see them playing in the SEC championship game, in the SEC tournament. And you could easily see with both teams probably being the number 1 seed meeting each other in the Final Four. Dawn Staley's been around the block. She ain't no dummy. So she's going to say, you know what? If we lose tonight, so what? So be it. It's going to wake my team up because now I can challenge them and say they can be beat and they can have a different mindset and they're not all high and mighty. And I'm not going to show Vic Schaefer everything so he can prepare for it next time around, because that's what I would do. Chloe Kitts is tough. The only white girl for South Carolina. She's tough. She ain't played like the whole fourth quarter. That makes no sense. When she was in the game, she was a problem.
Yeah.
Like, she is insanely skilled. She makes good passes. When she gets doubled, she makes the right play. Why aren't you playing her in the fourth? Because Dawn Staley really didn't care about this game. She didn't. She wants her team to win, but this game doesn't mean anything to what the games mean in March, especially when, like I said, you could play this Texas team twice again. So that was in the back of my mind when I was watching some of this decision-making that Dawn Staley had. And again, South Carolina, they're really good. Texas limited Pow to around like 8 points. Malaja Fluwali, like, she could have really got going and didn't. She had some moments where you're like, man, this girl, she's their best player to me. The fact that she comes off the bench, like, like, you have that many stars, but Texas got lucky. She kind of went out the game because after she had a finish, she hurt her arm or something like that, and you didn't really see her much after. But next year when Raven Johnson leaves and they're not going to have some of those guards because they're being eligible, when it's Fluwali's team, look out. Because that girl, she's like the female version of Kemba Walker to me. Like, she has a crazy back. Like, people don't rip Rory Harmon very often. She took Rory Harmon's ball and then finished on her on the open lane. That doesn't happen. You have to be insanely crafty and just have a different mindset to steal the ball from Rory Harmon when she's dribbling up the court. Like, you have to be a different type of cat. Fluwali's that. And I don't think she got the looks that she probably deserved in that game because, again, Dawn Staley had in just a different rotations and stuff like that. So as much as I want to bask in that win for Texas and they should be very happy and pleased, like, that sets them up to think that, okay, we could beat anybody. Because going into that game with how bad Madison Booker played the first time around, you didn't want Madison Booker to be like, okay, I got a South Carolina problem. She was really good yesterday.
And part of her problem is Bree Hall, who is an excellent defender. She face guarded Maddie Booker the whole game and was super athletic and determined. And so Maddie Booker ends up with 20 points, but she took 22 shots. I mean, she was 7 of 22. She, hit some free throws, but Bree Hall is legit. So you're right. Bree Hall's got Maddie Booker taken care of. So you got to double quickly into the post on Oldacre or Taylor Jones, it seemed. But
0 threes? Texas hit 0 threes yesterday. Not one.
They didn't take many.
No.
Because they were working it inside, and good for, for Vic to say, get it inside. Because sometimes he leaves it up to them and you get some kind of weird shot selection, but they were going inside. And that's what you should do when, Fagan is 6'4", but she's thin. And so that's why Vic went with Kyla, because Kyla's 6'6" and she's strong. And she outplayed her. Now here's my question. This is the hardest week of the season for the Texas women. They just played South Carolina. They go to number 11 Kentucky on Thursday, and then come home and play Kim Mulkey and LSU, number 6 LSU, at the Mood on Sunday. That game at Kentucky is going to tell us a lot, because that is the definition of a trap game. It sits right between two monster emotional opponents, and Kentucky's really good. Like Kentucky's really good, the Kentucky women. So this is going to be a really good test of where this Texas team is mentally, because that Kentucky game, that's got trouble written all over it.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I love Brianna Preston, man. Her stats don't ring any alarms or anything, but she gave the Horns good minutes yesterday when Rory Harmon was out a long time in that fourth quarter. I don't know if she was fatigued or whatever, but Brianna Preston, like her energy, you don't see that much as a freshman. And then if you watch her on the sidelines, like she's getting the other girls hype, like she's really vocal. She's well beyond her years. And I'm excited to see what her development's like throughout her tenure here at Texas. But yeah, overall, that's a good win. And you're right, like the trap game, it's coming up. But if Taylor Jones and Kayla Odair could play the way they're playing, Texas
and Jakalenga Mwenentanda. I mean, she was 4 for 4, but she was, she had a foul on a 3-point play, but I thought she played well, and she's getting more consistent. I think her confidence is growing. Like, she's one of those players that you got to say, you're good. You're good. You're like really good. You're ready. You're there. So go out there and play with confidence, because there are not a lot of 6'2" women who have arm wingspan like you. So,
she's like Tayshaun.
Yeah.
She's like Tayshaun Prince or something like that. Like
she should be the nightmare defender on the perimeter.
Yeah.
No one, like anyone's best player, perimeter player. I know it's Shea Holly right now, but next year it needs to be Jakalenga Mwenentanda, because she's just so long. You can't get shots off against her. So great performance. I mean, all the way around. Ollie Pop for Kyla Oldacre and the Texas women all the way around. I mean, all those names we just mentioned played a key role in winning that game. And Zay, before we get to Hyde Manning at 2:00, kudos to number 1 Texas softball. They played 6 games in 3 days. They were all over the place. They were at they played in the Louisiana Classic and beat Longwood and Louisiana. Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns are actually a good program. They beat OU last year in a single game. And then, so they win both of those, and the winning pitchers were Mac Morgan and Tegan Cavan. They won those games in 5 innings because they were run ruled. And then they go to Beaumont. So they played in Lafayette, Louisiana on Friday. Then they go to Beaumont on Saturday and play St. John's. They win that game 5-0. Cambria Salmon, the freshman, through 5 innings, she gave up 1 hit on a home run, and that was it. So, and then they played Lamar on Saturday night, beat them 13-7, and Citlali Gutierrez was the starting pitcher. The relief pitcher, Sophia Simpson, got beat up for 6 runs in relief. So, and then they came back on Sunday and played. They're in Huntsville. So they've gone from Lafayette, Louisiana to Beaumont to Huntsville, and they played Tulsa and beat them 4-2. And Cambria Salmon, the freshman, pitched 5 innings again and gave up 1 run on 3 hits. And then they beat Sam Houston Sunday afternoon, 8-3. And Tegan Cavan pitched all 7 innings of that. So Texas 6-0 to start the season. And I think the big takeaways, I mean, obviously Texas was heavily favored to win those games, but I think the Tegan Cavan is electric already. and Cambria Salmon. I mean, it's clear they have, big plans for her because she got 2 of those starts and went 5 innings both times and looked good. So it does look like Mia Scott suffered an injury. They're not saying what's going on there. Mia Scott's been a, top of the line third base for Texas and a, big stick in their lineup. So we'll see. They got a lot of young talent. Hopefully Mia Scott's not out. For too long.
Take care of her, CJ. We found out last week that Mia Scott, CJ Baxter got a thing. At least they got pictures that look like they have a thing. Hey, time for you to return the favor, CJ, because that girl's seeing you down in the dumps with your ACL injury. Whatever she's dealing with, you got to return the favor, bro. That's true love. That's being tested right there. So I hate to hear that for Mia Scott, but hey, you know how Mike White gets down. Next girl up. Like, how did Leanne Good do with her filling in for Vivian Martinez right now?
I think that she did well. Let me just look at the hitting lines for Texas after that, because you've got Leanne Good did really well. I mean, I don't know, you can do much better than she batted 500, 5 RBIs. Reese Atwood was amazing. I mean, she's batting 350 after 6 games. She's already got 2 home runs, 10 RBI. Leanne Good, solid. Let me look at the fielding just to Texas fielding at a 982 clip. There was an error on Katie Stewart and an error on Katie Bennett and Victoria Hunter. Those are players who are not yet counted on totally. Victoria Hunter's a really good hitter, and they bring her in a lot. She could be DH utility. But let's it is 2:00. I see him in the green room. Let's bring on the man who goes by Hilarious on his social media.
How's it going?
Hyde Manning, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. Just got out of class, doing some homework.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
So you're a freshman at Texas, and I don't know how many Texas fans knew about you. Maybe it's because you were going through pledgeship, but now you're an active, you're doing your thing.
Sure.
And we had a chance to talk a little bit, but talk about why you chose Texas, Hyde.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you all again for having me on. I chose Texas for a number of reasons. I mean, obviously, my brother was a little bit of the reason. Me and him have always been pretty close. It's always been fun growing up with him. But I really chose Texas just because of Austin. It's so great. And like I said in the interview, it's kind of pockets of different neighborhoods. You kind of have the campus, like the small town college field, but you're also in the middle of a big city, and that's the lake, and there's just so much to offer. Good sports, great education, there's nothing better.
Yeah, hi. Once again, appreciate you jumping on, Chip and Zay, but you could have went anywhere. A lot of people in your shoes might have looked at the situation like, okay, Arch is doing his thing. I want to make my own name and go somewhere to become my own person. And you didn't. You did the opposite, due to, like you just said, you and Arch being that close. But talk about just being the little brother to Arch Manning. Like, you've been in the limelight in the way with your family your whole life, but now that you are both going to the same college and all the publicity that Arch gets, how is it? How do you go about just everyday life when you're just out here trying to be a UT student like the rest of them?
Yeah, that's a great point. And there was definitely some people who sort of questioned my decision when I made the decision to go to Texas. They were kind of like, Hyde, like, do you really want to go kind of live in your brother's shadow. But I mean, I've never really thought about it like that. I think, especially in New Orleans, like no one really cared about the whole, like to people in New Orleans and to all of our friends, like it was just kind of Arch and Hyde, not like Arch and Hyde Manning. So that never really affected me when we were in New Orleans. And then I figured, you know, he's going to kind of be doing the whole football thing, and I'm going to have more of the social scene and the kind of the fraternity life. So, yeah, it never really bothered me. I always thought he was a little more jealous of me than I was of him. I think I had to sort of have the personality, but yeah, he definitely has the athleticism on me. But yeah, I've never really been jealous of him, and he's never really been jealous of me. We kind of both had our own things, and we've always appreciated each other for that.
Okay, Hyde, your dad mentioned something to me about that. And I thought it was interesting because he said, you know, they lead completely different lives at Texas. But he said Arch is probably more thankful that Hyde is there than Hyde is thankful that Arch is there. And you're an outlet for Arch. I'll let you tell it, but you kind of provide normalcy. I know you guys get together for lunch and dinners and stuff.
Yeah.
And you don't really talk football, right?
No, yeah, we really don't talk football. And I remember I got in, I think around December of last year. And I remember calling him, telling him I was going to go to Texas. And he'd say, "Oh, that's so great. Like we can hang out a bunch at night and like we can hang out and go to dinner." And I'm like, "We can hang out a little bit, but I'm going to be going to fraternity parties and having fun. Like slow your roll a little bit. I got my own life to live a little bit." But no, yeah, it's been great. I think definitely, yeah, I think he has so many people talking to him about football, and I think he's at the facility, whatever it is, 16 hours a day. So I think he's just, football is such a big part of his life that kind of when we talk, I think he likes the kind of an outlet. Yeah, like you said, it's just he kind of needs a little bit of normalcy in his life.
What's something we don't know about him?
He's very, when he's away and kind of out of the camera, he's a very goofy guy. You know, I mean, like I didn't really know whether to say it, but like the most of the time we don't really talk about football. We usually just talk about like girls. Usually it's kind of. I mean, he's a 20-year-old and I'm a 19-year-old. It's usually, yeah, it's kind of talk about social life and just kind of who we're crushing on these days. Usually that's kind of it.
I dig it. No, when you come to Texas, you got to enjoy everything, Hyde. Yeah. So, like, I get it. You're on the right path. Talk about just growing up and the family legacy. Like, y'all are basically the first family of the NFL, first family of football. Talk about how that was growing up with your uncles, your grandfather, your pops, etc.
Yeah, I think I didn't think I had a great appreciation for it until sort of later in my life, kind of when I turned about 11 or 12, you kind of really, once I started getting really into sports and you kind of start to appreciate more the history behind it and kind of like what my grandfather did for New Orleans and kind of Peyton and Eli's legacy. You definitely start to appreciate it later on in life. And it's pretty cool to just look at all that they did and kind of, yeah, I think Arch and I definitely had a greater appreciation for that later on.
And you were Arch's center.
I was
for Arch's sophomore and junior year, and then you were the left guard.
Yes, sir, left guard, and then my senior year I was a right tackle. But yeah, we were. I was the center. Yeah, his sophomore and junior year, and it was always funny because he's pretty mild mannered. Like he never really liked to yell at other players because I mean, at the end of the day, in high school, I think you can do it more in college, but in high school, you can't really. I mean, you can yell at players to an extent, but at the end of the day, they're the same guy you're carpooling with, and you're kind of more your friends. But he was never afraid to yell at me. I mean, gosh, he'd get on my tail if I had a bad snap. If the snap wasn't perfect spiral in his hands, he'd be ripping me, and the coaches would be like, "Arch, calm down." But I think he liked that he could yell at me, and he didn't yell at anyone else. But I mean, I like the constructive criticism, and if he yelled at me too hard, I'd let the nose guard right through.
Yeah. Well, you're kind of the comedian in the family. I mean, your dad said
I think my dad's definitely the comedian family. I'm definitely the up and coming star.
Okay, so maybe you got a lot of what Cooper has.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think Art's got the athleticism and sort of Peyton's kind of serious tone and his drive, and I definitely got sort of my dad's charisma and sort of the funny parts.
Because that video that went viral, I think those were clothes that Case Stockton sent to you and Art.
The Highland Park and the Texas shirts. Yes, sir.
And do you have it, Zay? Because Hyde delivers the funniest line in that. It just.
Yeah, I remember it sort of resurfaced not too long ago. I think kind of in the last 6 months, and I had a bunch of people send it to me, and everyone's caption was like, "You have not changed since you've been 10 years old. You're the exact same person." Yeah, I remember I think I said something like, "Thanks, Case, for the shirt. Like, I love it. The ladies are going to be all over me." I was kind of rubbing my chest.
Yeah. Did you have it, Zay?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, here it is. It's only 8 seconds.
Thanks for the t-shirts. They're nice. Ladies are going to be all over me. I want to go to Texas.
Oh, I love it. And I mean, does that kind of personify the personalities right there?
Yes, I think it does. I think, yeah, it's a perfect video to show, just us two.
So you were the cut up, and how did that? You were kind of the comic relief for Arch.
Yeah, I think definitely this semester with sort of kind of him being able to get in for ULM, UTSA, and Mississippi State, and then having to go back on the bench. I think he struggled with that a little. And, him kind of being like the guy all throughout high school. I mean, he started from freshman year all the way through. So I think him having to kind of be in a QB battle, or not really a battle, but just being the backup, I think that was definitely hard for him. So I think he definitely appreciated when I'd come over and we'd be able to just kind of chop up about other things and kind of take his mind off that. I think he really appreciated it. I think that's sort of the stuff he was looking forward to when I told him I was going to Texas, just kind of, and I think it's going to happen next year too. If, if he has a rough game or we lose one, I think he'll definitely seek me out as just kind of, he get away from the team for a little bit, or like a Sunday, he just kind of wants me to come over and, hang out with him. So I think, yeah, he's definitely looking forward to that. And so am I.
Yeah. Have you seen any change from him since, like, now he's going to be the guy, he's going to be the one to take all the snaps basically for this 2025 Texas team, as you just mentioned, was the backup this past year. You see him in a lot of interviews now with Marty Smith with ESPN and Complex and different things like that, the whole Red Bull gig. So things have shifted very quickly. How has he handled that, in your opinion, Hyde?
Yeah, I think he's handled it well. I think he's definitely taken time off of kind of all the social media stuff. Like, he did the Red Bull deal, and I think he's definitely getting a lot more media attention. I think when we hang out, I remember we went to dinner the other day, and I was like, "Can you order an Uber home?" And he's like, "I don't have my phone." Like, he leaves his phone in his room half the day, and I think he deleted Instagram, and kind of he's just taking his mind off of all that. And yeah, I think from what I've heard from other people and just talking to him, he seems like his mood's a little bit lighter. But I think when it comes to his preparation, like lifting and all the training and stuff, I think he's training like just kind of the same way he is, like, be ready to play. And yeah.
What your parents, obviously great job raising, and your older sister, May?
Yes, sir.
And is she at Virginia, or is she done?
She's a senior at Virginia right now.
Okay. Your parents, great job raising you. When it came to football, how did they approach it for you and for Arch?
I think there's always been a motto of kind of just have fun out there, work hard. And I think it's the same thing that my grandfather cemented in my uncles and my dad. It's just, you're there to have fun, and, always, if you're going to do something, do it 100%. So I think there's never been any, people have asked, like, "Oh, is your dad trying to kind of, or your grandfather's whatever, trying to live through y'all?" And it's never been like that. My dad would support me the same way if I wanted to be in the band, if I wanted to be the best trumpeter there was. They're just so supportive of whatever we do. And I mean, for us, it was just the love for football, and they always supported us through that. But I always find it funny. My mom was always with all the moms of the game, kind of talking, laughing, watching the game. My dad would kind of he would sit away from my parents, just kind of like rubbing his hands, like wincing at every moment. And even when Arch is gone, when I was a senior in high school, he would still do the exact same thing. So he's just like every other dad, just kind of just wishing he was out there.
Yeah. So you and your dad are probably in a similar boat, especially with, Peyton and Eli and those guys going on to do their thing. Now, Arch is doing his thing, playing football. Do you and your dad ever talk about that? Because like you said, you're not in the shadow at all. Y'all both y'all's own men. Y'all both, have y'all's own responsibilities and things going for yourselves. But do you ever talk to him about, okay, how'd you deal with being the brother of Peyton and Eli, kind of just how with Arch and the attention that he gets?
Yeah, definitely. And definitely when I was an adolescent, kind of 12 to 14 years old, when I think my dad sort of saw the trajectory of how it was going between me and Arch. I mean, we're one grade apart, but we're 20 months apart. So we're basically 2 years apart. We were always, if I was in 7th grade, he was in 8th grade, but I'd be 12 and he'd be 14. So he was always, whenever we played pickup basketball, I mean, it always ended in either a fight or one person's crying, and usually he was the one winning. So yeah, I think my dad kind of always had to teach me, like, just kind of keep moving forward, and like, it's not a big deal. You love your brother. He loves for you to succeed, and you love for him to succeed. And he always preached that from a early beginning, even kind of before the whole fame thing. He just kind of said, jealousy is literally, it's one of the worst things that can rip families apart, and you don't want it to get the best of you, and you want to be supportive of him because he loves you and you love him, and a brother is the most special bond you can have.
It's awesome.
Talking to Hyde Manning, Texas freshman, younger brother of Arch Manning, and Hyde, you played with Arch. How would you describe his leadership style?
He's a very natural leader. I think people sort of look to him, and he's definitely, he was always the hardest worker in the locker room, hardest worker in the gym. He was sort of a kind of a quiet, lead by example type guy, I'd say. I think he definitely sort of mimics Eli in that term. Sort of, you see Peyton as kind of like the sheriff, and like you hear stories about Peyton, whatever, like kicking guys out of the huddle. And I think my brother is a little more mild-mannered, but he can definitely get fired up. Like you see him on the sideline and stuff like that. But I think Arch has definitely always been, I'd say, a lead by example guy. Like I remember in high school, like y'all know what huddle is, like
yeah.
So I remember, like in high school, our coach would list, the coaches can see the minutes that the players watch. So he would say, whatever, blah 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 has watched 27 minutes. Hyde, you watched whatever 30 minutes of film today. And it'd be like, Arch watched 6 hours of film. Like just kind of, yeah, I think, and he like kind of would put his head down, like everyone's staring at him. He's just kind of a quiet guy, leads by example. And yeah, I think he's always been a great leader, and he's very comfortable being a leader.
Well, what do you make of these expectations? Because Arch is already, like, BetMGM has him as the favorite to win the Heisman. All the way too early power rankings have Texas like in the top 3, and they just lost 10, significant contributors on offense.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the predictions and the NIL evaluations and all that stuff, I mean, it's all kind of just fluff and everything in the air. And I think my dad always had a pretty good job. He said, don't ever listen to whatever. I remember the first time Arch and I, when I was the starting center, and him and I like played together, I think Max Preps posted something like, like Arch Manning, younger brother, rising O-line recruit. Like I was not an O-line recruit. I was 5'10", 220 pounds, the center. No one was recruiting me. Like it's all just, I mean, if you don't, the less you listen to all the media, I think the better you are. And I think these days a lot of people sort of get ahead of that. Like I'm verbally committed to whatever. You can verbally commit to anywhere. I can verbally commit to San Diego State right now. No one's going to fact check it. Like, no one can fact check anything. It's all just fluff. And I think the more people start to realize that, I think the better it is. And the more you keep your mind off the media, and, the better you are.
Yeah. All right. Hi. Question from Jose here. What's some of you and Arch's favorite places to eat around Austin?
Well, Arch and I went to, I'd say our favorite place to eat is Kava Bob's. Pretty easy. I mean, it's money. And then the other day, someone took us to Perry's Steakhouse. That place is phenomenal. I don't think I've ever had a better steak in my life. And it's a huge spot. It can fit a lot of people. And that place was pretty phenomenal.
Hyde, when do you think in the recruiting process that Arch knew it was Texas? I mean, we see that picture of him when he's a young kid wearing the Texas shirt saying, I want to go to Texas. When do you think it hit him and became the place?
I think so. The official visits were early June going into his senior year. And we went, I remember Georgia asked if he could go, if it was Georgia, Bama, Texas. And I guess for some reason, Georgia requested that, or they made their official visit date for him first out of the three, which I guess because they wanted to make the first, the early impression. I always thought it would have been better if you were kind of the one to wrap it up. So yeah, Georgia was first, and then Bama, and then Texas was last. And I think for him, he asked I remember him asking sort of a lot of questions away from football about it, like nothing about the dollars or the NIL. He was asking am I going to be able to get away in Austin and maybe go somewhere where people don't recognize me as much? And out of Tuscaloosa, Athens, and Austin, it's easily Austin for that. Like, I think you can go to East Austin or South Congress, a little more of those kind of quirky and millennial run neighborhoods. And he's not as, if he's on campus, it's different. You get more people stopping for pictures, but sort of in different areas, he's all just kind of, is there anywhere I can lay low? And he loves his privacy, and he loves not being in the spotlight. So I think that was a big part for him. And I just think seeing Austin, and also a big part of where would I be without football? And I think Austin, like Texas, has great education, and I think where would you want to be without football? And it was Texas.
Yeah. How have you seen his relationship with Steve Sarkisian develop over the past 2 years, now going on year 3, where he's about to be the starter? Because that was clearly a big part of his decision to come to Texas. Sark's just brilliant offensive mind, especially with him being a former quarterback. I'm sure that was something that was easily relatable with all the quarterbacks that y'all have in y'all's family.
Yeah, I think him and Sark have a great relationship. I think, when you're a recruit, I think all the coaches are going to tell you, like you're going to be such a great player. Like you're going to be this, you're going to be that. And then once you actually get there, you're a freshman and you're fighting for a spot, and the coach is yelling at you. And I think he liked that. I think as a freshman and a sophomore, you're still a backup. And I think Sark got on him. And I think you've seen clips of Sark ripping him and yelling at him. And I think he kind of likes that. He likes someone that can be real with him. And, in high school, you don't always have that. If you're such a highly touted recruit, you kind of only have your coaches telling you, oh, you're great. Like, you're all good. And I think he sort of liked that sense of reality that someone can actually get on him and rip his face off if he needs it. I think he likes that Sark can push him, and he's not afraid of him, or he likes that he can push him.
How would you describe Arch's ambition in football?
He's just so driven. I think nothing really is going to stop him from getting to where he wants to go. And he has so many goals, and I think he's just so focus oriented. And I think he just has that tunnel vision when it comes to football. And I think just whenever I've never seen him be as passionate about one thing as anyone. It's just, he's so passionate about it, and he loves it. And I think he just has a love for the game that I've never seen.
So I don't know if you shared a bedroom or if you had your own bedroom, but what posters were up in your room and what posters were up in Arch's?
So in my room, I had a big picture of I think it's a famous picture of Farrah Fawcett in like a bikini,
The red bathing suit.
Yeah, in a bathing suit. And then I had
that up in my room as a kid.
Yeah. you and I think alike, Chip. But and then I had like famous country music singers. I had Muddy Waters and Conway Twitty and a bunch of great country music singers. And then in his room, he had Steph Curry, and then he had the big, the famous, the MJ wings one where he has his wingspan out.
I had that one.
Yeah, that one's tough. And then I remember the coolest one. I always tried to steal it. It was I think it was Len Bias dunking over Jordan when it was UNC and versus Maryland. I think Bias in Maryland.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the coolest one. And also, I think I stole this one once, and I think we got into a fight over it. It's Muhammad Ali boxing underwater. Like it's the coolest one I've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
I think I stole it once, and I think he took it back. But
so what's May like? What's your older sister like?
May is sort of, I don't know if you know this term. She's like the glue guy. She keeps the family together. It's always great having. Yeah, she doesn't get enough credit for Arch and I's development. Like May was just so helpful for, I think, our like social skills, like the way like we're able to talk to girls or interact with people. And I think May's just she's the glue guy. She keeps the family together. She's smart, driven. She helps Arch and I with countless things. And she's actually she could be arguably one of the better athletes. She was on varsity volleyball team as an 8th grader, and she was a captain as a sophomore, which is not easy to do. To be a 15-year-old captain and bossing around a bunch of 18-year-olds is pretty impressive. So yeah, she was a stud athlete. She was volleyball state championship MVP as a senior, and yeah, she's a stud.
Were you shocked yesterday that your uncle Eli beat Peyton in the field goal kicking event?
I knew Eli was going to beat Peyton. And Eli and Peyton are 6 years apart, I think. Or another 4 or 6 years apart, I think. But yeah, I mean, Peyton's a little, like, even you watch the way he plays football, he's a little stiff. Like, I could tell Eli is definitely a little more limber in the hips. I knew Eli had it. I didn't tell anyone, but I knew Eli was going to win it.
So how often do y'all see them? Because, your dad was like, I think this gets overcooked a little bit because it's not like they live down the street. I mean, Peyton lives in Denver. Eli lives in New Jersey or whatever. And so is it them usually coming back for Mardi Gras or for Thanksgiving or Christmas?
Yeah, it's usually Mardi Gras and then usually sometime in the summer. And they would come for the Manning Passing Academy in Thibodaux, Louisiana, which is in late July. But yeah, it definitely gets overcooked a little about, I'd say, like Arch's development as a quarterback and a person. Like, we really only see them 2 or 3 times a year. I think, like, if you want to credit anyone, definitely credit my dad and then my grandfather. My grandfather lives a few blocks away, and I mean, I see him 5 times a week, or when I was in high school. And I mean, he texts me every single day. He sends me a Bible verse and then a good quote, and then he'll text me, "How you doing?" or "What's up?" So yeah, he's the most connected person. He texts me 100 times a week.
Big Red?
Big Red, yeah.
Is that what everyone calls him?
Yeah, Red, because I think I never knew why, but he had the luscious red locks back in the day. So yeah, that's why everyone calls him Red.
Oh man. Zay, you got one more? I know we got to let Hyde get going here.
Yeah, so there was never any like motivation from either Eli, Peyton, your uncle Art, or excuse me, your grandfather Archie, to like go to Ole Miss or Tennessee or any of those schools?
I mean, not really. I think my grandfather never really cared. I knew Eli and Peyton were very laid back about it. I know Arch definitely asked for advice about the whole recruiting process and how to deal with it, and they both gave sound advice. But no, there was definitely no pressure, and I think my dad was very laid back with the whole situation. And yeah, I think they all steered him in just the right direction. No bias involved. So yeah, they were pretty good about that.
Okay.
Well, and one last one real quick, Hyde. Your high school coach,
sure.
Did he play football with Cooper at Isidore Newman?
I think when my dad was a senior, he was a freshman. Sir. And now he's coaching at Westminster in Georgia.
Oh, he's coaching at Westminster now.
Oh, yes, sir. You got a job, yeah.
Okay, because I was going to say, what was that relationship like with your high school coach, who obviously knew your dad and cared a lot about you guys?
Yeah, he was definitely very close to the family, and he was a great coach. He's the most caring coach. I mean, I don't think you'll ever meet a high school coach quite like him. He's just such a passion for the game, and he loves me and Arch like his own children. And he's a great guy, and he's going to go do great things.
Okay, and how's active life in the fraternity?
It's great, eating at the house, hanging out with all the boys. It's it can't be any better.
I love it.
There you go.
I love it.
What fraternity are you in?
I'm a Fiji.
Okay, cool.
What are you doing? You're not supposed to ask him that.
Oh, I didn't know that. I clearly don't know. What do you mean? He didn't have to say it.
We don't want all the women running over to the,
That's exactly what we want. What do you mean? That's exactly what we want.
Zay and I are on the same page.
Yeah, man. You got it. You got it, man.
Oh, Hyde, man. It's great talking to you. And best of luck, continued success, and maybe we do this again.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me on. It was great to meet y'all. Y'all have a great day.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you too.
Hyde, man.
There he goes. Texas freshman Hyde Manning, younger brother of Arch Manning. 20 months apart, Zay. Almost 2 years apart. Interesting.
No, Hyde's got it all figured out. Like 18 years old. That dude, you could just tell from talking to him like we did for the last 30 minutes. He's well beyond his years, and he's going to do big things of his own, not be in his brother's shadow by any means. You could tell he's completely comfortable with himself. Like, that's a tough thing to do. People think that, when you have a very famous brother like he does, very famous family, and you might not necessarily be that that could be an issue, or you could be jealous. And the way that he's handled it and continue to handle it, salute to him, man. That's good stuff.
Well, I love that he talked about how publications would write about Arch and say, and his rising star offensive lineman brother, Hyde's like, man, I was 5'10", 225 playing center. There was no high school recruitment going on. And he's comfortable with that. Like, he got what he wanted out of football in high school, and now he's living the life of most college students who go and find their way and find their group of friends. And I'll never forget when I texted him, I was like, hey, when did you go through pledgeship? And he was like, last semester. And then he said, I'm living large now. And I just cracked up because I went through pledgeship in my fraternity in college, and it is a pain. It's just a pain. It's you're the plebe and you're getting bossed.
Yeah, y'all were hazing like crazy back in your day. Like that stuff.
My fraternity has been kicked off campus forever at SMU. So it was a pain. But
what was the worst thing that happened at your fraternity that you could say on air here?
Yeah, I'll tell you off air.
Oh my God, man.
But Hell Week is Hell Week. I mean, and they get creative in how they're going to make your life miserable. It's kind of like, I don't even know. It's definitely worse than being on like The Challenge or one of these reality shows.
Damn.
Yeah.
Fear
Yeah,
factor?
it is a little bit like Survivor, because they did have us outside in Hell Week, and it was, but It was, hey, you get through that, then it's all parties and social life, like Hyde was saying. So
yeah.
And he's got family friends who are also in that fraternity. So like Arch has a big support network at Texas, and Hyde is a big part of it. But there's a couple other family friends, like Case Stockton, the friend that sent them the shirts. His two sons are also in Hyde's fraternity. Those are people they've known their whole lives. So Arch has a good group of people at Texas who are his peers, who he can go be a college student with. And I think that's what's so cool about the fact that they're both not on the football team, is that, and Hyde is the funny one. I mean, Arch looks forward, and I thought it was interesting that Cooper said that I think Arch appreciates Hyde being at Texas more than Hyde appreciates Arch being at Texas, because it's, and he said when I interviewed him for the piece that I did at Horns 24/7, I said, what's the funniest thing about being Arch's younger brother at Texas? And he said, people come up to me and start talking to me, asking me questions like he's some kind of superhero. And he said, Arch is, to me, he's still the guy who doesn't know how to work a microwave. and it's just, you can tell they're funny, but they're also well adjusted. Like, they're not overwhelmed by the moment. And being the Texas quarterback is as high profile. It can be as high profile as being the governor.
Yeah.
I mean, when Vince Young was running stuff, he was way more of a topic of discussion than the governor all over the state and beyond. I mean, it can uplift you into the stratosphere if you deliver and you're winning the big games and winning championships, or it can be humbling if you don't meet the expectations. You look at Chris Sims, he doesn't come around Texas anymore because it was such a
dark times.
A tough time, so it can go both ways, and Texas fans have an expectation. You don't even say whether it's realistic or not, because it's just the expectation that it's supposed to go the way of championships and everything else. But I don't think Arch is fazed by it at all. I think he locks in when he needs to lock in.
Yeah. And you also got to enjoy the fruits of your labor too. Like, I appreciate Hyde saying, we talk about the honeys. We're in together. We ain't talking about football. You know what I'm saying? I go to the University of Texas. What we got around us. You kidding me? Yeah. Enjoy that. That's what it's all about. Enjoy that. And shout out to Cabo Bob's and Perry Steakhouse too. Cabo Bob's, actually, my sister-in-law, for her wedding, they had it catered. Off the chain. Cabo Bob's is the spot.
Couple kids from New Orleans.
Yeah, they know their stuff.
They want to
get their food.
Yeah, they want to get their Bayou grub on.
Yeah, and wifey and I, every anniversary, we go to Perry's. Every year. She loves good Perry steak. I love a good Perry steak. Like, yeah, those Mannings, they know what they talking about. So I could appreciate that. Great interview.
Yeah, that was fun. Fun.
Yeah, because again, my 18-year-olds, they can't carry themselves like that just because they haven't seen enough of the world. They can articulate what they want to say, especially with the questions that you and I ask. And Hyde, that was cake for him. that was nothing. And very impressive. Very impressive young man.
All right. We'll get to the commentary, but first let's get a couple mentions in here. Like McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about doing a renovation of a bathroom, the kitchen, maybe some extended outdoor space, you want someone who's going to bring you custom renovation. And that's what Mike McCall Custom Homes is all about. Been doing it at a high level in Austin for 40 years. father-son team with tons of experience, and they care about the details. They care about bringing you custom work because they want you to refer them to your friends. So get over to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the work. You can check out the work on social media as well at McCall Custom Homes. But you want, when it comes to your home, you want a trusted ally and someone who's going to bring value, added value to your home, and a great living experience. And that's what McCall Custom Homes is all about. And passes.com, Texas fans, you just heard from Hyde Manning. Passes.com for Texas fans, you just go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and check out all the student athletes, 40 plus student athletes at Texas on there, interacting with you. We'll call a friend to wish them a happy birthday for you, or do Q&A. They sell, signed memorabilia, and the money is going, for the Texas One Fund. Things like the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast for $25 a month. All that money goes to NIL. And of course, the money that you spend with student athletes is going to NIL, their NIL as well. So that's the cool thing about passes.com/Texas One Fund. Texas fans, make that a bookmark for you. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, all night happy hour tonight, kids. 3:30 to close. Best seafood in Austin, right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood and Mopac, right there. And get there for happy hour tonight. It's all night. You check out that appetizer menu. You're getting $5 off the appetizer menu, which has the mussels, the grilled oysters, the crab cake, just fantastic seafood. Best selection of raw oysters in Austin. Do it tonight. All night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, right there at Zilker. Also up north in Round Rock off of Old Settlers. And audiovisual consultations. Hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one guy to go to in Austin, Texas, and it is Tom McKay. And the great thing about Tom, he's been doing it. He set me up with, big screens in 3 different houses. And he's the guy who's been, trusted by your favorite restaurants. And, he's the best. That's simply put, he's the best. Just write down this number, 255-8678. 255-8678. And Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring it to you. They'll bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting, audio, visual consultations. avconsultations.com. And Cover 3. Cover 3, baby. Cover 3's had some AV consultations, TVs put in. But you got Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, also all night happy hour tonight at Cover 3. But you're going to go in for the food. You're going to keep coming back for the food because the food is amazing. The prime, the ribeye steak tacos, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the ruby trout with the pancetta bacon. I always ask for a little extra pancetta bacon. The brick chicken and mac and cheese, the Chop House burger. Texas Monthly calls one of the best in the state of Texas. Cover 3 right there on Anderson, up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. And of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. All right, Zay. I'm going to do my commentary on Hyde and Arch because I've had a fun time meeting them and Arch's dad, Cooper. Really cool, adjusted family. And I think when you grow up as kids of a star, because Archie Manning was the man. I mean, Archie Manning played for the Oilers when Earl Campbell was playing for the Oilers. And Cooper told me that he would go kind of be a weekend ball boy. And here he was, going in and out with the team. He had this funny, he told me, he said, the first time I saw Earl Campbell and those thighs, and then without his shirt on, he said, oh God, it's like Earl Campbell's just put together different. And so, Cooper grew up in it. He grew up with a dad who was famous and known all over whatever city he was playing in. Of course, he made it most of his Pro Bowls with the Saints, and they get it. Like Cooper, his wife, Evelyn, great, and their kids, May and Arch and Hyde, they're adjusted kids. They've been around, the big stuff with their uncles and everything, and nothing really phases them. And I think that's going to help Arch a lot when it gets down to the nitty gritty. And, one of the knocks on Arch was that he did play at Isidore Newman, which is a 2A school. It's a private school. In Texas, you say private school and, they think TAPS, and it's not like North Shore and Galveston Ball and Westlake and Lake Travis and Bowie. But, the competitiveness of Arch is what sets him apart. And I think he was smart about it. I think in picking Texas, he was going someplace he knew he was going to sit for 1 to 2 years. And because he did play, small private high school football in New Orleans and not in the publics, he needed time to grow and develop. And I think he hit that after the first year. And then the second year, he was like, man, I'm ready to get in. And then he got in. He had some success. And so I think Arch is ready for whatever's coming. I think he'll be excited to go to Columbus. And that's big. For a first-time starter, you want to know how they're going to handle it. And he's obviously started 2 games. I'm not saying that. He played, 232 snaps this past year. So he got on the field a decent amount. But that support system of having his younger brother there at school with him, I think is huge. Because they both have their lives, but when they need each other, they've got each other. And that's important when you're, going through college. And it's always good to have someone who's got your back, who's, you can feel alone, even in a school of, that big. And so I think that this is a great setup for Arch, and having a brother like Hyde that's awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you see so many athletes on the professional level now that college sports is basically professional with NIL, but having people around you that have your best interests, that know you off the field and off the court, it's going to be more beneficial because, like you said, you can feel alone. That's why guys hire family members to do different businesses within their camp once they make it to the pro level, just because they need that comfort. When everybody's asking for something, they need to know, hey, whose morals are actually authentic? Like, who can I come to when I actually need help to be there for me? And they're not going to BS me just because they need to be a yes man in my life. And Arch having that and his brother, it's huge, like you're saying, man. So, yeah, I could appreciate Hyde with what he's bringing to the table to help Arch get through all the chaotic things that are happening with his position right now. And like we knew Arch was salty when Quinn Ewers got that job back, as he should be. He understood, but as a competitor, you want to keep playing. You want to be that guy, especially when you feel like you deserve it. And it just wasn't his time with Quinn Ewers still being here. But now it is. Now it's his time to step up to the plate, and we're going to see what he's about. Again, with all the chaos going around, will he be able to just lock in and get dubbed for this Texas Longhorn team to put them back one game away from the national championship? I think that he definitely can, and it's going to be a fun year to see what he could do.
I love it. Sorry, Shady in Sports. I was trying to give some love to Galveston Ball because, of course, my man Casey Hampton came from Galveston Ball, and so did Jonah Williams.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Unfortunately, I got to talk Texas men's basketball, so that's going to be fun. But before that, though, shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a place that is fun, a full-service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. And yeah, go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there, what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert B Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it really well. They are committed to providing customers with a high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, outstanding customer service and satisfaction. You get exactly what you want at Covert B Cave. They're not trying to be shysty. They're not trying to make the quota. They will take their time with you because some people need time. Some people have the whole process when it comes to buying a car. It's a big move. It's a big responsibility and a big change to your life. So you want to think everything through, go through all the logistics and whatnot. And again, you don't feel pressured from Covert B Cave to, once you touch down, immediately get a car. So check them out at their website at covertbcave.com so you can see all the latest specials and inventory and the 7 terrific brands that they have to choose from, like Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, Buick, and GMC. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Texas Longhorns lose a brutal one. This men's basketball team in Nashville, leading the game by 10 points with 15 minutes left in the second half, only to lose that second half 51-39 because they couldn't keep freaking Jalen Carey off the boards. They couldn't keep my man AJ Hogard from getting in the paint late in the game, and Tyler Nickel and Jason Edwards hit enough shots to give the Vanderbilt Commodores the win against a Texas team that just looked flat out exhausted. You knew it was going to be a tough mountain to climb when they were without Tremont Mark. Tremont Mark, he's had his struggles this season, but it seemed like at times he was finding the groove, especially defensively, being, I think Texas' best defender with Kendall Weaver being out as long as he has been. They started Julian Larry alongside with Jordan Pope. And when you play Vanderbilt, you got to kill them on the boards. You got to kill them in the paint because they're not one of the bigger teams in the SEC. Problem is, Texas ain't one of the bigger teams in the SEC either. So who wants it more? Who was the more desperate team in that game? It wasn't Rodney Terry's group, which is devastating because you need all of the wins that you could get at this point. If you look at the Texas Longhorns, you got 7 games left. Got Alabama tomorrow, Kentucky Saturday, then South Carolina, Arkansas again, Georgia, Mississippi State, who's solid, and then you got Oklahoma coming into your building March 8th for the last game of the season before you start the SEC tournament. Where their record is right now in conference play, 4-7, I'd say you need 5 out of this 7, maybe 4, depending on what those 4 wins are. If you could beat Alabama and Kentucky, 4 wins, we're good with that, to give you 8 total in the conference, because the teams that you beat mean something. But if you happen to lose to Kentucky or lose to Alabama back-to-back, which will put you in a very tough spot, you're going to have to win out, basically, in this in the regular season. Now, again, you can make a really good run in the SEC tournament and maybe beat some high-quality teams there like, Auburn or Tennessee. Who knows how the bracket's going to get drawn out to get Texas in the tournament. But, man, Chip, they just look so exhausted on Saturday. Trey Johnson, his jersey was drenched in sweat. And he's kind of like, I want to say lollygagging because he's playing hard. It's starting to catch up with him. The gauntlet of the SEC season, knowing that their front court is small, knowing that they have to put out so much more energy than other teams do just because they don't have the personnel to match with what the SEC brings to the table each and every night. It's wearing them down. Guys are getting hurt. Guys are just flat out fatigued out there, which leads to you losing the last 5 minutes of the game.
If they have Tremont Mark out there healthy, they win that game? I
think so. I do. Yeah, because AJ Hoggard, he kind of took over the game in the last 5 minutes. He gave Devon Pryor a nasty move and finished with the left hand. He had Caden Shedrick on him on an ISO, and he completely just beasted Caden Shedrick and kind of gave him a little Shea Gilgeous-Alexander shoulder, and Shedrick was on the ground, and it led to a wide open bucket. But Jalen Carey, he was the difference maker. Like, he was the MVP for Vanderbilt with his energy, offensive rebounding, just dominating inside, 18 points, 14 rebounds. And I told you about Jason Edwards. You can't let that dude shoot the ball. You can't let him get going with that weird-ass release that he has. Just flicking it just like that. Like, dude, you ain't going to hold no follow-through or nothing. But dude's averaging around 18 points a game, so you let him keep doing what you're doing. A big issue that you can't have happen if you're this Texas team, Tyler Nickel, 4 for 7 from 3, 17 points. Why are you letting him shoot? You should be stuck to Tyler Nickel the whole game. And again, got to give Vanderbilt credit. They got him open sometimes, but there were times where Trey Johnson just wasn't close enough, where Jordan Pope just wasn't close enough to his man. You got to know your personnel on the other side. You got to know the scouting report. That's coaching, though. Am I letting these guys know whenever we go over the scouting report, hey, this crap can't happen? Number 5, the white boy with the arm sleeve, you can't allow him to get set. Make him drive. Make him put it on the floor. We'll take him driving the lane. We'll take that. But if he has time to set his feet, his release is too quick. You got to be all over him, white on rice style. Don't let him get that shot off. He did. He hit 4 huge threes. Huge. So it's just, they play hard, but no Tremont Mark going into this game that you had to have. You had to have the Arkansas game with the schedule that you have left. It's tough.
You could have used Kendall Weaver, too.
You could have. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That perimeter shooting, because Vanderbilt ends up shooting, hitting 9 threes. Both teams hit 9 threes. I mean, it was a really close game. Like, statistically, you look at it, it's almost like a toss-up, but momentum.
Yeah.
they got the momentum late, and Texas couldn't stop it.
Yeah, Jason Edwards had a tough and one.
Texas was up by 10 in the second half.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to close those games out. And Vanderbilt, whether it was the crowd that gave them a second win, but they had more energy. They had more juice. And Texas, they were just tired. Like, that's what I saw. Trey Johnson played 38 minutes. As a freshman, that's difficult. That's difficult. Now, obviously, he'll play way more games in the NBA, but 38 minutes is 38 minutes. That's a long time being on the court. Like, you're going to get tired, especially in this conference, no matter who you play. And you could just tell him getting worn down as the game went on, especially in those last 10 minutes, along with the rest of the team. And when you get tired, you start doing dumb things like not being in the right spot to help, giving up offensive rebounds, like taking bad shots, settling. And that's what we saw the last 4 minutes while Vanderbilt, they got good shots. Like Hogart was really good, even though he went 4 for 15, something like that. Like, he was still really good when they needed him with his ball handling and his decision-making, having 14 points and 16 assists. I thought he was the player of the game that last 8 minutes that they had. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, you want next 7 games, you need them to get 5 wins to put them at that 20 mark that the committee loves when it comes to the NCAA tournament. It's hard to see them getting that. It really is. Like that. I wish the bye was this week and not next week, because they don't play during the week next week.
Right. They got Bama tomorrow.
Yeah, then Kentucky Saturday, and then they're off for the week until the following Saturday when they have to go play South Carolina. I wish it was this week.
Yeah.
They need it more this week, especially for a tomorrow game. Like, that's really sudden. And Alabama, who's probably pissed off that they're not the number 1 team in the nation because of the Iron Bowl rival Auburn losing and still being number 1. I don't know how that works. Like, clearly Auburn's all their quad 1 wins and just their schedule and what they've done so far had the committee keep them at number 1. But yeah, Nate Oates' team, they're going to come in ready to fight, and we'll see if this Texas team is ready to fight back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a ton.
That's a great point, Zay, about the bye week coming at the wrong time.
Yeah.
They need to get guys back. They need to get Tremont Mark. They need to get Kendall Weaver so that the committee can see what this team looks like when it's healthy.
Yeah, because Arthur Kaluma, he's doing well on the boards and his defense is solid, but they need him to put up points. Like, he keeps going 3 for 11 and 3 for 12, and it's just not good enough. Like, he's too good of a player, which, again, he's been hurt too. So how much is he playing through injury? And again, he's having to be a 4-man. Like, I'm sure he's exhausted because he's having to battle with all these bigs in this conference at 6'7". And, it's not like he's Chris Webber 6'7". Like, he's, he's more of a guard, more of a wing, small forward player, having to play out of position. So, yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. Like, RT right now, it looks like he might not have a job if they keep this up. So, again, things could change. Like I keep referring to with that North Carolina State team last year that wasn't supposed to do anything, make the tournament. They were about to fire Kevin Keats, and then they go on the run and win like the next 9 games from the ACC tournament, winning that to get themselves in the tournament and then going on to the Final Four.
Real quick, what did you think of Devon Pryor?
I thought he was solid, but, AJ Hogarth put a nasty move on him and finished at the rim. And, he had that nice alley-oop when Texas was making that run, and Trey Johnson had a couple of good passes in that run. Like, he had some good plays there. It's just, like Julian Larry, Jordan Pope, they struggled those last 8 minutes. The last 8 minutes was the game.
Yeah.
That was the game.
Yeah. All right, let's bring in Chris Phillips.
What's up, boys? What's up? Doing good. You want to bring Cole in here too?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Oh, there he is.
I love it. Hey, I got to bounce. So I'm going to turn it over to y'all. But tomorrow, Zay and I are 2-4.
I know that's weird. Today is the Fanute final.
Well,
for us, this is our last one.
But hopefully, you'll be bouncing in.
Yeah,
and out.
We'll be jumping in and out. But
all right.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, fellas.
Chip, Zay, all the best, man.
Appreciate y'all, Chris.
It's been fun following you guys up.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all are the best.
We'll stay in touch.
Yeah, we'll stay in touch.
Have a great last show.
Yeah.
I'll stay in touch.
Why not be all that?
No, we'll stay in touch. Yeah, I've heard that a million times from everybody that I've ever had in my life. We'll stay in touch.
Believe in your boy more. Believe in your boy more.
But hey, I'll give you my digits. It's 555-55-6671. 555. Just remember, it's 555.
Gotcha.
What up?
What's going on, man? That was an anticlimactic exit by them, I feel like.
I said it was a very
like there's nothing to discuss today, nothing going on that's notable. Oh, by the way, there is, because it's our last day. Pretty wild, bro. Pretty wild. This is pretty crazy. Again, anyways, I'm Chris Phillips. He's Cole Thompson. Maybe we should just proceed as business as usual. I mean, we will to a degree, but you guys obviously know, and I will say this, and I was tuning into the show this morning because I was really excited to hear the news. BK and Bucky obviously brought you guys in as they always do. And first thing I want to say is congratulations to BK and the entire TSU team. Anytime you expand and you have the opportunity to make a positive change to your business, it's always worth celebrating, and it's awesome. So, congratulations to the entire crew. In case you guys do not realize, been living under a rock, whatever it might be, today is the final day of the SEC Unfiltered Hour on the Texas Sports Unfiltered Network. So this is it. This is we got 55 minutes and counting. The countdown is on. You will not be hearing or seeing us on this network. We'll fill in sometimes. I don't want to. It's not like anybody's dying or anything, but the normal Monday through Friday, not saying goodbye, the normal Monday through Friday 3 to 4 Central Time slot is no longer ours. So, which again, congratulations to those guys. I know that everything's getting longer now. The show is getting longer, going from, I believe, 7 to 6, I think now.
Yeah,
which is incredible.
Full actual radio network at this point.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. I couldn't be happier for BK and the entire gang, what they've built. And as someone that, obviously is in business, totally understand when you have an opportunity, you have to take advantage of it. And, that's why when I got in this business a long time ago, you just learn to take nothing personally. And, I'll never blame someone for doing what's best for their business and their entity, man. So, yeah. Anyways, Cole, what's up, man? It's,
I blame them. I blame them for all of those things, every single thing. But here's the way that I look at it, Chris Phillips. In radio, in this field, if change is not inevitable, it means that you're not doing your job right. Yeah. It means that change is not. So the way that I view it is, I'm going away because I crushed it so well here that they said, Cole, you need to have as much time as possible to go ahead and put yourself on SEC Unfiltered with live streams and with all the other content that you do, because we can't afford you anymore. We're bringing in other people that we can afford because you and Chris are just so good that we got to let you go. It's not a you thing at all. It's an us thing. So you know what? I rescind my negativity towards them. I completely understand where this business is going. And I did a good enough job to where they said, get out of here, Cole. Just get on out of here. And we don't need you anymore. Now, very excited for them in their future. They got some really good people coming on in. I know a lot of the people in the state who are going to be a part of this network moving forward. I'm very excited to see what BK and Bucky and everyone else continues to do. And the good news is that you and I, maybe others, but you and I specifically, we're not going anywhere. We're SEC Unfiltered still going to have a presence around here. We're both going to fill in from time to time. We're both going to still be involved in some activities surrounding the network. And that's a blessing in disguise. So we get to focus on our stuff. You get to focus on your stuff. We get to talk more college football, which is always good for us. And we're going to be fine. You know, everyone walks away a winner in this deal. And yeah, you know, like I said, I'm just too damn good to be kept in this building. So I'm sorry, Bucky and BK. You got to let the peacock fly, or I guess the pigeon, or whatever the hell you want to call me.
Yeah, I mean, and the good news is this, is again, I mean, SEC Unfiltered certainly isn't going anywhere. We're going to have a lot of people on this network on the show. And the good news is we're going to keep talking Texas. I mean, that's never going to stop. So you're going to see plenty of us, hear from plenty of us. In case you missed it, I just got a text from someone. Yeah, in case you missed it. So no more SEC Unfiltered Hour on the Texas Sports Unfiltered Network. TSU is pivoting, expanding, going a different direction. They dropped, if you have not seen it, which we probably should, I'll reshare that on our end. The new schedule, which is, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, again, you've got, it's all day long. Here we go. 7 to 6 Central Time. They're going to get going at 7 a.m. Early wake up, but that early spot is a really good spot. I know I've never actually worked in radio, but I've heard that's a really good one.
Oh, the morning drive is fantastic. Everyone's going to be listening at that time.
Yeah, the morning drive is fantastic. I just shared it on social media, so if you're out there, and again, definitely want to support those guys. There will be days certainly where I'm tuning in and listening and can't wait to hear what the guys have to say. But 7 to 9 with Bucky and BK, your typical show. 9 to 10, the Chaos Theory with Wags and Rodney Rodriguez. 10 to 11, the Lone Star Playbook with Jordan Scruggs, Nick Harris. And we'll turbo off 11 to 2, the midday mashup, which I think is going to be just a bunch of different stuff. I know BK explained that this morning. Chip and Zay, 2 to 4. And then Open Gym from 4 to 6 with Patrick Davis, Matt Galatson, I think is how you say his last name.
His name, yeah.
And apparently there's going to be like former players and all kinds of stuff. So it's going to be awesome. But again, that means when you expand and you change things up and you add, you do have to take some things away. So again, this is the final day of the SEC Unfiltered Hour. And I will say this too, with every change, like Cole said, with change, there comes opportunity. And I do want to highlight, by the way, these comments. I don't really want to spend all day long just me chattering, because really the thing that made this show so special was you guys that tune in every single day. Hair of the Dog, Bummer, you guys have always been a great listen. We've really, really enjoyed talking Texas, talking SEC, chopping it up with you guys. I cannot stress that enough. It's been incredible. Thank you all for allowing us to take up the airspace an hour a day, Monday through Friday. And, listen to our rambling and our banter, and even the days you didn't agree or when you adamantly did agree. We thank you just the same. So Double D said, I subscribe to SEC Unfiltered, so I check in frequently. Thank you. Yeah, listen, we're going to keep talking about the Horns a lot. We're going to talk about Oklahoma and A&M a lot. And don't pretend like you don't care, because I know you do. But we're going to talk a lot of Texas, obviously. Texas is a force in this conference that isn't going away anytime soon. We love talking about Texas. We love you guys. And, I was actually asked about this, Cole, of the day, about, just the fan bases for us to interact the most with our stuff and move the needle the most for us. And it's really cool. So I think we're at a place to where I would say that the Texas fan base is right there, if not number one for us at this point. I mean, really, truly, everything we put out that's Texas pops. So, I mean, it's, it's been cool to feel that embrace from the Texas fan base.
Top 3 fan base in the SEC already. I would say top 10 fan base in college football without question. Top 5 fan base in college football, for my opinion. They care. They love to crap on other teams too, which is always a positive.
Love to hear about the Horns, baby. Yeah, love to hear about the Horns.
They love to hear about all the negativity with Oklahoma and with A&M as well. So that's great.
Yeah.
They embrace what is the entity of college athletics, which, for my money, from my standpoint, if I'm getting people that actually want to tune in and be a part of a system and part of an aura and an energy that's all about college athletics and the pure insanity, but also the purity of the sport, Texas is one of those ones that takes the cake. And they understand what this business is, and they understand that there are expectations that are required to be met. And if you don't meet them, well, we got to go on a different pathway.
Longhorn Bear also says, Chris, always enjoyed the hour. Great radio voice. I appreciate that. Thank you.
He has a great voice for radio, and I have a great voice for dog squeaker toys. So we're both doing the exact same thing.
Cole, you got a great face for radio.
Oh, please, no, exactly. I have a voice that will wake the dead. That's what my mother always said. So.
No, and I would say this too, man. Again, I'm really excited for the TSU crew, everything they've got going on. I know this is only going to help enhance and elevate their business and elevate the entity and the product as a whole. Again, I mentioned just a few minutes ago, anytime there's change, there's opportunity for all parties. So this, guys, is honestly going to give us opportunity to do more things on the SEC Unfiltered channel and our network and our entity, because we now have an hour free in the afternoon that we did not have before. So you can fully expect, I don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet. There won't be like a daily hour live or what have you, but we're going to be doing some stuff. We're going to be adding some segments. I don't know, Cole. I think almost we've gotten to a point now where I kind of feel like we need to be doing something. Like it just, something's got to fill it. Like I don't know about every day, but something's got to fill that. I don't know, just that airspace from the standpoint of like I'll tell you this, not to get too sentimental, but you realize when this goes away, it's been fun we've come in this show every single day. In the beginning, we had notes. We were a little more buttoned up. Got to a point where I was like, dude, let's just rock and roll and get at. Think of some of the great moments, Cole, we've had on these airwaves. I mean, my mind immediately goes back to you and I did this show. I took a Jell-O shot in Omaha.
Yeah, that was
doing
fun.
This show. I literally did this show with Mike Gillespie, who used to jump on. I was on the field at the College World Series. Did an hour show live from the field. The countless big-time football shows we've done. Me being on the road wherever I was, or, you guys being where you were, and like all the game day eves we share together, all the Monday kind of reactions where we got to decompress everything. And, I say thank you to BK, like I said, man, because he obviously reached out to us last spring. SEC Unfiltered had just gotten going. I mean, we launched this end of December of 2023. So we had only been rocking for about 4 months or so, 3.5 months. And he reached out to me and really gave us an opportunity, gave us a massive opportunity. And again, I can't say thank you enough to him, because, I mean, who knows? Who knows how much differently things look? I think also, too, I say thank you to him because he gave us the opportunity, myself, Cole, Dave, Harrison, Mike when he was jumping on, Dimitri when he was jumping on, Lucas gave us the opportunity through this hour to build up our rapport and build up our relationships and friendships. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that has helped us, Cole, immensely in our content, because obviously the more rapport you have and the better relationship you have and the more reps you can get in, the better it's going to make your content. So, yeah, I can't say thank you enough to BK for that, man. Again, not to get too sentimental, but it's just been great interacting with you guys. And when I say you guys, obviously the audience, but also our entire crew, yourself, Cole, Dave, everybody. It's been awesome. And again, I know it.
You guys.
No, yeah, we're not. We're just on this.
Fine. We're staying.
We're fine. I'm just saying on this hour, because again, realistically, we're not going to do a daily 1 hour like we've done with this.
We may.
Yeah.
We don't know.
We may. I don't know. We may. I don't think it's going to be every day, but we may. And that's on a good note here.
See, we got people that would listen every single day.
We got a couple questions. What is this? Quad standard. Cole, for what it's worth, my anger with you at times is I am not much different than you. I may have been hard on you, but I am not a fan of the changes. I wish you'd be around still.
No, Quad's a good dude. Quad earlier today wanted to give me flack when I was filling in with BK for the 1 o'clock hour. I loved it. Quad's always been great. Quad hates my mentions of what is it? Not steak tacos. I know it is.
Is this
tacos.
it? Is this it?
Yeah,
we love our steak fajita tacos and flour.
Ran with that for weeks now. I appreciate him for doing that. It's great. I think absolutely that when you have people here's the thing. The way that I've always viewed it in life is 90% of the time you want to piss people off because of it's better to have people wanting to come at you, maybe a little bit combative, because you're doing your job right. And you may not agree with every single thing that I say. And I half the time, I don't even agree with sometimes the things I say, or I'm going to be proven wrong. I'm proven wrong all the time. I'm going to be proven wrong after this later. But Quad was a dude that always listened. He was great. I appreciate him for being a loyal listener to Texas Sport Unfiltered. And I know the change is inevitable. But Quad, let me just make something clear, buddy. And I say this from the kindness of my heart. Change is a good thing. I'm not saying that you can't fall in love with the other things. What I'm saying is change is good. Now, the best part is with change is you're going to have to change up your schedule, but you know what? Maybe it's a better thing for you. Maybe every single day you were listening to us talk about, and I'm not going to be talking about H-Town rap or damn not talking about tacos. But change is always positive. I, at one point, weighed 178 pounds. I weigh 161 now. I lost 17 pounds. That's a good thing. Change was good for me because I had changed my lifestyle, and that was positive. So don't take it as a negative. And the best part is that if you don't like those changes, make other changes. And eventually you'll find what actually works for you that won't be going away anytime soon. We do live shows. I do Sunday Fun Day still, every single Sunday, 10:30 to 11:30. That's not going away anytime soon. Dave and I and Chris and Lucas and other people are going to probably have a conversation later on in the next several weeks about what do we do to fill this hour because of
there's going to be something. There's going to be something birthed from this on our end. On that note, Cole, exactly what you're talking about. Richard says, do you live broadcast SECU on a regular schedule? Prefer live streams or recorded podcasts. I enjoy the non-Texas SEC perspective. And again, we appreciate that. It does seem like live has really taken, I don't know, I think people just like the live interaction engagements.
You can do two things. You can watch it live, and then those of you who missed the show can always go back and
got
the timestamps in, which is always important, but still they get to watch when they feel like it and it's on their radar.
Yeah. So right now, the live segments we have running, Sunday Fun Day is still going on every single Sunday morning, essentially your 10:30 to 11:30 Central Time slot, like Cole just mentioned. So Sunday Fun Day is going to be a thing, whether it's just Cole doing it or if it's myself, Dave, and Cole during the season, or if it's some combination of the trio or an individual. Sunday Fun Day is going to happen every Sunday morning. Yeah. There's always football to be talked about, and that's exactly the way we like it. Mondays and Thursdays, we are airing our college baseball show, our SEC baseball show live, the Wind Up, myself and Harrison Fant. That drops every single Monday, Thursday, right around noon Eastern, 11 Central. Again, I don't want to tell you it drops every time at noon Eastern and it drops at 12:30 and you guys freak out, but it's essentially right at that time. Ideally, and we're going to make sure moving forward, it does drop actually at noon Eastern because that's when I want to get it out. And even if we're not technically live, we are premiering it every single time. So I guess I could have just not said that and y'all wouldn't know the difference.
Congratulations on ruining the magic.
I mean, yeah, sometimes we will be. Sometimes, like last Thursday, we did the show live. This morning, I'm going to be transparent. We recorded it earlier in the morning, chopped it up, got it out there, premiered it across all of our socials and YouTube and all that good stuff. So Monday, Thursday, that's going to drop. Dave Knows Ball, Monday and Thursday nights at he's either 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. I'm now realizing we probably should hammer down some times for this.
Yeah. Also, we should hammer down. Are we talking Central or are we talking Eastern? Because that's the other thing.
8 or 9 is Eastern. So 7 or 8 Central. 7 or 8 Central. And then Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, and this is just for basketball, Dave is live, or someone will be. I don't know if you saw this goal. Yours truly.
I did see this.
Went live on Wednesday night. Yeah, Dave was busy, and I was like, why not? I'll do it. And I had a blast. Had a good time.
I was out drinking on Bourbon Street, and I'm watching because I tune in just every single day, just be like, let's see what Dave's doing. And I'm like, what the hell is Chris doing on the channel? Did Dave die? I started texting him. I was like, hey, what's going on? You dead? Did something happen to Rhett? Are you and the missus on a date? Like, what's going on here, buddy? Like, I was flabbergasted.
What was he doing again? I think it was a sick child. He had a sick child. Caitlin was sick also.
Okay.
Everybody was sick at the shoe house. So, yeah, I just took the reins. I was like, why not? So, either way, though, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Saturday night, there's always going to be a reaction when it comes to the basketball stuff. We've also got a brand new show rolling out this week called Friday Night Spikes, which is going to be a college baseball, SEC baseball show every single Friday night, essentially, after all the action takes place. Going to be a lot of fun, really laid back. Myself and Jake McKeever, and we're going to be kicking it, talking.
Doing it. Okay.
Yeah. Jake McKeever is going to be the guy. We're going to be shooting the shit, talking ball, kind of recapping the day, because Friday is like the most high impact day of the college baseball weekend. So give the people more what they want. We've felt a lot of love when it comes to the college baseball stuff, and people have really dove headfirst into our college baseball content. We're going to keep that coming. And then, like I said, so that's everything right now. We will be adding something else. Again, some combination of myself, Cole, Dave, maybe others, something. We'll figure it out. Whether it's a once a week or twice a week, just kind of open-ended banter, whether it's a Q&A, whether it's a something else.
We're doing the Q&A for sure.
The Q&A is happening. Okay.
I've already signed up for that. So
okay, so you're already locking that in.
Yeah. So here's the deal, guys. I'm gonna let you guys have a final say. It's got to be at night, or maybe I'll do lunch. I don't know, depending on the day. Pick a day that you want. I've asked everybody to pick a day that they want. On Sunday Fun Day, I'll ask you guys here. Pick a day that you want. Gonna set up an inbox. Give me questions. We'll go live. You want to do a lunchtime hour? We'll do a lunchtime hour, 30 minutes. You want to do it at night, 7 o'clock? We'll do 7 o'clock. You want to do 5 p.m. happy hour Q&A? We'll do something like that. But just pick a day, pick a time. When we get the most votes in, Chris and I will come out with something. But I would like to, at least during the college football offseason, and just know this, guys, I am college football, but I will talk anything. You want to ask me about how I got into this field? What do I think about the ACC? Who's the team that I root for? Why am I a North Carolina State fan when there's no correlation to me with NC State whatsoever? Like, I'll answer anything. Just give me the cues, and I'll give you the A's.
Jose chimes in. Appreciate you guys. Jose, appreciate you, man. Really do. He says, I like the non-burnt orange Kool-Aid takes and views. We appreciate that. Again, you can get more of it at SEC Unfiltered. We're going to keep talking horns. Soul Screen's been good listening to you guys. Yeah, thank you. Again, you guys are what have made this show so great. And again,
I love that he has feet and Star Scream as his image. That
Soul Scream. Soul Scream. Yeah, I don't know. Mark K, always in here. Hook 'em SECU. Mark K, always in here. Throwing the hook.
Mark K is good people.
Yeah, Mark K is very good people, man. Yeah, it's been some fun days on here, man. Though, for real, you think about it, we've had some really, really good times. I mean, again, it's low hanging fruit for me, but it definitely jumps out. Those College World Series shows were really fun. I don't know, Cole, if there's a moment the Jello shot on air that's a pretty hard moment to top.
That's a pretty hard moment to top
because it was so organic.
Yeah.
It was unexpected. No, not at all.
And here was the best part. It came from a fan base that doesn't get enough appreciation. Because Kentucky fans, they don't do anything. Like, they never come around. Every time I do a video, I'm like, it's either hit or miss with them. And it's like, hey, you want to do a Kentucky Blue shot? Hell yeah, I do. You're not even known for baseball, and yet here you are in Omaha. Like, How do you not appreciate that stuff?
Yeah, I'm just on the air with you, and a guy just randomly drops it off. Yeah. Got to say, go Cats. I was like, hey, why not? So,
yeah, why not? I'll say whatever. Get me drunk. I'll say whatever you want.
Yeah. But anyways, guys, like I said, we're not going anywhere. I mean, heck, I'm going to Arlington this weekend to watch Texas baseball. So, I mean, we're the furthest thing from going anywhere. Yeah. So it's going to be a lot of fun keeping up with you guys. And there's going to be a lot of people on these airwaves that we have back on the show that we'll continue to stay in touch with and do collaborations with and do work with. And yeah, so, and maybe this will be the trip. Maybe this is the trip to the state of Texas where I finally meet the bear in person. Maybe.
We're still working on that.
Any update?
I'm still
no pressure, but
no, it's not the pressure part. Like, trust me, if I can do it, I can do it. The problem is I'm trying to figure out Valentine's Day. See, here's the beautiful thing about life. I'm married, which means that I have to actually give a shit about a holiday that's just made by corporate government, but still.
See, like, Valentine's Day is like, I mean, dude, this is my first Valentine's Day single since, y'all want to know a fun fact about me. First Valentine's Day single since 2022.
Oh, I mean, if I was single, this would be my first one since 2018. So, I mean, good for you, I guess.
So it hasn't even registered.
Yeah.
Like, it's opening day. That's February the 14th is opening day.
But that's more important, in my opinion. Like, perfect example. My friend, one of my wife's friends is getting married on a Thursday, April 25th. I don't view that as a special day because that's the first round of the NFL draft. So it's like, sorry, that is.
Hold on, they're getting married on Thursday, April the 25th.
It's cheaper. Listen, you gotta save
Thursday.
Yeah.
Listen, Thursday wedding.
And I'm gonna miss it because I'm gonna be covering the NFL draft. And here's the worst part. If I was going, I had to wear a kilt because if he's Scottish, like he is from Scotland, and I was gonna be wearing a kilt.
Oh my!
I want to do a live stream at the venue in a kilt.
In a kilt.
That's how many times you guys see my hairy legs looking like a leprechaun actually in a kilt. Be a fun time.
God, that story got more ridiculous by the second.
Exactly.
And it's so funny too. I'm sure your buddy's like probably going out of his way specifically to schedule on a Thursday because it's like, what else could people have to do? And it's the first round of the NFL draft.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
See, like this is the beauty of where my life is right now is that I go from doing NFL coverage to basically having a week to hit the reset, unwind. And then because of the Super Bowl was so late and the NFL draft is not early, but the draft process is the combine's in 2 weeks that I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going or not, which I don't think I am this year, unfortunately. But that's in 2 weeks. Afterwards, pro days start like on March 9th. And then right after that, we're in spring practice. And so it's like, that's the thing about the NFL and college football at this point. Like, yeah, there's some downtime, but there really isn't an off season. There's always things to talk about. There's always things that you can bring up, which is why it's important that we still bring up college football. It's why we bring up the NFL, why we bring up everything. And I want to talk college football before we get off air because I still have one more rant left in me. Like, I mean, like that's the beauty of this. I still got things to talk about here.
On that note, Cole, I'll throw the alley-oop to you. I actually just got off, funny enough. I do a weekly segment, if you guys didn't know, with our good friend Mike Gittins of the War Report. Does a great job talking all things Auburn. Today we talked about who are the top 3 teams in the SEC on the gridiron entering the 2025 season. One is Texas, right? It has to be Texas going in, right?
How can it not be?
He and I both agreed it was Texas.
Number 1 recruiting class. Ample talent returning defensively. You are going to get better when it comes to your younger guys taking that next step forward. Ant Hill, Colin Simmons, Malik Muhammad in the secondary. You bring back Mookie Taft. You have a unit that is already cohesive on the defense. You're replacing a lot on the offensive line, but here's the thing about Texas that I think a lot of people kind of forget about. It's like a secret menu. You know it's there, but you haven't seen it, and so you're like, oh, I guess that's now a thing. That's Texas's offensive line. Like they're losing 4 starters, but they have 4 dudes that were highly sought after and learning underneath Kyle Flood for the last several years. They're going to be plug and play additions to replace a Cam Williams, to replace a Kelvin Banks. You feel good about the running back room with CJ Baxter fully back healthy. They're going to add in a player or 2 in the spring portal. Like Texas is not going to be barren when it comes to what they've added in. Travis Shaw comes in on the defensive line, so that's going to be a good replacement for Alfred Collins. People have been wanting to see what a guy like Arch Manning can finally be. This is the year it all comes together. And I like their wide receiver room more than most. It's young. I mean, you're going to need Lockett to have to step up really big if you don't bring in a veteran. But I think Ryan Wingo is the truth. I think that DeAndre Moore showed you all the potential of him being a legit number 1 receiver. The tight end position is a little bit worrisome to me, but I'm still not that concerned because if it's Texas and it's Jeff Banks working with him, Texas is fine. Like maybe they'll go 10-2 next year, but what if they're 10-2 and one of those losses comes to Ohio State week 1? And then they're still a 1-loss team in division play. So they've lost 2 games in conference play in 2 years. Who's complaining about that? Like, honestly, who could complain about that type of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, again, I agree with you completely. I am. It's interesting to me in the SEC this year, Cole, how many of these top teams are breaking in new signal callers. But I say new, and I think there should probably be an asterisk there because Arch Manning has played. We have seen it firsthand. And it'll be different, right? It'll be different being the guy. But, listen, I don't know how loudly I can say it, but, I mean, you could argue Texas is going to upgrade at quarterback. I mean.
You shut your mouth. Don't do this because
you could argue it. You could argue it.
What's going to happen?
Dude, his running ability alone, I think.
But what if Arch has very similar things to Nico Iamaleava? Where
I knew that's what you were going to go to because it's fair to keep realistic expectations.
Because then what's going to happen is that we're going to hear we want Trey Owens, and it's like just wash, rinse, repeat of QB1 comes on and that we've really been excited for to go into the guy that we think is better than him sitting and waiting in the wings. Like it probably won't happen with Arch. I don't think it will happen with Arch, but still. It's Texas. This has been a thing forever. There's a small portion of the fan base that still craps on Sam Ehlinger for not being able to win a national title. And that dude was like pure Austin of all Austin. Like that is exactly the type of dude you want leading a program like Texas. And then he ruins it all by saying we're back before they really were. And lo and behold, he has somewhat of a negative feel by people. Like that's the problem that I have. So if Texas goes 10-2 next year and Arch has a solid season and he plays well enough to get him to the playoff, that's a win in my book. I'm not saying that he has to be in New York City and a finalist for the Heisman Trophy and a finalist for every award, an SEC Offensive Player of the Year, for him to meet all the expectations. Because I'm going to have realistic ones like I did with Nico.
What do you think is more likely, Cole? Let's pretend it's the end of 2025. What's more likely? That we're looking back and saying Texas fans and folks that watch Texas didn't know what they had or didn't appreciate what they had in Quinn Ewers? Or is it more likely that we're looking back and saying, man, the better quarterback on the roster really was sitting on the bench last year. Like this guy is just head and shoulders better than what.
Are you gonna say gun to head at this point?
No, I'm not. No,
okay,
just
cool.
But what do you think's more likely? What do you think there's going to be a time in 2025 where fans sit there and are like, yeah, we were too hard on Quinn. We didn't realize what we had.
No, and here's why. No, and here's why.
Not because he doesn't deserve it.
Because I think that when you go look at where this team is and what this team does do next year, I think knowing what players are also off to the NFL, guys like no more Isaiah Bond, no more Matthew Golden, no more Gunnar Helm. You also have 4 new stars on the offensive line, and you're still having the success that you are. You're going to hear people say, imagine if Arch had those weapons. Imagine if Arch had that offensive line. Imagine if Arch had Jaden Blue as his lead back. Like, imagine what this team would be. I think that you're going to hear more of that. Even if it's not perfect, even if there's some overall negativity, because I believe that the expectations are on the table for Archman. I honestly think at this point, it's going to be very challenging for me to believe ever that the expectations will fully be met by a Texas quarterback unless they win a national title. But I still believe that you will hear people say, if Arch had the help that Quinn had, if Arch had the weaponry and the arsenal and the offensive line that Quinn had, imagine what we would have done to Ohio State. I truly do believe that.
Here we go. Quad Standard Labs.
Yep, here we go.
Oh, that's silly. Come on, Arch will get a lot more leash. Is not going to be called for Trey.
Again, it's a small portion of the fan base. I'm not saying that I'm going to call for Trey. I didn't call for Arch this year. Like, I was very well set in my ways. Hey, running with Quinn. It's Quinn's season. We're going with Quinn. Like that was it for me the entire year. But there's a portion of the fan base that does it.
Cole, to your point.
He knows as well as I do.
Rob says, Quad, if Arch struggles, fans will do it. He will have a longer leash, but not too much longer.
I'm not saying that it's like 90% of the fan base. I'm saying it's like that 6%, but that 6%, we're going to circle and be like, oh, look right now. I mean, seriously, there's a guy that we know in this industry that takes that small portion audience and expands it to where it's like, and everyone wants Quinn Ewers out and Archman starts. Like, no, it's like 10% of people that want it, but that volume is going to give you that validity to say, oh, no, he has to go ahead and be the guy. Like that's what it is.
Here, the dog says expectations for Arch are unattainable.
They are.
It is interesting, Cole, because I think if you ask, and I mean, I'll open this to the masses, obviously. If I just ask the question, what are the expectations for Arch Manning in 2025? Like, can you put a number on it? Can you put stats on it?
I can.
Is it just get to the playoff? As long as they get to the playoff, then Arch did what he needed to do. Like the expectations are sky high for him. They really are.
I want 3,500 total yards of offense, 30 plus touchdowns, under 10 interceptions, and 2 wins in the college football playoff. I think those are realistic expectations for Arch Manning. Nothing else. No SEC championship appearance, no national title berth, no individual accolades, 3,500 yards, 30 touchdowns, under 10 interceptions. However you want to get those 3,500 yards, do it how you want. 2 wins in the college football playoff to go to the semis.
I think that's fair. I also think, too, to your point, which it just goes to show how much the game has changed. Like, I don't think anymore you hinge like a successful season on the SEC title game.
You can't anymore.
You just can't. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean, like, I hate to say that because we'll still be fired up for the game. We'll still be fired up to go to the game and cover the game. But
we'll be there.
In the back of your mind, this does not mean what it did. Just doesn't. You can't pin expectations and successful season or not on that.
Georgia and Oregon won their conference championships and lost to the team. And by the way, it wasn't particularly close. And I still even think with Carson Beck, Notre Dame would have won. Looking at the way Notre Dame's defense played, I think they would have won. It may have been closer, but I think Notre Dame would have won. So, like, it doesn't have that same impact. It does for me because I care about conference championships. There's something about having to say I was the regular season champion, that I was the best in the conference when everyone was bought in, when everyone believed in this culture. We went through the trials and the lulls and the tribulations and the highs and the lows. Like, to me, that means something, but I understand that that's not a deciding factor anymore. A team that didn't play in Indianapolis hoisted up a national title, and a team that doesn't play in a conference was the runner-up. I mean, like, think about that for a minute. In years past, neither one may have been in the playoff. And now it's like, oh, okay, whatever.
Here we go, Cole. Rob, some of my crazier and unhinged friends feel anything short of a Heisman and a Natty will be a failure.
Because it is. It is. I'm not saying it's right, but it is.
Yeah.
Like, especially because of your uncle was a Heisman finalist. Your other uncle was a Heisman finalist. I believe. I think. One was the runner-up. I think one was in third. Anyways, both were number 1 overall picks. You come from football royalty, family-wise. On top of that, you've had 2 years to learn the offense. And you're Arch freaking Manning. You're getting paid by Red Bull. Like, that's the part that I think a lot of people also are forgetting. He's getting all these NIL deals with major corporations to live up to the brand name. Like, I understand why people feel like that's a failure, but football is the ultimate team sport in life where you have to have accountability for yourself, but accountability for all those around you. And if Arch Manning throws a perfect pass to DeAndre Moore and it hits his hands and he tosses it up in the air, and here comes Sonny Styles from Ohio State and runs it back as time expires for a pick 6, and they lose the game, Arch isn't the one to blame on that. But people will say, well, Arch should have made it to where it could only be caught by whoever, DeAndre Moore. He should have made the play to where it was only caught by. Like, that's the beauty of what college football is. It is the ultimate team sport. You win as a team, you lose as a team. Quinn Ewers sucked in some games, and he was bailed out by great defense. And then I'm going to continue to say this until I'm blue in the face. You're only in the semis because of Quinn brought you back. Yeah, Quinn could have made a better throw to Isaiah Bond on the pick. Yeah, Quinn could have had some drives that were a little bit more cohesive in the offense. But in the biggest moment, Quinn Ewers delivered a touchdown pass, a second touchdown pass, and a 2-point conversion. And he also played extremely well for my money in the game against Clemson. Like, so in 2 back-to-back games, he lived up to the standard. And I still believe on the first interception by Isaiah Bond in the SEC championship, that was on Isaiah Bond. That was on 7. That wasn't on 3. I'll die on that take.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, Quinn definitely got, I mean, it's the nature of the beast being QB1 at Texas or in the SEC. You're going to get all the credit when it goes right and all the blame when it doesn't. So, yeah.
All right. By the way, who was number 2 for you guys? Because we haven't gotten to that part yet.
Yeah. So number 1 was Texas for us both. Both of us had Georgia number 2.
Okay, I don't.
Do you have Alabama? LSU. Okay.
I have LSU.
Okay. All right.
They have to. In my opinion,
I think the only thing, not to cut you off, but the only thing that would hold me back from putting them there, because spoiler, that was my number 3.
Okay.
I don't trust them yet. That's the problem. I trust Georgia more than I trust LSU right now.
My big thing when it comes to LSU is that what is your excuse at this point? What is it?
That's fair. Now that's fair.
Because of you have a quarterback. He's the only player returning in college football to throw for 4,000 yards last year. On top of that, he's number 2 among all returning quarterbacks in passing touchdowns. He's number 3 in quarterbacks.
Where was he on your top 10 quarterback rankings?
Number 2.
So it's going to be 2 versus 1 in Clemson to open the season.
In week 1. Yes, by the way, spoiler alert. Jake Klubnik's number 1. But still.
Well, this is it. People, you guys have probably seen this by now.
Yeah.
That's why and we'll repost this. But yeah, that's, anyways, that's going to be a hell of a showdown.
It's a fun one.
Cannot wait.
Your wide receiver room is stacked. Like, it is so damn good that there are players that I haven't even brought up enough in conversation. Like, I keep forgetting Xavier Thomas and Chris Hilton are on the team. because you brought in Barry and Brown, and when he's fully healthy, an All-American caliber wide receiver, Nick Anderson. And that's not including what you still have in the tight end that's 6'8", that is like a flex option that plays basketball. I'm blanking on his name off the top of my head. You still have a good tight end play. Running back room is really good with Caden Durham.
Is that Donovan Green, I think?
No, but they brought in Donovan Green. So
they did bring in Donovan Green. Okay.
They brought in Donovan Green. They brought in
Donovan Green was the A&M kid, right?
Yeah, Donovan Green was the A&M kid. Your defense is going to be better because of not only did you add in all the pieces, but the pieces that are returning. It's year 2 underneath Blake Baker. So year 1 for me is always about establishing a foundation and a culture. Year 2 is executing it. You have 2 leaders in Whit Weeks and in Harold Perkins Jr. He didn't declare for the NFL draft, so another win for you. Your secondary should be better. You amply recruited on the defense side of the football this past year. Like, if you look at their top 5 recruits, I think it's 1 offensive lineman and the rest are DBs. Like, that's how loaded they are when it comes to bringing in the right talent. Your schedule, for my money, is manageable. I'm not saying that you have to win the SEC championship. I'm not saying that you have to beat Clemson week 1. I would like you to beat Clemson week 1 because of it's time to finally get over the hump of losing always to begin the season. Like, that's a shit that needs to change really fast for Brian Kelly and really just for LSU in general. But like, you have everything in play. There is no stone that was left unturned when Bryce Underwood said, no, thanks. I'm going to go play for Michigan now. So you can utilize all that money and go into the portal and add in whoever you want and also land other recruits that weren't considering you because of how much you guys were going to pay me. They did all that. And it's year 4 for Brian Kelly. And Kelly's a dude that I continue to defend. Like, I'm seeing people put him at like number 13 in head coaching list. And then everyone's like, oh, perfect list. I'm like, the dumbest thing that's on that list, besides ample things, multiple things that are just disgustingly awful, is that Brian Kelly is not in the top 10. Well, why does Brian Kelly deserve to be in the top 10? Because if he wins, he comes into LSU, and in his first 2 years is the fastest to 20 wins. You realize that, Chris Phillips. You realize that, ladies and gentlemen, here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. The man who is overrated as all hell, the man who couldn't win to save his life at Notre Dame, got to 20 wins faster than Nick Saban, than Les Miles, than Ed Orgeron in his career. And on top of that, he had an offense that was good enough to win a national championship and a defense that kept them out of the college football playoff. He can say he beat Nick Saban because he did beat Nick Saban in his first year with a roster that was filled with a bunch of players that were probably backups and scrubs. He's been to a conference championship in year 1, and he has back-to-back double-digit win seasons. Like, I mean, the malarkey from what I hear from people about like how Brian Kelly's this overrated coach. Like, okay, he's no longer top 5. He's still top 10. And also, he's going to prove it this year because I can't continue to keep doing this spiel nonstop with everybody who's like, oh, Brian Kelly's an overrated coach. Like, you got 1 more year, BK, because you spent money in the portal. The most underlying thing about this, Chris, also is that, have you looked at his staff?
I have, yes. Yeah.
Everyone has ties to the state of Louisiana.
Yeah.
Any major 5-star who lives in that state should not be considering any other school. Mm-hmm. If you are if the 4 and 5 stars are going to Alabama and A&M and Oklahoma and Texas, that's a problem. Like, BK's understood the politics that go in to the boot. He's got it now. It's locked in. And they're good enough to win a national championship. I have them going 10-2 next year. I have them in the playoff. I'm putting them at 2. I just feel like where the roster is completely, I'm not trying to doubt, so I got to oversell, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I think to your point, Cole, I do think Brian Kelly is people love to hate on Brian Kelly. Love to hate on Brian Kelly. I mean, yeah, you got to think he's one of 3 coaches in the SEC now that's been to a SEC championship game. I know, again, it doesn't mean what it used to. I totally understand. But still, he's gotten a team to Atlanta.
Yep.
He beat Nick Saban, like you said. That was in year 1. He has also, produced a Heisman Trophy winner, for what that means. If not for the historically the worst defense in LSU history, they are probably playing for a national championship. So, and I know it was his defense, but still. And you talk about spending money in the portal, Cole. They've spent plenty of it. I mean, a year after they felt like they didn't do enough in the portal, because that was the big thing coming in, right? Last year was, where's the defensive talent coming from, the defensive front? They didn't do enough. They have done enough and then some, to your point. They have done enough and then some. So, yeah, I mean, this is a huge year for LSU. Huge year for Kelly. I think getting to the playoff is a minimum expectation for them. And
it's a requirement.
You got to beat Clemson. You have to beat Clemson. You can't lose another season opener. And that's all anybody's going to be talking about going in that game.
I don't care if it's at the other quote unquote Death Valley. I don't like.
And it'll be a raucous environment.
You're LSU.
Yeah.
You're LS freaking U. Like, you're a part of an organization that in the last 2 decades has been a premier program in college football. And you're not a blue blood, and you're not a standard program because of the standard change when Nick Saban came on in. But there's a reason why there are expectations there. The last 3 dudes to hold the title of head coach, whether or not Ed Orgeron belongs in this chatter, won titles. And they won it in their first 4 years. And it's in year 4 for BK. And to be fair, outside of Nick Saban, you could argue that Brian Kelly is as good, if not better, than Les Miles and Ed Orgeron. And so the expectations are even higher because of that at this point, for my money. And you have all these people on staff that are making ample millions and millions and millions of dollars to be that good. You got to do something with it. By the way, who was number 3 for you?
I was about to go there, Cole, and ask you who your 3 is. So my 3 was LSU then.
Okay. Come on.
It's not going to be Georgia?
No, come on.
Bama?
It's Bama. It kind of okay.
I'll tell you this. Here's what I told Mike when I had this combo with him. That right now, or maybe going into the season, I'd put LSU at 3, but I think Bama is going to be in the top 3 at season's end. Because we've talked about it. If quarterback clicks, they got everything else. Everything. It's just, is it going to be Ty Simpson, Austin Mack, Keelan Russell? They can get quarterback figured out. They have everything else. There's no excuse, in my opinion, for Bama to not be in the college ball playoff.
None. They have a solid run game coming back, headlined by Jam Miller, who, by the way, it's so baffling to me when I look back at last season how inefficient the run game was. And honestly, to me, that was the reason why Alabama didn't make the playoffs, was because of Nick Sheridan and Jamarcus Shepard. They were too stagnant on the run designs for Justice Haynes and Jam Miller. And there's some really good talent behind Jam Miller that's going to be there this year. You still have Ryan Williams, who's no longer 17 years old, so we can't hear that on the broadcast anymore. Jeremy Bernard, who's been in the system for now 2 years, is back. You brought in Isaiah Horton. And Isaiah Horton's one of the more underrated moves of the offseason because of everyone down in Coral Gables that you spoke to. They all said, the dude was going to be the number 1 next year. Like, he was going to be the number 1 guy for Miami. He was easily going to be the top target, take over for Xavier Restrepo. Now he's down in Tuscaloosa. And he's in a happy pass efficient offense. And then you bring in Ryan Grubb. And the Ryan Grubb thing is the selling point for me. And I brought this up and I did a video on it. By the way, if you want to go check that out, shit was plugged. Ryan Grubb is the ultimate babysitter because of there is just a pure relationship with him and Kalen DeBoer. They were together in Sioux Falls. They were together at Fresno State. They were together at Washington. They were together at supposed to be together at Alabama. They know the same language. They speak the same dialect.
Were they together in Indiana?
No, when because DeBoer went from Fresno State to Indiana, back to Fresno State.
Okay,
and so Ryan Grubb stayed on staff at Fresno State after that.
Okay.
So a little bit difference. But they have been in each other's lives for over a decade. Like, literally, hey, you need to go watch. You want to go out on date night with the wife? Yeah, watch kids. You don't even have to call. Like, okay, cool. I trust that can happen. If I gotta go land a 5-star recruit by going to his house and sitting down and talking to mom and dad about why leaving Maryland and coming to Tuscaloosa is a good thing, and I gotta be gone for 2 days, Ryan Grubb can run practice, and he can run it the way that Kalen DeBoer wants. There's no question about it, in my opinion. On top of that, your defense is also filled to the brim with proven guys that you paid to bring back. Like, so many people talk about how Ohio State spent like $20 million. And it's like, yeah, but they only added in like 6 or 7. They didn't pay for the players to come in to Columbus. They paid for them not to leave Columbus. And Alabama did the exact same thing. Deontay Lawson's back. Keon Sabat's back. Damani Jackson's back. LT Overton's back. Justin Jefferson at linebacker's back. They have ample names, and they brought in some really good depth pieces in the portal. And they have some guys who were sophomores that I think are going to be really strong going into their junior year. And then freshmen who are going to be really strong going into their sophomore year. And they already showed you that when they play cohesive football, they still are one of the best units in the sport. And then we talk about the quarterback. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If that's what you thought Kalen DeBoer's offense looked like with Jalen Milroe, you are sorely mistaken. Go back and watch what he did with Jake Haener and Michael Penix Jr. That's what you should expect from Ty Simpson, Austin Mack, and Keelan Russell. Those are the guys that fit the system. 2 1,000-yard receivers each season were in Seattle, Washington.
It's interesting, Cole, that I think the energy that Bama fans, and you could speak to this firsthand, the energy that Bama fans are going to have about the replacement for Jalen Milroe it's similar to how I think Texas fans are going to be, but it shouldn't be that way. Like, Bama fans have an actual, like, reason to be that way. You know what I mean? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's going to be a similar vibe where, like, I think Texas fans almost, and I'm not saying this as like a negative or anything, but it's like, it's just human nature. Like, you want to be better off with the next option. And I think there's going to be a lot of Texas fans, like, if the opportunity presents itself, man, we're so much better with Arch. Like, we upgraded so immensely at quarterback. Bama will actually be able to say that, though, more than likely. I mean, with all due respect to Jalen Milroe, I think it'll be more justified for Bama fans to carry that kind of energy, if that makes sense.
You were so codependent on Ford showing up. What version of Ford was taking the field? Because the good version, just like Taylon Green with Arkansas, it's one of the best in college football. The mobility, the accuracy, the deep shots, the connectivity with the wide receivers, it's fantastic. And then you're trying to run for a first down, and you're like a yard away, and then you take 6 steps backwards, and now it's 2nd and 4 instead of 3rd and 1. So it's like, and then you're throwing into double coverage, and you have the bad miscommunication at the offensive line, and then you wait too long for a ball to be thrown. You throw and you throw it over the head, and now it's a 4th down stop. Like, it was just so codependent on Jalen Milroe, and that I don't think will be the case because here's the reason why, Chris. Austin Mack, Ty Simpson, Keelan Russell aren't good enough to be just the only fraction of the team. They're good quarterbacks. I think they're all solid quarterbacks, but they're not good enough to have to take over games the way that Jalen Milroe was going to have to. So everyone's got to step up. The run game's got to step up. The offensive line has got to step up. The defense has got to be more cohesive because when you have that, now you're playing complementary football, which is why Washington was so good, which is why Fresno State in 2021 went and won a Mountain West title. It's little things like that that carried such demeanor for a Kalen DeBoer-led program. That was really important. And again, you know who you're playing. A lot of the teams that you faced off against, you're seeing similar entities or underwhelming entities or regression for some of these teams. So it's not like you tell me right now, you lose to South Carolina, but you beat the brakes off of Oklahoma. You don't lose to Vandy this year. And your other loss comes to, I don't know. Crap. Who am I?
Are you winning at Georgia?
No, you lose to Georgia and you beat Tennessee in the 3rd Saturday. Okay, so you're 10-2. 10-2 with this team.
I think getting to a playoff is will get a passing grade. If we ever get to it, I don't know, man. I don't know if you could tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we're in the place at college football anymore where it's like we're gonna get all that like picky about. Well, you didn't get to the playoff at 11-1, so that was a bad season. 10-2, just no way. I mean, I'm all for having high expectations, but at some point, it's like just get to the playoff and go from there. I mean, Ohio State was living proof of that. As long as you get in the playoff field and the run you make at that point is what's going to define your year. I mean,
so before we get on out of here, who is the team that we're not talking about enough going into this year?
Well, I know we just spent a lot of time talking about them. I don't know that Bama's going to be talked about enough. Okay. I don't know that like, I don't think they're the first team in conversation that comes up. Maybe I'm wrong because we haven't really hit like that part of the offseason, Cole, where it's like, we kind of hit a part of the offseason where the storylines kind of start to create themselves. Some are good, Some are not so good. Some are random, whatever it might be. So I'll be curious, like when we're getting into the summer and media days approaching, and maybe even throughout spring ball, like is Bama still as top of mind as they used to be? Besides that, if you don't want to include Alabama, the team that we're not talking about enough or that I expect to not be talked about enough, that's a good question because, like, I don't think I can say South Carolina or Florida because, like,
No,
dude,
we're talking about
they've been preseason ranked in top 10s, which you have your own opinions on that. I do as well. Everybody else does as well. I'm not going to say A&M. I can tell you that right now.
No.
We're going to talk about them probably more than they deserve. And I don't mean to say that, like, we're going to talk about them just enough. Just enough. Do you have one on your mind that I'm not saying?
Yes.
Look, give me a moment. Not Auburn, right?
No, God.
I will tell you, though, we looked at their schedule today, Cole. If they don't win 9 games, I mean, their schedule, it's easier than last year.
They're going to finish 6-6.
I know, but their schedule is easier than last year.
It's ridiculous. It's dumb.
It's absurd. Like,
it's stupid how dumb it is. No, but it's not Auburn.
Oklahoma?
No.
Who am I missing? Who am I forgetting?
The team that everyone forgets in this damn conference.
Mizzou? Oh,
Missouri. Missouri.
That's all you had to say. I mean,
it's the team that everyone forgets about. Think about this for a second.
You forget they're even there, you know?
They got the number 1 wide receiver in receiving yards to transfer from Mississippi State to Como. He's going to have an immediate role, Kevin Coleman. They added in some really good up-and-coming weapons. They still have Marquise Johnson. They still have Joshua Manning. They still have Brett Norfleet. They've added in some good tight end play. They've rebuilt their offensive line. They're number 2 in the transfer portal class. Their defense is loaded with talent that's returning, that's a year older. They brought in a difference maker at linebacker in Josiah Trotter. Their schedule, they went 10-3 with last year. Where did all 3 of those losses come? On the road against Texas A&M, South Carolina, and Alabama.
Yeah, it's a lot more manageable this year.
They play every single one of them at home this year.
Yeah, road slate at Auburn, at Vandy, at Oklahoma, at Arkansas.
It's very manageable. You told me that they went 10-2 next year. If Bo Pabula is as advertised, that's what it all comes down to for me. Is Bo Pabula. But if you told me that as advertised, Bo Pabula comes on in and fits Kirby Moore's system to a T, which, by the way, I do believe Kirby Moore still going to be around. I know there's been rumors that with Kellen going to New Orleans, he's maybe following them, but he's not. You tell me that I'm getting him to play up to a certain standard, and I have a good running game with Ahmad Hardy. Honestly, the most underappreciated freshman in college football this past year at Louisiana Monroe. Phenomenal, phenomenal kid. Now he's their lead back. I get that, and I go 10-2 or even 9-3. I mean, at this point, Drink is a top 6 coach in the SEC because he's doing it every single year at this point. Literally, it's 10 wins for the bowl game. It's every year.
Cole, think about this too with their schedules. Of course, we're spending the final minutes on Texas Sports Unfiltered talking about the Missouri Tigers. Just
why wouldn't we?
I would expect that from you. The only point I was going to make: Mizzou's schedule. They do not leave Columbia, Missouri until October the 18th. Cole.
Yep.
What?
It's Auburn, but actually,
how do you open with 6 straight home games?
Auburn.
How is that even? That's crazy to me.
One more before we get on out of here. Team that will be the most disappointing, even though we preseason hyped them. I know what you're going to say.
Am I going to say South Carolina?
I think you're going to say South Carolina.
You know what? I was just going to say another team we haven't talked about. Maybe this is your team, Ole Miss.
No, it's not Ole Miss.
We're not going to talk about them a lot either. Although I think, ironically, they could actually make the playoff this year after missing.
I have them in right now.
I think Austin Simmons is a star. Is going to be a star
with what they've added in the portal. Yeah.
Tennessee.
I don't think Texas A&M did enough. I don't.
Listen, you will not see me overhyping the Aggies. I've already made this clear. I'm very comfortable with picking them to go 7-5 or 8-4. I had them 7-5 last year. I felt silly when they were 7-1. I was like, man, I really missed the mark. And then And then they finished 8-5, and I was like, I didn't miss it that much, actually. So
how we end our time here on Texas Sport Unfiltered is
trashing the Aggies.
The Aggies are going to be the most overrated team going into the next season in the SEC. They're going to be a disaster of a performance. They're going to, I think, finish 7-5 or 6-6, despite being in the top 15 of A&M rankings. I love Kevin Concepcion. I love Mario Craver. I love some of the defensive pieces that they've added in. I like Mike Elko. I like Colin Klein. I think that Marcel Reed is a good quarterback. I don't think he's a great one. And honestly, I think that most people are going to figure out A&M by the end of the year to where they're just trudging their way to a 6-6, 7-5 finish.
I will be intrigued about the Aggies infiltrating Austin the final weekend of the season, though. That'll be interesting to say the least.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, all of them together. What a time, Cole. What a time, dude. I want to tell you, man, I've thoroughly enjoyed it with you, brother. And, Dave understands the same sentiment as well, and Lucas and Harrison and everyone. But this has been great stuff. We've really thoroughly enjoyed it. Again, these conversations are going to continue. So Rodney Smith is in the broadcast with
4 p.m. and OU still sucks.
I love it. Again, guys, we appreciate y'all so much. Again, continue to follow along Texas Sports Unfiltered and continue to follow us along as well. We're going to have some new things. We got some tricks up our sleeve as well. Really excited for the TSU guys and BK and the entire team with the new expanded schedule going from 7 to 6 Central Time. And again, we'll be adding something to the SEC Unfiltered lineup. You can bank on that. We always enjoy, obviously, getting on here, bantering, having great conversation, and there'll be more of that coming from us. So, Cole, any final words, my man? As we close it out.
And it's
throw the horns.
OU still sucks.
One more time. Hook 'em. Hey, listen, I'm going to be seeing a lot of y'all this weekend. Again, I'll be in Arlington. So, going to be a lot of fun, guys. Just continue to stay tuned to us. Like, subscribe, follow along. We can't say thank you enough. Again, you guys have really assisted in our growth and our ascension as SEC Unfiltered, all of us individually. The love, again, we felt from the Texas folks. When I went to Austin last football season, the hospitality, I know none of that would have happened without you guys and, us having the opportunity to, really make our mark in the Texas fan base. So, Cole, I appreciate you, man. It's been a pleasure. Stay tuned again. We're not going away. We're not going away anytime soon. Maybe on these airwaves, if you will. But, we'll have something new to roll out here really, really soon. Cole and I and the rest of the guys will get on that. But, Cole, always a pleasure, my man. Appreciate you. Hook 'em one last time. Thank you all so much. Again, continue to follow along, show love and support at TSU. Follow us at SEC Unfiltered, YouTube podcast. You already know the drill. And go to our website, too, secunfiltered.com, as we continue to drop more content for you guys. So, again, appreciate you all. For Cole Thompson, I'm Chris Phillips. Have a great rest of your day. And hook 'em.
It's 4:05, and OU still sucks.